Hello and welcome to Sunday's coverage of round 5 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at the Llandow race circuit, and it is better conditions here today. Hello and welcome. My name is Lewis Rain. Alongside me for this weekend is Adam Reid. And well, Adam, we've seen some great racing yesterday and the crowd is already out in force. Plenty of riders watching along just in these warm-up sessions, and the paddock is absolutely jammed. But yesterday we've seen 9 fantastic races and plenty of action and plenty of championship drama within it.
Oh, absolutely. We saw a lot of action going on throughout those 9 races. A couple of last lap overtakes and battles that took place the entire race long, and hopefully we'll be getting more of that over the course of the next 18 races. But yeah, really excited for what's in store for us here in Llandow, as we see a couple of our young riders just taking their time, just messing around and playing with each other just before they get going. But we currently have our pit bike 140 and extreme 200s who have now been combined just for this weekend due to a lack of attendance. But it's been absolutely incredible having these two classes combining, becoming one, and it's been fantastic to really have these different styles of bikes out on the circuit, especially with yesterday with some fantastic racing. Of course, the extreme 200s were the better ones out there compared to the pit bike 140s, but we still saw some great battles between both classes in that race in race 1.
Yeah, we certainly did. And right now these guys are out in their warm-up session where they have just 7 minutes to get their minds up to speed and to get everything checked over with the bike before race 2 and race 3 later on. But hello and welcome if you're just joining us. You've not missed anything as of yet. We're still in our warm-ups here this morning for round 5 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. So like and share the stream and let us know down below on who you are supporting here today. But yesterday, as we were mentioning, it was a great race 1 for this class, not only in the Extreme 200s, where we see an Extreme 200s rider of Philip Sorowiak hitting the deck there, and his bike's in the middle of the circuit, so everyone's doing a great job at keeping the way out of that. But Philip Sorowiak, he's switched to a Honda this year, and he's had a good old torrid time at trying to get that right. But there's Keaton Payne as well, stopped at the side of the circuit. Will he get that started again? It doesn't look like it. You can see one of our marshals there helping him out and making sure that everything's safe by putting out the yellow flag. But Philip Sorowiak also getting pushed off. But yesterday we seen in the Extreme 200 class that Blake Wilson and Sullivan Mounsey went head to head during the start of the race. It was an epic showdown towards the end, but as the race progressed, it was also the fact that Sullivan Mounsey managed just to bridge out a gap ever so slightly, and you can see some people watching from outside of the circuit by the gates, just by the road outside of it. It's something that's very common to see here at Llandow. But then in the pit bike 140 class yesterday, we've seen Jamie King as well up at the front having his own battle with Liam Wood, and it was an incredible battle at the front. But there actually is Ollie Sims having his own crash, and it looks to be in a little bit of discomfort after that slide there, pretty warm on his backside, but he manages to pick that bike up. I believe this is his first weekend as well in the class, so it was great to see. Yesterday Ollie Sims, he didn't have a transponder on his motorcycle, of course racing 3 classes this weekend, so he was not classified in the results of not running transponders, so super disappointing for him, and not the way you want to start your morning.
Absolutely not. That's not the way you want to be performing on the morning of the warm-up, because you want to be getting up to speed, especially for a new class for him. It's not the way he wants to get it started, but also the transponder issues was also a little bit worrying. But there you go, he seems he's running off to go and grab a little bit of debris, it seems like, so maybe something's fallen off during that fall, and so maybe not entirely sure what that could be, but hopefully he can get back on that pit bike, and hopefully he'll be able to get going. But yeah, there is Philip Sorowiak still down, but catching up now with our current championship leader Sullivan Mounsey, who just went past our camera. Sullivan had been really performing extremely well throughout this championship. He's had a few errors as we have been discussing off camera, but he's been absolutely on it when he's on his game, and he's really proven that by, of course, taking the championship lead last time out to Ello Park, and hopefully he will want to extend that lead coming into this weekend here at Llandow.
Yeah, he certainly will, because right now he's leading the championship and he's on a new bike this year. He's on the Bushimoto and he's enjoying it seems. At the first round of the championship, it was himself and Casey O'Gorman who went head-to-head, both of them on the Bushimoto machines, and it was an epic showdown between them until Sylvain Mincy had a crash on the Sunday during the round one. It was one of our double headers that we had, but you can see a family there watching on this Pit Bike 140 and Extreme 200 warm-up session. We're actually currently, there's just 14 riders out on the circuit, so not too many out in this session, but there was some rain this morning and it's luckily dried up pretty well and pretty quick, because there's still some gusts around the circuit. We discussed it yesterday. It's not as windy as yesterday, but there still is a wind around the circuit. It's helping drying the track at the moment, but later on, especially in the mini moto classes, I think we're going to see it affect some of the riders out there.
Absolutely. I think yeah, we've been discussing about how this track just dries up a little bit quickly than we've normally seen around the other calendars here in FAB-Racing. Of course, we have massive amounts of rain coming into the circuit, and then it's already dried up by the time we've gone on air. So it's interesting how the dynamics of the track areas changed, and this could prove to be a little bit of an issue maybe later on, because of course we're going to be continuously being on weather watch. So we've had all the different kinds of weather, it seems like, here at Llandow, but of course I'm sure as well as us, but also the riders will also be on the lookout for the weather that's looming over us here.
Yeah, they certainly will be. They'll be looking up at the clouds before their race, but there's plenty to look out for this class, with it being the first weekend this year where we've had to merge the two classes together. But it's produced some great racing, and it's actually worked out almost perfectly, because the Extreme 200s, majority of the class is slightly faster than the Pit Boy 140 guys, which means at the start of the race, manages to get away, and it's almost just watching two separate races at once. It's really exciting no matter where you look. If there's not a battle happening in the Extreme 200 class during one lap, I can assure you there'll be a battle going on in the Pit Boy 140 class. So some great action from the two machines, and as we mentioned as well, completely different types of machinery. The Extreme 200 class, it's almost an open class here at FAB, as long as it's within the engine size parameters, then you can basically run it. You can do almost anything to your motorcycle. While the Pit Bike 140s, it's a lot more strict compared to them. You have to almost have an identical bike, apart from, for example, the chassis itself and the engine, but horsepower needs to be very similar between the machines. You can run different gearboxes, but it's quite a strict class compared to the Extreme 200s. But right now, it's an Extreme 200 rider on top in this warm-up session. Sylvain Mincy, of course, 2 seconds ahead of Noah Gilray, but this is just warm-up that is going on at the moment, so the times don't really mean anything. Some riders, they will just be going out there on potentially even an old set of tyres just to get their head up to speed, because they've not been out on circuit since early afternoon yesterday. So it's certainly a lot to get used to today, and you can see some of the marshals which have been doing a great job all weekend here at FAB, here at Llandow, as they normally do, keeping everyone safe and being up to date with the yellow flags and with potentially red flags. We've seen it earlier on as well. They've been doing a great job, and there's another rider actually that has hit the deck, and that is the marshal, one of our Roman marshals as well, coming to help to pick that up. But on the deck at the moment, get pushed to the side of the track is one of our riders there with some DRC levers on, looking a little bit discomfort, but now they're trying to get that fixed. But that does look like Billy Stewart Campbell's helmet on that rider. But yeah, we'll wait to see. He's not got a transponder fitted at the moment, just a 99. So yeah, that looks to be Billy Stewart Campbell at the side of the circuit. A little bit of discomfort. Hopefully he can get anything fixed, and hopefully he feels better and good enough for this race. But clearly conditions out there are still a bit tricky. There's still a couple of damp spots for the riders dotted around the circuit. But yeah, Billy Stewart Campbell, he left professional motorcycle racing after racing for multiple seasons in the British Talent Cup to go and do some basketball, but luckily he came back to bike racing, came back to the better sport out of the two, and he's back on the circuit, and it's awesome to see.
Oh, absolutely. It's great to have Bailey Stewart Campbell back at the FAB-Racing paddock. But yeah, like you said, tricky conditions out there. It does seem like there's a few spots where the riders are struggling, especially where the back part of the circuit, because there's all the trees, and of course where the rain is, the sun can't dry that part of the track up. So maybe it's looking a little bit damp. Seeing on our screens here, of course, we still got the 112 there of Keaton Payne. So you can see all the dark spots of where the track is not quite fully gripped up. Yeah, and of course you see the trees there in the background. That's probably the reason why our riders are struggling, because it's always there over at the backside of the circuit where we've been seeing these falls in the warm-ups. But a really good session for our riders to just get up to grips and see how the track conditions are doing at this point in time. But I'd say more towards the end of our warm-ups, where we got the Mini GP 70 class, and that's where everyone's going to be looking out for and just seeing where conditions are at, because that's when we go into race 2 for our first event. And that's where the conditions are going to be at of course, race potential, because at the moment, of course, when we have the AC40 pros go out, then they'll all be going for the racing and going for just having to test the conditions for everybody else. So it's going to be pretty difficult out there, to say the least.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky conditions for the riders, but right now, I don't think if you're on a bit of a decent amount of power, like the Mini GP70s, I don't think you would really want to be out there on wet tyres, because all they're going to do is overheat. There's a nice big dry line around the circuit at the moment. Maybe some corners you just have to be pretty precise and take it a bit calm for the first couple of laps, but certainly after these sidecars have been out, free tyres on them a bit wider, you would definitely want to be thinking about, because they're going to help dry the track so much. And Keaton Payne, actually, we've seen a close-up of his bike there. He was on wet tyres, surprisingly, during that pit by 140 session, but potentially, certainly, Mini GP70s, they still have they still have about 10 minutes before they probably need to be out there on the circuit, so you still have enough time to change a set of tyres, 2 slicks, if you want to, and get some running in on dry tyres in the morning, instead of potentially overheating and wrecking a pair of wets. But you can see some supporters there watching on the side of the circuit, having a little chat in the morning breeze. It's 11:20 at the moment, so still the morning before we get into today's race action. We still have 2 more warm-ups to come to you before we get into the first race of the day, which will be race 2 of the AC40 Pros. But right now the sidecars have just made their way out as Sylvain Mincy makes his way back into the pits and pushes his bike back into the on, and Ollie O'Gorman and Tyler Hartley as well as Caelan Ratcliffe, and there's Billy Stewart Campbell as well coming back into the paddock. So plenty of riders dotted around, and they coming back in from that session with some of the younger riders and supporters, and some of the riders which will be getting help, as there's Luca Allen with Holly Harris at the side of the circuit, watching on with intent with the side cars. But yeah, they get along very well, to say the least, the two. But watching on at the moment, they do some great work with Sarah Harris with the race squad, helping a lot of the younger riders develop their riding styles and develop their lap times to get quicker and quicker during even the off season, coming in during night times at the M4 Mini Motor School and helping them out. But right now, both of these riders will be racing this weekend, both of them actually in the senior mini moto class, and it's Luca Allen's first weekend in the senior mini moto class. He had disappointment yesterday, and he'll certainly be hoping for a better result today and hopefully see that checker flag today.
Yeah, absolutely. He really had that difficult start for a brand new class. Luca Allen, of course, he's going to be trying his best to try and get something. Enjoy the weekend when he can, but hopefully those issues have been resolved. So Luca, hopefully he gets a bit of better fortune for race 2 and 3, but we'll then have to see. Of course, we'll see how he goes. Hopefully it's going to be a lot better in fortune, but I think his main mindset at the moment, just to enjoy the senior mini motors, and also be out there with Holly Harris as well. So hopefully those two enjoy the two races later on. There you go, little wave there from Luca Allen, but doesn't seem to be at the camera. Go on, Luca, give us a wave. Not at the camera, please. But yeah, hopefully he has hopefully it's a good race. There's Jensen Ansel, who is going to be in our AC40 rookies lead. In the championship is Jason Ansel. But if you're just joining us, you haven't missed a thing. You're just joining us in the warm-up for the mini F1 sidecars. So at the moment we're just getting the warm-ups going for our riders, just to test the track conditions. And if you are watching on YouTube, please like, share and subscribe to the FAB-Racing YouTube channel. Share with all your friends and share on whatever social medias you can. Make sure to tag Motorsport Radio and FAB-Racing as well. There is Sullivan Mounsey just chatting to Marco Holt. So of course Sullivan Mounsey is maybe a mentor for a lot of young riders. You may have heard yesterday on the broadcast he was talking, he was commentating with us, myself and Lewis, in the Mini GP 50 class. So yeah, Sullivan has really been helpful to these young riders, and I think it's really improving with of course all his advice.
Yeah, he's certainly will be. And Sullivan Mounsey is very close with the likes of Luke Fitchett as well. Every single weekend he's helping them out. But you can see there Lewis Hull, Matthew Thomas and Annabelle McCarthy there as well. Bethany Ashby watching on this sidecar practice. But Sullivan Mounsey clearly going in depth with Marco Holt at the moment, telling them how to get faster and telling them how to top sessions. But yesterday we did see Marco Holt. He was topping sessions himself at the moment, and potential Sullivan Mounsey is giving them some tips on how to be a Talent Cup rider in the future, because loads of riders here, they have the potential. Marco Holt, he won the Mini GP70 race yesterday, and it was a very, very dramatic race itself, and it went down really to the final couple of laps until we seen Blake Wilson crash out.
Oh, absolutely. It was disappointing for Blake Wilson, but you do have to give credit to Marco Holt for managing to fend off Wilson. He really did go for it, did Blake Wilson, but it just didn't work out. Unfortunately, we're going high side, and that is the number 11 of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet. So Isaac Greenstreet is going to be in the sidecar for this one. And different to Leo Greenstreet as well. So they're currently parked at the side of the road. I'm not entirely sure where they are at the moment. I see another sidecar stopped at the moment. I'll see if I'll comment on that if our cameras just go onto that one. But I think he's just trying to get it going, and just not entirely sure. Just having a chat and just seeing if he can maybe try and get it going. But I don't think that's moving any time soon. Does look like maybe on the way down to Surtees. I'm not entirely sure. Just trying to look out of our box.
So at the moment, still having a lot of conversation anyway. This is going to give them some time to talk at least. But Isaac Greenstreet filling in this weekend for Jamie Alexander, for Martin Hill, in the passenger role. And usually Isaac Greenstreet is racing the senior mini moto class. He's changing for this weekend. I believe at Raura he'll be doing both. But you can see there more chats being done at the side of the track. You can see the background with the flat cap, Luke Fitchett's dad, having the conversation, and then Noah Gowder as well appearing in the background briefly by Margot Holtz on. And so plenty of action in the paddock at the moment, plenty of movement, and yeah, it's going to be a great weekend. Max Johnson's mum also on the camera there talking away to Luke Fitchett's dad. But we're going to see some great racing here today. Hopefully, if conditions can stay consistent, we can see some close racing and some close battles on the circuit, and we don't have to worry about what tyres are going to go on, because yesterday at some stages when the track was half wet, half dry, tyres could really decide your race and decide what positions and where you're going to be fighting for.
Absolutely. The tyre decision making is going to be pretty crucial. I've had actually the ability to commentate on a race where tyre decisions became the key part, and in the race that I commentated, the winner of the race actually went onto did the whole race on a dry set of tyres, on a set of slicks, whilst the others went onto wet. So yeah, a little bit crazy, but I won't dive too much into that because we're more focused on the bikes. But yeah, decision making for the tyres can get a little crazy. I think there will definitely be a time where someone might be bringing their bike over to our dummy grid and maybe think maybe I have the wrong tyre here, but hopefully it's looking pretty dry at the moment. A few clouds dotted around the circuit, but I do think it will stay dry for the majority of the time. We will be keeping an eye on the clouds, seeing if a dark cloud starts looming over, and hopefully there won't be too much carnage in terms of going down on the deck.
So hello and welcome. If you're just joining us, you've joined us at almost the perfect time as the checker flag is out for the Mini F1 sidecar warm-up session, and we have one warm-up left here today before we get into Sunday's action of racing. Just the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship warm-up still to come here, and we're being told that there's reports of rain dotted around the circuit at the moment. So just as our Premier class is about to head out, rain is starting to fall here at Llandow, and it's going to be an interesting warm-up session. You're not going to get to on. You can already see hoods are up, people are running back to their awnings, and that was Jensen Ansell running back to his awning. Of course, he'll be second out in today's running. There was a slight change to the order of things, but getting some shelter there for some of the fans and some of the family around this circuit below the grandstand that we have here at Llandow. It's a massive grandstand, as you can see, but the wind is certainly picked up as well. Hopefully the heavens don't open, otherwise the first couple of races of the day can be pretty sketchy.
Oh, absolutely. That's not what you want as a rider. You don't want to be going out there with just a completely dampening track. It will make for a few struggles, but we look like we've got a cloud heading overhead here, so we'll just have to see where our riders are at. Some of them are currently in that dummy grid and wonder what tyres they are being put on, but there you can see one of our photographers taking some wonderful pictures of our Mini GP70 class. So they'll be coming out the pits, and there you can see the rain is actually starting to now hammer down. Some of the adults about to take cover here, so as our Mini GP50 class head out onto the circuit with 7 minutes to go. It's Mini GP70 class. So there you can see now the hoods are up, but of course some of our riders still managing to firm some of the rain just coming down. But I think this is going to be a really exciting class. Of course, being the last race of the weekend, and just having a look at the tyres here, I wonder if they've gone out on slicks here. They're taking it very nice and cautiously, but you can see the rain is now starting to really hammer down here, and there you go. Yeah. I think it looks like they have gone to slicks. Harley Baker down.
I would expect the majority of them to pit now.
Yeah, definitely, because you don't want to be going on around a track on slick tyres. It's just a silly little situation, but it looks like some of them are staying out. Looking at our commentary box, I recognise Luke Fitcher, Archie O'Brien is staying out there, so they're trying to get a little bit of self-data. I think that's also Bill Harris just going past there. So we're still looking at the pictures of one of our riders still down on the deck, but yeah, not looking too great here with the weather here at Llandow. Southways always didn't bring the nicest weather in the whole of Europe, but hopefully it'll dry up later on. That's what we can only hope.
Yeah, hopefully. So it looks like Mark Holt was going slow enough, so I expect Mark Holt to also pit at the end of this lap. Yeah, there he comes into the pit lane. And then potentially Archie O'Brien and Luke Fitchett might be pitting as well, but Archie O'Brien's staying out, so he must be on the wets, because I wouldn't expect you to stay out any longer. He did look like he was getting his knee down quicker than everyone else out there, but Archie O'Brien's staying out on the circuit at the moment, the only rider out on this Llandow track, so braving the elements to say the least, and get some extra track time out there. But you can see absolutely hammering it down now here in South Wales, and it's actually diagonal rain at the moment. There's so much wind and there's so much rain around this circuit. So yeah, it was Harley Baker that crashed earlier on the bike. It looked like it had some repairs to be done anyway. The fuel tank definitely came off of it, but hopefully they can get everything fixed for the race later on today. But yeah, I did wonder where Luke Fitchett went, because going down the back straight, he seemed to come out the corner with Archie O'Brien and he just seemed to disappear. So Luke Fitchett's bike stopping there on the circuit, but rapid change in conditions at the moment with 4 minutes to go. So potentially could be a carburetor jetting that needs to be changed to change the fuel and air mixture, because conditions are certainly cooler than what they were. So the Luke Fitchett there, fastest lap in this session anyway was a 105.162, so off the pace, but definitely second rider out there. But the fastest rider is Archie O'Brien. A 59.0 was his fastest lap, so he has to be on wet tyres at the moment. So yeah, there's Harley Baker as well, getting his bike pushed off to the paddock, up on his feet, walking away, which is what we love to see here as well. But Archie O'Brien, the only rider circulating at the moment, and actually there's Harry Payne just came at the pit lane as well. So two riders out on the circuit here at Llandow for the morning warm-up session there, and the rear spun up for just a split second on Harley Baker's machine. But 3 minutes to go in this warm-up session, and wow, the weather here at Wales has just made it change the elements to the racing that's coming up after this warm-up session again.
Absolutely spicy stuff, to be honest. But yeah, I was looking through that the hook here, which is the first chicane on this circuit, and I saw a little bit of a few grooves on Archie O'Brien's bike. So I definitely want to. I think I can confirm with you that he is on those wet tires. So he's getting some self data for himself. So if it ever rains later on in race 2, he will be the most. He'll be the most. He'll be the most prepared. But Archie O'Brien currently sitting in P1 with the best time of a 58.9 last time out. This is Harry Payne just making his way around, and he's just gone top with with a 58.9 there. So those two just circulating the circuit. There's Luke Fitchett. So Fitchett is also out there just trying to get a bit of data, and there you can see some of the grooves in the tyres. So that's what you need to notice. Is there grooves in those tyres on those bikes, and that will tell you if they're on slick tyres or the wet tyres. And wet tyres are 100% likely to be the tyre of choice, but they're just circulating at the moment. And is this good? And I just want to ask Lewis, is this good for some of our riders to get some self data for maybe later?
Yeah, it certainly will be. I mean, they will have about just over an hour before the race even gets underway, so conditions could be dry once again. They've had plenty of running on the Friday if they were practicing in the wet conditions, so it's not really a new thing to ride around this track in the wet, although it is a very grippy track in the wet. There's a couple of spots where it's a little bit slick in the wet conditions. But coming out of the first chicane as well, Luke Fitchett looked like he was having some issues, but currently 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. But it's just right here where Archie O'Brien is. Luke Fitchett's bike seemed to not really want to get any power to the ground, so potentially some issues with his machine that he has to be sorting out. But it looks like he's got it going again anyway. But Harry Payne sitting the fastest lap once again, a 57.5 last time around, 1.5 seconds clear. And there's Luke Fitchett actually with his issues still persisting, and he stopped on the grass. So yeah, it looks like he's having issues with that bike. Second time it stopped 2 laps ago as well, coming out the first chicane. It had some issues once again, but you can actually see you could have seen his transponder there on his front forks, but that's now been hidden behind the post. But third place is Luke Fitchett, having a conversation with Noah Guillory at the side of the track, but nothing he can do right now to sort that machine. It's just died on him once again, it seems, with Marshall coming over to have a check. 22 seconds left on the clock, and already the skies are getting brighter.
Oh, absolutely. The skies, just having a look around, it does seem like it's brightening up just a little bit, but it's not enough, as Harry Payne now, Archie O'Brien goes and does a 56.0, so he's starting to put the times down. It does seem like the rain has entirely stopped for now. The track will again start to dry. The wind is blowing across the circuit. That will move that'll pretty much move the rain away and towards the side of the circuit. So the checker flag now falls. We see a couple of our young riders out there just having a quick chit chat, just having a look at the track conditions and admiring our Mini GP 70 class out there, hoping that one day they will be riding in that class in a couple of years' time. But there you go, our warm-up session is done. O'Brien has come across the line and done a 55.2, so he's managed to get some heat into those wet tyres, and he'll now go on to, of course, to go on to his next session, which will be the Mini GP 50 Race 2 later on down the line. Harry Payne there in second. He did a personal best of a 56.7, but again, problems are affecting Luke Fitchett, it seems like. So that's not a promising sign. He'll have to go back and get those sorted. Luckily, he has a lot of time to do so, because, of course, the Mini GP 70 class is quite the while away. So hopefully they'll be able to get that bikes fixed in time. That number 7 hopefully will be I think starting 6th on the grid for the Mini GP 70 class, so hopefully he'll be able to get those problems fixed and maybe hopefully make his way round to the to a podium, or maybe even a win, depending on how conditions are and his confidence on the bike.
Certainly, now the sun is already shining here in South Wales. We're located around 50 miles away from Cardiff, and it's going to be an interesting weekend. It's been a very interesting weekend so far, not only in the racing, wherever conditions, there's plenty to talk about around here. Everyone loves the annual trip to Llandow. It's one of the riders' favourite circuits out there. It's fast, it's full, and you can see Taylor Tomlinson giving a little wave to the camera right now as they await in the holding area for what's going to be our first race of Sunday's action. We have a lot of races coming up here today. We have around 18 races in total to bring you here at round 5 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. So hello and welcome. If you've just joined us, you joined us at the perfect time, because we are waiting to get underway for the first race of the day for Sunday's programme of action. So let us know down below on who you want to win, on who you're supporting here today, and as always, give us a share and a like wherever you're watching the FAB-Racing YouTube and Facebook channels, or the Motorsport Radio YouTube and Facebook channels. But plenty of riders there making their way out of the paddock at the moment. It's a massive paddock that we have here, and it's going to be a really interesting race already. Tension is starting to build for it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to the first race of Sunday's coverage. Just having a look down at the holding area, and there's a couple of our young riders in the AC40 Pro class. Of course, 10 riders are going to be on our grid for today. But really looking forward to the first event of the weekend. So here we go. The AC40 Pros are about to come out for race 2. Last time out, it was Sebastian Gaslowski taking his first win of the season in an emphatic fine style. A big battle between Gaslowski, Logan Cousins and Taylor Tomlinson, but also for the number 77 of Taylor Tomlinson, managed to pick up some crucial championship points over his championship rivals, and he will be hoping to try and extend his championship lead. Lewis, what are you expecting coming into this race?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a shootout once again. It was a really interesting race one. It's going to be a great race too. The rain has stopped. It was just raining around 10 minutes ago, just before these riders were getting ready to go out on the circuit. So a lot of decisions are going to have to be made in the next couple of moments, and some of them may be race changing, but cleanups on the track being done, trying to get any debris or any little bits of dirt or even some of the water and standing water off the circuit before we go racing. You can see a lot of people watching along for this to get underway, even some people outside of the circuit that stopped on the main road just to watch some of the action, some of the great action that we have here. But the AC40 Pros, one of the fan favourites. We have only 10 bikes making their way onto the grid, but it's going to be an epic race. These 10 riders, they're all some of the quickest mini motor riders that we have in the country. Like we said, Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Gaslowski, they are certainly the ones to watch. A couple of tenths separated them in qualifying, and even some of the riders that can make their way up the order, like we've seen Rex Austin, he's starting down in 5th position. He can make his way up, and I think it's going to be one to watch. Certainly Rex Austin further down in the field, starting from the 3rd row of our grid. But the riders now getting the bikes nice and warm and getting ready to try and remember everything from race 1, certainly with that start.
Absolutely, it's going to be really close there. It's just sweeping down, I think, a little bit of rainwater as well as debris, because that is where Harley Baker went down for the warm-up for the Mini GP 70 class. But yeah, so a couple of sweeping is done up there. So there you go. So if you're just joining us, and welcome to the second race of the AC40 Pro class. So they're just waiting to head out on circuit and line up on our grid. If you're just joining us, please subscribe to the FAB-Racing YouTube channel, and please like, share, and subscribe. It will be it'll be great for you to just share this around and show the amazing series that is the FAB-Racing Mini Bikes Championship, taking young riders from the likes of these little grassroots bikes all the way up to the likes of the Bennett's British Superbikes and the road to MotoGP. There you go. You can see our riders are lining up on the grid here, and they'll be getting ready to go out on their formation lap. Just doing a quick exploratory lap. The dry lines are starting to form up around the circuit. They're starting to be very visible from our commentary position. But there you go. They're away on the formation lap. I will just go through the grid. Taylor Tomlinson is on pole position here, and he'll be taking his 4th pole position of the season. Sebastian Gaslowski will be lining up alongside his best start in qualifying, with Oliver Hall is going to be starting in P3. He also grabs his best qualifying position. Logan Cousins, who finished 2nd last time out here in Llandow in race 1, he'll be hoping to do the same thing, maybe even go one place better. He starts in P4 on the 2nd row of the grid. Rex Austin is in P5. He'll be starting on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Liam Lindquist on the half Swedish rider on the number 14. He'll be starting in 6th. Nicholas Dunwoody will be starting in 7th, ahead of Josh Perkins, with Preston Baker on the last row of the grid. And then the Scotsman Bradley Curtis will be lining up in P10. So there you can see our riders making their way around the final corner of Raymond's, and now they will form up along the grid. You can see that a lot of our volunteers are parents, and they will be guiding our young rider to their grid slots. And there you can see a few chats just before they leave the grid. And now, here we go. This is going to be it. The 2nd race of the AC40 Pros. Everyone disperses from the grid, and it's just the riders and the bikes. They look to the lights, and the lights go on. And we go racing here at Llandow. Good start there from Taylor Tomlinson, but Sebastian Gaslowski once again grabs the lead away from the 77. Really good start there from Sebastian Gaslowski. He will now try and pull away from our championship leader, but they make their way now down Bomber Straight and on towards 30. It's pretty wide through there, so they'll be reluctant to make a move. Taylor Tomlinson just keeping in 2nd for now. He just needs to keep that place for now, but of course then he will start to apply the pressure on Sebastian Gaslowski. They make their way now out of McWilers and through Lancaster Curve, and then through they go on towards the next corner, and they just need to find a little bit of rhythm. It's still not quite dry out there, and there is Logan Cousins, who managed to make his way up into 3rd place. Really good start there from our number 7, but now Taylor Tomlinson is now starting to duck into the slipstream. They make their way now down towards Raymond's of the last corner. A little bit of a judder. Now they make their way now into the last corner, but it is going to be Sebastian Gaslowski crossing the line to make it P1 ahead of Taylor Tomlinson on this first lap. Tomlinson is now going to really start picking up the pace. He knows he's got the confidence on that bike. I think he's maybe got the opportunity in just a little while. With 8 laps to go, he'll be able to now battle away with Gaslowski to try and take the lead, but Logan Cousins will be watching in there, but in behind.
He certainly will be, and now you can already see Taylor Thompson checking that nobody is behind Logan Cousins in 3rd, and Rex Austin not being able to make any ground towards the start of this race, but now into the tail at the moment. Cousins is actually, looks like he's bridged the gap, so this could be a pretty good lap there from him. But will Tomlinson make a move down to the hairpin? You just seen the bumps on the outside of the circuit last time around. Made this right in chatter a little bit, but now Tomlinson looking down the outside once again. Will he make it work? No, he will not. not. Now let's look at the lap time of Logan Cousins, a 57.4 last time around. Will he get a good lap? Yes, he will. 55.4, the fastest lap of the race there from Logan Cousins. It looks like a good one. He's definitely closed that gap. Will he be the rider that will be almost the dark horse and take both of them on? Because we've seen yesterday it was a freeway battle for the majority of the race, and Sebastian Kislewski leads the way by just 0.4 of a second. He has no gap. That's certainly closed in once again. Tomlinson now has a little look behind him there. He also knows that Cousins has closed in. You can definitely tell there, but towards the Dell once again, and then this is where Tomlinson, he needs to start building up a move and trying to build up momentum onto the straight, onto the hanger straight towards the final corner and try and make a move. Will he line up? Will he get in the slipstream? He looks towards the inside this time around, but he's not close enough once again, and you can just see how unsettled his bike looks. But 7 laps to go, we come across this line to make it 6 laps. It's a freeway battle for the lead here in the second race for the AC40 Pros.
It's our classic Llandow trio of Gaslowski, Tomlinson, Cousins. Another thing is he used a little bit of his tyres in the early stages. He looks to go for a move here on Taylor Tomlinson. That, as I said, sighted is pretty wide, and so you can go for a move, but that double left-hander kind of stops you, and then they'll head round and in towards this tightening section of McWiley, and then they go through Lancaster Curve, and there's Logan Cousins. I think he's using a little bit of his tyre to try and go onto the back of Tomlinson, because he now has the opportunity to go for that win. Gaslowski still in the lead at the moment, but I think Tomlinson knows he can get, he's got many opportunities to try and take the lead of the race, but he's now got to be careful and see if he's riding in his mirrors, because of course you've got Logan Cousins now ducking right behind him and in towards the final corner of Raymond's. And we look back here at Nicholas Dunwoody, who's just holding down 4th place for the moment ahead of Rex Austin and Oliver Hall. So I think at the moment, I think there's going to be rain just coming through, just having a look on the window. So yeah, the rain is starting to now come down, and this is going to make it a little bit sketchy as they make their way now through the final corner on our back 4 riders of Baker, Perkins, Lindquist and Curtis. So they make their way now through that little section of the corners, and a couple of moves being made. I think that was Liam Lindquist, who is just riding, trying to overtake Josh Perkins there. And they make their way now in towards Surtees. They go. This is, of course, the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, I believe. And this is, there goes Lindquist, just having a look there, trying to get past Baker, but it just doesn't seem like he's got it. And now down the inside there, having a look at Logan Cousins. Actually now got Taylor Tomlinson. Can he get Sebastian Gaslowski as well? Side by side now on towards the first corner, and it just seems like Logan Cousins will have to back off through there. Gaslowski still holding his own with 4 laps to go, and this is going to go right to the wire.
Certainly is, and now Cousins looking towards the race lead from Sebastian Gaslowski. Taylor Tomlinson in 3rd place at the moment on the 77 machine. You can just see him coming through the back section of the circuit. One of the most challenging parts is to head towards Lancaster Curve, and there's such a quick section. You're flat out through here, but you can just see Sebastian Gaslowski, no gap at all there, no room for error for himself, but he has to keep calm, he has to keep his race lead. But now we head towards the hanger straight. Tomlinson could get a double slipstream here, a double whammy, and can potentially get both of them at once. But now Logan Cousins going towards the inside. Tomlinson once again going towards the outside, so he's clearly not bothering about trying to make a move there, at least at the moment, and trying just to get as good of exit speed as possible and get his line perfect like he was on lap by himself. But there's Sebastian Gaslowski, a 55.635 is his best lap of the race at the moment on the 64 machine. But Cousins just behind, he just looks good, too good in this first sector, but it's just trying to make any sort of moves. But there is Liam Lindquist trying to defend his position at the moment. They come across the line now to get 3 laps to go as we hit back at the front group. Tomlinson, he's still got a decent sized gap there just in front of these two, so it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make a move without either one of them making a mistake or without a couple of good laps towards the end. So if Tomlinson wants to have a chance at winning this race, he's going to have to think about making the move very, very soon. As he looks up the inside of Logan Cousins and he makes the move stick for 2nd place. How will the exit be as Cousins tries to get the undercut going towards turn 1? He's got the inside line and he gets it again on the number 7. 2 laps remaining. Gieslowski, this is allowing them to move away, and now we're looking at a Tomlinson in third place that is desperate to get through.
He's really looking to try and get past Cousins once and for all, but yeah, as Logan Cousins just continues to try and plough on and see if he can catch to the back of Sebastian Gieslowski. Gieslowski seems to be really comfortable around the circuit, but he's got 2 really quick riders right behind him. Tomlinson, who's currently running in P1 in the championship, and then Logan Cousins running in P3 at the moment. But he is closing on P2 in that championship. That is Rex Austin. That is being held by Rex Austin. But just looking back to the battle on your screen here, there goes Logan Cousins just dipping back into the change lane, and will Tomlinson now go for a move? He has a look, but he opts to back out of that one. And I think Logan Cousins might even have the possible good exit, and maybe have an advantage. This is now back to this lead battle. We're momentarily looking at the bottom half of the field, but Logan Cousins now can he get the best exit? Having a look now down the inside of Surtees, and he's going to again opt to back off. So I think he's just assessing his options, but this is with 1 lap to go, and this is all or nothing. Sebastian Gieslowski trying to use the best of his exit, and he's still maintaining a gap to Logan Cousins. Will Taylor Tomlinson also opt for that inside line down the hanger straight and in towards Raymond's, because that seems to be a hot spot for overtaking spots. Look at Cousins there trying different lines, so he's obviously setting up a move down the hanger straight and in towards Raymond's. Gieslowski now feeling the pressure. Tomlinson there on the inside, and he's made the move. He's broken late, and who's going to get this win? And across the start finish line, the checker flag is out, and it's going to be Sebastian Gieslowski for his 2nd win of the season. Logan Cousins P2, his second place of the in a row, with Taylor Tomlinson taking yet another podium, his 12th podium of the season. But Sebastian Gieslowski, a 2nd win of the season. Still, we've got a battle in behind. This is Liam Lindquist just ahead of Josh Perkins. Sorry, that's not. Sorry, that miscommunication. But Liam Lewis Hall, I think. In the 93, just had it just ahead of Josh Perkins, and then Liam Lindquist. But a battle all the way to the end on those on our AC40 Pro. But really great battle there. And but as I said, Sebastian Gieslowski with his 2nd win of the season. He's been on form here, and I think Taylor Tomlinson is just saying a few words to our race winner. With some really good battles all the way through, Lewis.
Yeah, it was a great race there. Preston Baker managing just to pit them on the 93 machine there towards the end, but an awesome race and an awesome trio last lap shootout where Sebastian Gieslowski managed to get on top and take the race win by 0.3 of a second over Logan Cousins. Taylor Tomlinson rounded out our podium with Nicholas Dunwoody and Rex Austin in 4th and 5th position. Oliver Hall was down in 6th position and already continuing to develop his bike, getting improved for this weekend. Preston Baker managed to lead that pack through in 7th place and holds on in front of Josh Perkins and Liam Lindquist. So Bradley Curtis rounding out our top 10 here in the AC40 Pro Race 2. What an awesome race that was. An epic shootout, a trio of riders going head to head here at Llandow. They still have one more race to come later on, so make sure you tune in. Next up on the circuit is race 2 of the AC40 Rookies. It's going to be an interesting race. We've had intermittent showers once again and a massive grid this weekend for this class. 20 riders will make their way onto the grid for the start of this race, where we're going to have Jensen Ansell, our championship leader, on pole position once again. He's looking strong, he's looking happy, and he's looking confident around the circuit and on the bike especially. Mason Fedrick as well, starting alongside him on the front row of the grid. He's going to be hoping to be able to try and get that hole shot into turn 1. He's got the inside line for it, so perfect conditions for that. Caelan Ratcliffe as well will be starting just behind Mason Fedrick in 4th position on the 96 machine, but they will head out for their one warm-up lap where Jensen Ansell will start on pole position alongside Mason Fedrick. Max Johnson, after a great qualifying, will start in 3rd alongside Caelan Ratcliffe in the 2nd row of our grid. Jensen Cedras will start in 5th, and he'll be next to Kai Hawken, who'll be hoping to improve on his 2nd place qualifying result. Henry Brodie and Arthur Rich will round out our 4th row of our grid, with Daisy Polden and James Rich in 9th and 10th position. Nellie Noof will start the 6th row of our grid in 11th position. She'll be alongside Tommy Williams in 12th. Austin Delks will start the race from 13th, with Freddie Taylor on the 118 machine down in 14th position. Ethan Bayliss, a very, very famous name in motorcycle racing, will start from 15th position, with James Dermont starting in 16th. Finlay Styles will be starting in 17th position, with Emerson Oakley down in 18th. In the 10th row of our grid, we'll have Tyler Scaraldi and Danny Longhurst down in 20th. And rounding out our grid, she had Danny Longhurst down in 20th. She had a very, very hectic start to her weekend, with her car breaking down, and for her to miss qualifying and just make the start for race 1. She finished down 16th for that one. But you can see our paramedic here at the Llandow circuit telling the riders to slow down and keep over to the left side of the circuit. But this will be the class where you'll see most Roman marshals and most of the people on the grid to give words. Of course, these guys are rookies. This is the start of their racing career. This is the start of something big, hopefully, for the majority of these guys. So whatever advice you can give and whatever mindset you can give them, whether that be just continue to dream. But right now, these guys are going to be focused. They're going to be tense, and they're going to be a little bit anxious before the lights go out. Lee Klaus at the front of the grid, telling everyone to make their way off before hopefully we can get underway. The point to the light has been made. The lights will come on, and the lights go out, and we go racing for race 2 of the AC40 rookies. Mason Frederick has the whole shot into turn 1, and he leads the way on the number 5 machine. Jensen Ansell is in 2nd place. Keelan Ratcliffe as well, staying in that 3rd position, but Kai Hawken starting all the way down in 6th position. He has made his way into 4th, and he's already ahead of Max Johnson, who started from 3rd. So Max Johnson, he's dropped down to about 6th position on the first couple of corners, so not what he'll be wanting at all. Mason Frederick, though, leading the way, but absolutely nothing over Jensen Ansell. So Jensen Ansell, he's going to be hoping to try and find a way past Freddie Taylor. They're coming through your picture with a couple of the riders behind, having their own battles further down the field. But now Keelan Ratcliffe diving down the inside of our championship leader on the flip-flop of the Dell, though. Jensen Ansell gets back. Will that affect his run onto the straight? We head down the hanger straight now, and you can just see how tucked in they can get. These rookie riders can get, as Keelan Ratcliffe looks down the inside into the final corner on the brakes, and he gets it stuck. But will he get the undercut? Yes, he will. Jensen Ansell trying to get the better drive out of the final corner towards turn 1. All this is allowing Mason Frederick to do is try and get away as these two scrap. So right now, after lap 1, it's Mason Frederick who leads away from Keelan Ratcliffe. Jensen Ansell in 2nd, Kai Hawken in 4th, and Max Johnson dropping down to 5th. What a start that was there. The sun is shining here in South Wales, and wow, it looks like we have a race on our hands.
Absolutely great start there from Mason Frederick. Then jump, of course, Jensen Ansell, but then I'll go through, and Ansell still has been overtaken here by Keelan Ratcliffe. So they went side by side down in towards turn number 1, and Ansell just had to back out of that one. So he still runs in 3rd at the moment, but Ratcliffe, really good positioning through that little section of corners. And now I think Ansell is trying different lines here to see if he can try and get a good run now down the hanger straight and on towards Raymond of the last corner. But Mason Frederick is still got a really, really good lead out in front. About 1.2 seconds roughly is the gap. They make their way now down in toward the hook they go, and you can just see there Kai Hawken running in 4th. For the moment, he's now trying to climb onto the back of Jensen Ansell, so maybe he might try and take a position, but it's currently still 6 laps to go. Mason Frederick ahead of Keelan Ratcliffe. Jensen Ansell is making his way up, still in 3rd place at the moment. Kai Hawken up into 4th place ahead of Max Johnson on the 141, and then it's going to be Jensen Cedras on the number 2. He's currently in 6th place with Henry Brodie and Daisy Polhill, with the 2 Rich brothers of Arthur ahead of James Rich. So there you can just see Henry through the Dell and in towards Dig as they go, and it was Frederick ahead of Ratcliffe, and looking towards the back of the field here. So a couple of riders just trying to still get up to grips in the AC40 rookies class. They now make their way in towards the Dell, and will start to head onto the next lap. They go. Mason Frederick currently with the fastest lap of the race, a 59.5, and he does have a 1.2 second advantage over Kalen Ratcliffe, but just continuing to look more at the end of the field.
Yeah, we certainly are. Tommy Williams coming through the picture at the moment on the 51 machine, just behind Daniel Longhurst on the 28 machine, but you can just see the battle coming down further up the field. Freddie Taylor just a little bit up the road from these guys, but a lot of new people joining the FAB-Racing paddock, and Tommy Williams currently 14th position. He lost the position to Danny Longhurst last time around, so dropping down to 14th is Tommy Williams, but a great ride for such a new rider as well. But there is Mason Frederick, there is your race leader, and there is the man with the fastest lap of the race, a 59.583 last time around for him. Will he improve this time around? Just keep your eye on our brand new graphics for this weekend if it's going to improve as he crosses the line, and no, it does not. A 59.749 last time around, just a couple tenths off his fastest lap of the race. Kalen Ratcliffe though just behind, he was around half a second slower last time around, so they're not able to catch up. Well, Jensen Ansell, he sits his personal best of a 59.9, still 2 tenths slower than Mason Frederick, so nobody right now able to match the pace of this man right here, Mason Frederick. Very, very impressive.
Oh, absolutely. He's bridging that gap and over to 2 seconds now, and Ratcliffe and Ansell are just not there. I think Frederick actually is just feeling that a little bit more confident around Llandow this weekend, so hopefully he'll be hopefully he will maybe take another win to his name. But Kalen Ratcliffe just still running ahead of Jensen Ansell. I wonder how he'll be feeling with the championship leader right up his off his rear tyre. So making their way now in towards Raymond. And looking back there, that's Kai Hawken still ahead of Max Johnson. Max Johnson still applying the pressure to our number 20 of Kai Hawken. They made their way through the non-straight of the first sweeping of corners with the hook. Now into what they go. Johnson still trying to howl that 4th place of Kai Hawken, but Hawken is still making a few defensive shapes, and hopefully you can try and get Hawken riding in his mirrors.
Hopefully so. And Max Johnson currently in 5th position, round out our top 5. You can just see though Jensen Ansell, he's trying his hardest at the moment. Kai Hawken, remember, he's started from 6th position up to 4th at the moment. He'll be happy with this ride. The sun is shining here at Llandow, and it's already building to a fantastic final couple of laps for these guys. Kai Hawken on the number 20 machine, he's going to want to latch on to the back of these riders as now back markers are coming into play. Mason Frederick, he's trying his best to get through them as soon as possible. It could be carnage or it could be perfection for Frederick here as Kalen Ratcliffe tries to get through, as Jensen Ansell finds a way through on him, gets his way into 2nd position. So right now the order has completely changed. So Mason Frederick still in the race lead, but now Jensen Ansell is your rider in 2nd position ahead of Kalen Ratcliffe, who is already under pressure from Kai Hawken. So from 6th position, can we see Kai Hawken jump onto the podium positions? Max Johnson, will he get held up ever so slightly there from one of the back markers on the 141 machine is Max Johnson, but the number 20 of Hawken is trying his best to latch on to the back of Ratcliffe, try and get into that slipstream. You can already see Freddie Taylor there up in front of the picture on the Britain Racing machine. He's trying his best to stay out the way of these guys, but Ansell already onto the back of Frederick, and already Frederick getting held up by some of the back markers. Will this help Ansell? Will this be a last lap shootout here at Llandow? It looks like it's going to be the case. Frederick, he might start panicking here. He has to stay calm as Ratcliffe goes up the inside of Ansell and pushes the back marker wide, goes wide himself and lets Ansell through once again. The last lap flag is out. It's Frederick who leads the way from Ansell, Ratcliffe and Hawken. It's going to be a last lap shootout. 5 riders battling for the win on this final lap. This is what rookie racing is all about. This is what FAB Racing is all about. Cheap, fun racing that is incredibly close. 0.2 of a second separated the top 2 riders at the line last time around. Mason Frederick at the front. Ansel just behind. Who is it going to be? We know Ansel is so quick for this final sector. Will he get a nice slipstream? Will he be able to get the drive to the line this round? You can already see the time he's made there through the back section of the circuit towards the Dell. They go now. Frederick leads away by absolutely nothing. Ansel, he's winding up a move down this back straight, down the hanger straight. Will he get into the slipstream? Will he be able to find any way through on the 22 machine? He looks towards the inside. Can he make a lunge? Will he go around the outside to the inside? He goes now. The 22 machine through the back marker, and Ansel takes the race lead, and he goes to the checker flag and takes the race win from Mason Frederick in the epic last lap shootout. 1/10 of a second separates the three riders at the line, and Jensen Ansel taking the race win from Mason Frederick. Caelan Ratcliffe coming home in third. They were dicing between back markers on that final lap, and once again the bravery of Jensen Ansel just paid off. But wow, what a spectacular race, and a 59.8 on that final lap. No wonder Jensen Ansel is celebrating.
Oh, absolutely. That was an intense finish. The back markers getting in the way. Of course, we have 20 riders in the field, and of course the back markers are going to come into play because of course there's just a difference in experience, and yeah, that really came into consideration. Jensen Ansel going through one of our back markers and just nicking the lead of Mason Frederick. I wonder how he will be how Frederick will be feeling, because he's just been nicked right at the line. But Ansel will be absolutely delighted with that. He takes P1 and another 25 points to his name. Jensen Ansel is your winner, an 8th win of the season, ahead of Mason Frederick and Caelan Ratcliffe. Max Johnson comes home in P4 and takes a good 13 points to the next race. Kai Hawken is finished in 5th, so he got overtaken actually by Max Johnson. Jensen Cedras ahead of Henry Brody, with Daisy Polhill, Arthur Rich ahead of Freddie Taylor, rounding out our top 10. So a really good race here as our riders now come back into the pit lane and into the paddock, and then they will just have a little bit of a relax and then refresh for the third race later on. But if you're just joining us, you just missed our AC40 rookies class. An incredible battle between Jensen Ansel, Mason Frederick and Caelan Ratcliffe all the way to the end. And please like and share and subscribe to the FAB-Racing YouTube channel. But there you can see some of our riders making their way and in towards our next race.
Next up is race 2 of the senior mini moto class. It's going to be an absolute cracker. It's a slightly smaller grid than what we have had in previous rounds. Just 10 riders making their way to the grid at the moment, but it's going to be super interesting. We see Luca Allen, who's making his debut in this class, having some slight issues there, getting out the holding area. Hopefully he can have a better race than yesterday. We see him have technical issues on the first couple of laps, so hopefully no issues that'll hinder him anyway from finishing the race. Holly Harris as well, yet to make her way onto the grid for the start of the race, and there she is there, and getting ready for the start. It's big riders, little bikes. What is not to love with Josh Birkin on pole position? Nick Bennett on the 711 machine will be alongside him on the front row of our grid. Keaton Payne will start the second row of our race from 3rd place, next to Callum White in 4th. Holly Harris and Mark Payne will be on the 3rd row of our grid, starting in 5th and 6th position, with Gary Eldrig and Luca Allen in 7th and 8th. Jerome Richards and Rob Gentry will start in 9th and 10th. So it's going to be an interesting one, and it's going to be a great battle.
It really, really is. I'm really excited to see what these guys are made of. Of course, Nick Bennett managing to get into the lead with that inside line. It's really useful, actually, having that inside line, because then you can just send it up the inside and try and force out the pole position man. But as they go into the final corner, there's the prospect of hopefully Luca Allen making hopefully the first lap, let alone trying to make the checker flag, let alone the first lap, because of course he had the issues. So hopefully he's made that, he's got that resolved. But now onto the grid they go, and it's going to be Josh Birkin on pole position, the number 2, just waiting there on the right hand side of your picture. Nick Bennett there on the 711 on the left hand side. They get ready, and the point to the lights. The lights are about to come on, and the revs will rise. And we go racing here at Llandow. Good start there from Nick Bennett, and once again getting the inside. A poor start there from Josh Birkin. They make their way now in toward the hook, and they hook their way round and in towards onto the bomber. Straight they go. Good start there from, I think that was Keaton Payne, sticking into third place. Luca Allen seems to have got a good start there and managed to get away from the line. But now Nick Bennett just continuing out into the lead of the race, but he's got the championship lead of Josh Birkin. So a lot of pressure weighing on his shoulder, but they make their way now in towards Chandler's, and along the back straight they go, and along the Spitfire straight through the chicane they head. Birkin will now start to apply the pressure with some more confidence. Holly Harris there down in 5th place for the moment. She's now trying to make some position up, and they now head down the hangar straight and onto the brakes they go. Josh Birkin has actually managed to now retake the lead. So now Nick Bennett is now going to be the chaser in this scenario. They make their way now once again into the hook they go, trying to swing their way around. And can they get a good start there? A good exit, but that's the 3-2-2 there of Callum White. So Callum White's had issues out of on the entry of Lancaster Curve, so that's really unfortunate for him. But now back with the leaders of Nick Bennett, and he'll be on the prowl.
Certainly will be. And now Josh Birkin, fastest lap of the race goes to him as Holly Harris looks up the inside at the moment on Mark Payne, trying to make a move for 4th position. Currently in 5th place is Holly Harris, and right now at the front, nothing separating them. Now exiting the Dell last time around, it looked like Josh Birkin just got the far better drive than Nick Bennett. Nick Bennett was just a bit slow off onto the hangar straight and managed just to slip through. But further back as well, the 85 machine of Chris Yeomans is also having not a great round anyway so far, but we're being told Mark Payne has a 3-second jump start penalty that will be applied towards the end of his race. So Mark Payne, very disappointing for him, currently in 6th position, and dropping down the order now is the 18 machine as Holly Harris makes her way through the Callum White that's had some issues on the previous lap, so getting through, and Callum White not getting in the way, which is great to see. But Holly Harris still has her sights set on getting up into the 3rd place. This is Keaton Payne now ahead of her, and now she'll be hoping for a podium position once again. It'll be great to see Luca Allen as well, 8th position for him on the 28 machine. A 1 minute .361 was his fastest lap. He managed to get through Mark Payne, who's dropped down the order rapidly, but at the front, nothing separating the front two. Josh Birkin and Nick Bennett going for the race lead, and Josh Birkin, fastest lap of the race, a 55.126 last time around.
Oh, I thought Nick Bennett was going to go for the move there on towards the hook here, but now through they go on towards Bomber Straight, and looking back here, and Holly Harris has managed to overtake Keaton Payne here, so a really good move by her, and she's hoping to now try and bridge a gap to Keaton Payne and get a second podium of the season and of the weekend. She's running well there on her number 15. They make her way out of Lancaster Curve, and Holly Harris really trying to put the hammer down here on Keaton Payne. Keaton Payne had the issues earlier in the warm-up, so hopefully he's got those all resolved and will go on the attack once again. But really close battles all the way through the field here with 6 laps to go. Still the fast lap, like you said, Lewis, a 55.1 from Josh Birkin, but they're about to come back over the line, and I'm just having a look in behind it. That is the 85 there of Chris Yeomans, so he currently now running in 5th place and picking up a good couple of points. Looking back now behind the rear of the field, there is Luca Allen running in 8th place, so he managed to get the first couple of laps under his belt, and he's now chasing down this little battle of Jerome Richards and Gary Eldridge, 5th and 6th, with Eldridge ahead of Richards there. So he's now trying to chase down in his first battle, and I think actually he's gone down the order, so I think he might have a little bit of a transponder issue. I'm not entirely sure, but he's dropped behind Mark Payne, but we'll keep an eye on that one for now. But Luca Allen starting to try and get in the miles on that senior mini motor. I wonder how he must be feeling on that little tiny bike with his knees out. But now looking back at looking back at the top of the lead here, and this is Josh Birkin still still trying to extend that lead on Nick Bennett. Looking as they make their way across the timing line, and a 54.9 from Josh Birkin, and then Nick Bennett goes and does a 55.2. So Birkin was faster slower than his his time last time out, but Nick Bennett is still slower than Birkin's time that round, but he's made a personal best, so he's still trying to make inroads here, but it's going to be very, very difficult, especially with the championship leader that you're chasing down.
Yeah, it will be. And right now as well, it's Gary Eldrick who's managing to make his way as Mark Payne drops down the order ever so slightly, and Jerome Richards, but still ahead of Luke Allen, who looks to be struggling with straight line speed. If anything, you can see him gesturing on the straight there. I heard him complaining on Saturday morning about the straight line to be above the engine speed of that senior mini motorbike. And that's really one thing you need in this class, is a good engine, because you're so heavy compared to what these bikes are designed for. You need a good engine underneath you to be able to be competitive. But right now coming through is Mark Payne, Keaton Payne I should say, on the 4th place machine, and still pushing on as Holly Harris starts to edge away in the distance. 3 laps remain in this senior mini motor race. It's starting to get interesting at the front as Josh Birkin tries to extend the gap. He's trying to push on just like Holly Harris is pushing on. Can we see potentially even Holly Harris catch up to Nick Bennett if Nick Bennett makes one too many mistakes? But there on your screen is Chris Yeomans on the number 85 machine. He is currently down in 5th place, rounding out our top 5 and having a good race so far. We usually see Chris Yeomans within this top 5 bracket, and it's good to see him still performing in these tricky Llandow conditions, because there's still 1 or 2 damp patches dotted around the circuit where if you got pushed wide you would hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Chris Yeomans is still going at it here. He's currently running in 5th place, best time at the moment from him. I'm not entirely sure where that is on our timing screens, but yeah, last time out 56.8 from our number 85. But over the start-finish line he goes, and does he improve that lap time? It's a 7:57, so no, he goes slower by 0.2 of a second. But now down to 2 laps to go here. Josh Birkin still out in the lead of the race. Nick Bennett still just trying to make inroads, but he's really he's struggling to latch on the back of Josh Birkin. I really don't blame him, because Nick Bennett has been really improving time after time here, but he's just not on the pace of our championship leader. It's so difficult. There goes Holly Harris past one of our back markers. Harris has been really going at it and trying to make inroads. At the moment she was actually faster than Nick Bennett by 0.3 of a second, and then you can see her in the background, but with coming around on towards the timing line, and onto the final lap we go. And Josh Birkin has now got 1 lap to go as he makes his way now around the hook and bridging a 53.4. No fastest lap here from Josh Birkin, a 55.6 last time out. But he still holds the best time of the race here with a 54.8, and there you can see on our graphic, lovely little graphic from brand new for this weekend, and I'm sure we'll be carrying that on for our future rounds. But Josh Birkin just continuing to make inroads and home in on that final lap. He's only got a couple of corners left. Nick Bennett is still just languishing down, almost 4 seconds behind him, but Josh Birkin has been the cream of the crop on this field today. He took that pole position, but Nick Bennett took it back, but he's managed to absolutely get past Nick Bennett and dominate this race. Josh Birkin, yet another win in the Senior Mini Motors race. An incredible win, and it's his 8th win of the season. Josh Birkin, he's pretty used to this now. It's almost like second nature to him.
Yeah, as he constantly is able to dominate. Birkin domination in senior mini motors over the past couple of years, but still some incredible racing from this class once again, especially at the start with Nick Bennett and Josh Birkin going absolute head to head. But as the checker flag waves, Josh Birkin blows a little kiss to the crowd on his way past and a little wave to the camera. They love a bit of showboating, does the Birkin brothers. Matt Birkin at home at the moment with an injury as well, and actually I've seen on his social media that he was trying to walk about the streets all lamp on his head. So Matt Birkin clearly up to shenanigans, to say the least, whenever he's not on a bike. But Josh Birkin is our race winner by 3.5 seconds at the line over Nick Bennett on the 711 machine. Holly Harris claiming yet another podium here at Llandow, with Keaton Payne down in 4th place. A great ride there from him, with Chris Yeomans rounding out our top 5. Jerome Richards finishes in 6th position ahead of Mark Payne and Gary Eldrick, with Luca Allen struggling with straight line speed yet again in 9th position, with Rob Gentry rounding out our top 10 and our senior Minimoto finishers. But wow, what a race that was there. You can see plenty of people looking on to watch this racing unfold, and it's still these senior Minimoto riders still have another race yet to come. Hopefully conditions will stay nice and dry for them. It's nice and sunny as well during the end of that race, and then we can see a proper shootout between Josh Birkin and Nick Bennett in race 3, a proper duel to end the weekend. Coming up next is the race 2 of the LC40 Elites. This is the premier class of Minimoto racing here in the UK. The fastest riders on Minimotos are racing in this class. 13 riders will take to the grid and take to the start, where Byron Johnson will be starting in pole position on the 37 machine. Now, with Johnson on pole position in the LC40 Elite class over the past 2 years, it's not been something that's been too uncommon, but the likes of Oliver Hall is going to be wanting to do something about it in the race.
Absolutely. I think Oliver Hall has a great advantage going with that inside line that's proved time and time again to be the best strategy. He's kind of qualifying P2 and then getting that inside line for P1, but they make their way now onto their formation lap and let's go through the grid. Byron Johnson with his 4th pole position of the season. He'll once again start on that P1 slot. Oliver Hall will be starting in 2nd place, and his best qualifying results for him. Lewis Hull will be starting in P3, so he will be starting on the 2nd row alongside Ollie Sims. Of course, as we said, a busy boy this weekend in 3 categories. He'll be starting 4th for this race. The Scotsman Bradley Curtis will be starting in 5th with Logan Cousins. He'll be sharing the grid with, sharing the 3rd row of the grid with in P6. Liam Lindquist, the half Swedish rider, will be starting on the 4th row of the grid, and he'll be sharing that row with Sebastian Gaslowski, who won the AC40 Pro class earlier on today. Then it's going to be Taylor Tomlinson starting down in 9th place, with Matthew Thomas on the 5th row of the grid. And then comes Nicholas Dunwoody and Rex Austin, with Josh Perkins starting 13th and last on the grid. But there you go, through Raymond's they go, and just completing this final part of the formation lap. Few final chats heading down, and there you can see Oliver Hall getting that his little final chat, just saying you can do this here, maybe try and improve this. But now the adults and their volunteers will now disperse, and it's down to the riders. A very blustery day here in Llandow in South Wales, only a few miles away from Cardiff. But now the look to the lights are on, the rest round rise, and we go racing here in Llandow, and on towards the first corner we go. Byron Johnson leads the way, so Oliver Hall just hadn't quite got that start he needed, but they'll fly through and on towards the bomber straight, and on towards 30 they go. They'll now around the corner, and there's still Johnson ahead of Sims, Curtis and Gaslowski. Now fly through, and I think that is Ollie Sims trying to put pressure to one of our riders. They make their way now down towards this very, very tight complex of corners, and along the back straight they go, and this is just a battle for the lead actually. And I think Byron Johnson just is still holding himself out in front.
Yeah, Byron Johnson extending the race lead straight away. A very, very comfortable gap at the end of this first lap. Lewis Hull, though, making up time on that first lap. So right on the back of Oliver Hall and not letting them escape. So Lewis Hull, potentially 2nd place, is still in the cards. Potentially a win. He might just have the pace if he can find a way through. But now the grid makes their way through. 12 riders in this field, and there is your race leader. He's pushing hard already on this first couple of laps. Last time around, he was almost 2 seconds quicker than the guys behind him. So Oliver Hall, he has some work to do, and he has to look out for Lewis Hull just behind Sebastian Kaslowski as well. And the 64 machine is still in that 4th position, with Ollie Sims now further back down the order, dropping behind Bradley Curtis, who rounds out the top 5 and who's having an awesome race so far. But there is the battle for 2nd place. There is the battle for that all-important podium position, and it's really going to be a good one to watch, because if these guys start battling, Sebastian Kaslowski, he's going to slowly edge forward and edge into the battle, and what's going to be a 2-way battle can quickly, very quickly, turn into a 3-way battle. 7 laps remaining in this race though. Byron Johnson, a 53 dead already, and 3.5 seconds is the gap between the two.
Absolutely, Oliver Hall really doing well there, but he's got Lewis Hull, two different surnames, so they're not related to each other. But Lewis Hull just trying to make inroads there and make and trying to improve on that third place, trying to make it in second. He's having a look there at the outside on with 7 laps to go, but he's still got a lot of time here. But he wants to try and make inroads on Byron Johnson if he had the potential on that bike. Through the dell they go, and on towards Diggers they go, and along the hanger straight they'll head and try, and maybe Hull in third place there will try to tuck into the slipstream, but on the brakes for Raymond, hard on the brakes, and they'll now try and tip him and try and just continue another tour done of the Llandow circuit. But Hull just trying to see what he can do, and just in the back there you saw Sebastian Gasolski, who's really picked up the confidence for this weekend. He seems to be really comfortable on that bike, but he's still he's still languishing down in 4th place, just a couple seconds there off, about 2.5 seconds off this battle. So he is possibly going to get a possibility to get into this battle, but Lewis Hull there just currently sitting in 3rd place at the moment. He needs to try and maybe make a move early, but if they continue making moves on each other, do Oliver Hull and Lewis Hull, but and then they'll invite Sebastian Gas also, but Ollie Sims now is also just in behind in that one. So the field will now start to split, and can Hull pass Hull.
Yeah, Byron Johnson, another fastest lap of the race, 52.878. But right now, Taylor Tomlinson looking down the inside of Bradley Curtis, but Nicholas Dunwoody is also looking up the inside of Taylor Tomlinson. So a great battle going on at the moment for what is 7th position further down the field. And also back further down, just behind these guys, is the likes of Rex Austin, but there's Bradley Curtis at the forefront in 7th position, holding off Taylor Tomlinson and Nicholas Dunwoody, but they clearly are looking for any way past as soon as possible. 5 laps remain in this race, and you really have to start making ground pretty soon, otherwise you might run out of time and have to make some very last minute decisions, which is where things can go wrong, as Nicholas Dunwoody finds a way through on Taylor Tomlinson. So 77 drops back behind 35 of Nicholas Dunwoody. Does Dunwoody have the pace here to pass Bradley Curtis as well? We're going to have to wait and see as we head through the dale towards the hangar straight. To go through the right now, power out through, try to get the power on as early as possible. It's now Taylor Tomlinson who looks round the outside into the slipstream of Bradley Curtis, as Nicholas Dunwoody looks up the inside, cannot make it work. What will the drive be to the line though? That we head to the line to be at 4 laps remaining in this second race for the LC4 Elites. It's been a cracker so far, and already further down the field tension is building in this freeway scrap.
Dunwoody's really going through. He's coming to the outside there, but he's got to be careful there of Taylor Tomlinson on the outside into the double left-hander of 30, and then they'll head into McGuire's, and there you go. Tomlinson has managed to get ahead there of Dunwoody, but Dunwoody's coming back here, and can he now make a move here on Bradley Curtis? Onto the brakes they go, and he decides to back off. He's ahead of the number 77, and that seems good enough for him, but he'll now try and refresh, reset, and make that move on the Scotsman just up ahead, the 35 of Dunwoody, currently sitting in 8th place, but now heading down the hangar straight, very, very close battle. You can already see Rex Austin is also in behind on that one. There goes Dunwoody trying to throw a defensive shape there and just defend from Tomlinson, and they will hopefully try and make inroads here and try and make that move on Bradley Curtis. But it's one thing staying with an opponent, but it's another thing trying to overtake. Then you can see who can Tomlinson get the good exit here down towards 30. He's got that inside line, and once again making that move, but it's not. They're not quite separating away from Bradley Curtis. Now here goes Tomlinson trying to make that move on the inside, but just gets the door slammed on him. This is going to go right to the wire with 2 laps to go.
It certainly is, and at the moment as well, this is allowing the likes of Rex Austin to catch up, but Bradley Curtis, he's had a very busy couple of years going over the border from England to Scotland to race in the Scottish Championship, but now you can see Taylor Tomlinson side by side. He looks round the outside once again. He really likes this line. He likes getting a better drive out of the corner, but as you can see now, Nicholas Dunwoody, he's looking at the inside of Tomlinson into turn 1. He cannot make it stick though, as Bradley Curtis still defending for this 7th position. 2 laps are remaining in this race. The gap between them at the line last time around was under 2/10 of a second. It's so close. And now Tomlinson looking around the outside. He's looking around the inside though. Now sits him up and gets through. So Tomlinson in 7th position now. An awesome pass there on the 77. Getting past the 71 machine is now Nicholas Dunwoody. Wants to try his luck on getting past Bradley Curtis. But everyone, they've been struggling for the past couple laps. He's been such a good defender this race. As right now, the second place man of Oliver Hull and Lewis Hull in 3rd, just behind, comes across the line to go on to the final lap of this race. And there is your race leader, a 52.7, the fastest lap of the race last time around. An incredible speed all race, 10.8 seconds last time around was the gap between 1st and 2nd place. The 37 of Byron Johnson, what a ride it's been. He's almost topped every single session so far. He's won in race 1 and in race 2. He's looking like he's about to do the same. He comes towards the Max Straight at the moment, and what a performance it's been going into this weekend. He did lead the championship. He's going to extend it once again. The 37 comes round the final corner. You'll see the checker flag fly, and he wins the second race for the LC40 Elites. Byron Johnson is your race winner. But who is going to get that second place? Who's going to get this position for 7th as well? Taylor Tomlinson, he was ahead of this battle too. And now Byron Johnson and Oliver Hull there coming across the line ahead of Lewis Hull. So these guys battling towards the line. Sebastian Gieslowski in 4th place to Matthew Thomas, just ahead of Ollie Sims. As there is Taylor Tomlinson leading the way. Nicholas Dunwoody will go down the inside at the final corner on Bradley Curtis. He shuts the door on him though. And Taylor Tomlinson in 7th. Bradley Curtis just behind, ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody and Rex Austin. Liam Lindquist getting the bear of the number 30, Josh Perkins, and that is all our finishers. And what an awesome LC40 Elite race. The second race did not disappoint, and this man right here will not be disappointed with that result. The 37 of Byron Johnson once again putting on a cracking performance, dominating that race and dominating proceedings. But there is your race winner, and there is that incredible winning margin. 11.7 seconds at the line separates Byron Johnson, Oliver Hull. Lewis Hull rounds off our podium just ahead of Sebastian Gieslowski, who's just a slight margin behind. Matthew Thomas and Ollie Sims had their own battle further down the field, while this freeway scrap for 7th position with Tomlinson, Bradley Curtis and Nicholas Dunwoody was won by Tomlinson. And Rex Austin as well down there in 10th position, just slightly off that trio, and rounding out our top 10 in a fantastic LC40 race.
It's really been a fantastic race there, but Byron Johnson leading the way there and extending that championship lead. But a great battle all the way through the field, and hopefully you'll be tuning in to race 3 later on. So now we move on to our next class, which is going to be the Moto team. Team SFC Racing have taken a pole position. They took the first race winner. They all head out from the dummy grid and on to the actual grid, and this is going to be poised for a really top race here, and we'll go through the grid in just a moment. But Lewis, fantastic action all the way through through yesterday's race. What do you expect coming into this one?
Well, right now I'm going to expect everyone to be looking at what they can improve on from yesterday's. Actually, SFC Racing, they're trying to get that bike started. They're going to jump start it actually, so this is teamwork at its finest. So pushing the bike, you'll jump on it, try and get the compression inside the engine. If that doesn't work, you'll see him there try and click it into 2nd gear to try and get a bit more compression as well. So now they're clicking it into 2nd gear. He's running with it himself, trying to jump on it, get that compression into the engine for the Team Acme bike on the number 1 plate. It doesn't look like he can get started though, but now pushing it back down the order, and actually they're having a little chat as well. He said, okay, good. It looks like actually they might have got it started, so pushing it into the grid slot at the moment, or maybe trying to give it another bump start or pushing it to the side of the circuit. We don't really know just yet. So there we go. They're trying once again maybe, as now pushing it there on the number 1 plate. What a disappointment would be if they cannot make the start, but it looks like they will, They've got it started. All it needed was second gear to get that bike underway. Now they head out on their warm-up lap. Team SFC Racing will start in pole position with Team Acme alongside. We've just seen Team Acme have their own issues on the grid and getting that bike started, with Team Pinky in the Brain on the 01 plate on the standard class machine in third. Team Ernie the Badger is in fourth place, and Keats Racing are just behind in fifth on the third row of our grid. They'll be lining up to next to Team Bert, and Maz Martlew will also be in seventh place. And as we've seen yesterday, Chris Wells is also out on the circuit as well, so he will be starting at the back of the grid as he didn't take part in qualifying. It's going to be a great one, this moto team race. Hopefully these guys can put on a show for us. Two different classes, what's not to love?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be fantastic to see both the open and the standard class. But yeah, there's a prospect of a really, really good battle between Team SFC Racing and Team Acme Racing, because of course, like we said, at the second place spot is such a hot spot to try and nab the leader race. No matter the difference between the experience of the second place man and the first place man, because of course, like we saw with Nick Bennett in the Senior Mini Motors, he managed to nab the lead of the championship leader multiple times. So this could be another prospect here. But now the look to the lights will now start. The revs will now rise. The lights go out and we go racing here at Llandow, and there goes Acme Racing, a little bit of a wheelie, but then towards turn number one it's going to be the Team SFC Racing just nabbing the lead, and there is the Sonic the Hedgehog helmet of Team Pinky in the Brain there. So they make their way now in towards Sash. They're going, oh, that's a pull off, and that's somebody pulling off. I'm not entirely sure who that is. That's Team SF Racing. So they have now started from pole position, and they're now struggling to get it off here, and they're pulling off, and that is absolutely catastrophic from our leader. So it's going to be Team Pinky in the Brain leading the way here from Team Acme Racing. Team Acme Racing, like we said, from the second row of the grid, unfortunately not a very good start. You saw them to get a little bit of a wheelie going off the start line, and you don't want that. You want both wheels on the surface. But now, can the number one go past the 01? They can. Team Acme Racing now trying to get the traction, but it looks like Team Pinky in the Brain with the traction now, with the undercut here, and on toward the hook they go, and it looks like the 01 ahead of the 1.
Currently, at the moment, we have a race on our hands. It's Team Pinky in the Brain against Team Acme. Both of them in different classes, so both of them are leading their classes no matter what happens at the moment, but they both want the outright win. So Jamie King on board the Team Pinky in the Brain machine is trying his best to defend from a Team Acme machine. Currently, though, last time around, it was 1/10 at the line as there. Further down, the Keats Racing machine is in his own battle with Team Bear and the 119 of Team Ernie the Badger. So an awesome battle. Maz Martlew as well at the back of this pack. So great racing all the way throughout the field in the motor team class. They've woke up and they've all chose to go racing in the sunshine here at Wales. Conditions are perfect for racing. This is what we're seeing with the different conditions here today, is that it's producing far better race. But Chris Wells, they are just ahead going into the hairpin at the moment. Keats looks down the inside. Will they make it work on the 666? No, they will not. Maz Martlew as well, trying to make a position on the Keats, trying to get the run on the Aprilia, and no, they cannot get that to work heading into turn 1. So battles going on. The fastest lap of the race now goes to Team Acme Racing, but Maz Martlew having a great run so far, managing to keep up with this gap and managing to keep up with the Keats Racing machine. So no matter where you look in the motor team field at the moment, there is a battle in the group going on, whether that be at the leads or for the final couple of positions. 9 laps remain in this race. It's such a technical circuit for these riders. The wheels are massive. It's just normal road bikes with some fairings put on it, with the lights taken off, and when they went racing. But there is the race leaders. There's Jamie King in the race lead overall on the Team Pinky and the Brain machine. They are in the standard class, just behind Team Acme Racing. The fastest lap of the race now goes to the Pinky and the Brain, though, a 56.342 last time around on the 01 machine. But they're in standard class, and Team Acme Racing, they're in the open class. The open riders in the top top 5, there's 3 open riders, 2 standard. It's such a competitive class. No matter what class you're in, you can still have a good race.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic watching these two going at it, and the possibility of Team Acme Racing getting their first win, but they've got a massive challenge to mount on with Team Pinky in the Brain already having a race win under their belt. And Jamie King at the handlebars of that 01 is a big asset to that team. But now Acme Racing, can he now duck into the slipstream? They go, and you can just see Jamie King blasting a hole through the air, but onto the brakes and in towards Raymond's they go. Acme Racing just still having to hold back there, make their way through the not straight and on toward the hook to go, just using a couple of different lines to head in towards that first chicane, but still applying the pressure. Now we look back to Chris Wells, who's made his way from the back of the grid to 3rd place. So at the moment he's going to get an overall podium, but not for long here, because we've got Ernie and the Badger looking around the outside. They've got the position round the outside, Ernie and the Badger, and they're going to take the 2nd place in the open class. So Chris Wells now falling down a position. He's still trying to get used to that bike on his 331, but I'm sure he'll be enjoying that time, no matter if he finishes in 1st, 2nd, 3rd or last. But yeah, really cool to see Chris Wells enjoying himself on the moto team. And now looking back, I think that was Keats making a move there, but now backing in towards Raymond's we go, and that's Acme Racing past Pink in the Brain. Jamie King has been overtaken there, and that is going to be with 6 laps to go. Can Acme Racing now hold on to the lead? They make their way now through the chicane. They go. Can Team Pink in the Brain on that 01 now get the best exit, but in towards 30s. It's not quite there. It's not quite along straight through down the bomber straight. And around their way and into McWhiters with Acme Racing, and they're still just holding the lead. And there is the Keats and Madison Martlew still going at it for 6th place. In fact, who's Team SFC Racing unfortunately retiring from the race within the first couple of corners. That Aprilia livery, we said it before, I'll say it again, but it looks absolutely marvellous out in the sunshine. But the Keats still holding down that position of 6th place. They head in towards the double left-hander asserting. There goes the Aprilia, just trying the outside line. And can he make it now on the inside? But no, he decides to not go for it, not trying to damage the bike. But the Madison Martlew really going for it on the Keats, despite being for only 6th place. And a couple of points are still on the board here. Of course, all these riders, if you finish and cross the line, will get points. But there goes Martlew down the inside, and on the Keats, it's an 888 ahead of the 666. So there you go. The Madison Martlew making that incredible move on the Keats, and they're very brave. They're into the Dell, but Keats are going to come back hard on the brakes, hard on the anchors, and now a red and black bike will just nick down the inside. But Martlew coming back at them, but on the inside, unfortunately, it's going to be the Keats. But incredible battling all the way through with 5 laps to go. Looking at the fastest lap here with Team Acme Racing last time out with a 54.7. They've just crossed the line with 4 laps to go. And once again, this battle is still going on. It looks like Madison Martlew still is just trying to gain confidence, and really doing that following another rider is so useful. Following another rider, especially with the Keats getting pretty experienced as well, and they're still getting used to that bike. But it's great seeing those two going at it, own it for 6th place. But can Martlew now get the run down in toward the Dell? And yes, he can. He's managed to get that move. The Aprilia back up into 6th place. But of course, we got the hanger straight to go, and Keats will now just dip into the slipstream and go through the head that's being punched by Madison Martlew, but back onto the brakes, and there it goes down the inside goes Keats, but a better exit and just more momentum from Martlew, and that will put Martlew up into 6th. But great lap. But you can just see there Team Acme Racing coming up to lap them, so hopefully he doesn't get too much in the way of this battle.
Yeah, this when the race starts to get interesting. Back markers coming into play, but an awesome battle going on right now for 6th position, and these guys fighting for it. Madison Martlew managing to bridge out a gap. It certainly looked like they were better into the Dell, but running themselves wide, so they were slowing themselves up through the middle section of it. But there is Team Acme Racing coming through the order, and now it actually looks like as well the SFC have rejoined the race. They've just set the fastest lap of the race, so 54.2, but they're down 8th as Acme Racing manages to get past both of them pretty cleanly through the Keats, and now as Team Pinky and the Brain comes towards the Keats machine, and there's Mass Martlou up ahead. I think Acme is going to be hoping to get that done before the final corner, and they do. I don't think Mass Martlou's going to fight back too much heading into turn 1 as it's just being lapped, but 2 laps remain in this race. The number 1 plate of Team Acme Racing, the champions in the open class last time around last year, are leading the way ahead of Team Pinky and the Brain, the leaders in the standard class, and also the previous champions in the standard class who used to run the competition with some of Jamie King's subscribers to allow fans to have a go on these Moto Team machines. But now none of the such takes place, and Jamie King, he's on it himself and on it in 2nd place and in the lead of the standard class. The next standard rider is Team Bert down in 5th place overall, but Maz and Martlou, they'll be getting a perfect masterclass on how to ride a Moto Team bike from the likes of King and Acme Racing. They'll just be able to follow their lines, see their braking zone, especially into the Dell. But now they're coming up to the back of Team Bert with the black helmet, with the birdie helmet, and now they power it out through to head on to what is going to be the final lap of the race. The final lap flag is in the air. Team Acme Racing leads away by 3.8 seconds. It's been an incredible race from the Moto Team guys. It was a really, really good battle at the start of the race between them. Drama struck with Team SFC Racing having some sort of an issue, having to pull off to the side of the circuit on the first lap of the race. They've managed to get back on the circuit. 7 laps they've completed, so they're still in last, but they are circulating, and they do have the fastest lap of the race. But the number 1 plate of Team Acme Racing leads the way with half a lap to go.
Absolutely, it's been absolutely fantastic all the way through the field. There is Team Acme Racing just trying to get past Team Bert on that gold and black bike, but through they go down the hanger straight and on towards the final corner of Ramers. It's P1 for number 1. It's Team Acme Racing with another win in the Moto Team class. A great battle with Jamie King on that Team Pinky and the Brain bike, but of course a few back markers getting in the way and just trying to push a bit too much, but there's still a great battle between them, especially in the early stage when they were right on each other's tails, and of course a few back markers just passing through. Team Bert finishing there in 5th place ahead of Madison Martlou, and there is Team Acme Racing number one, the finger, the famous finger pointing up, and that was an incredible race. But there you go, Team Pinky and the Brain of Jamie King. He's really happy with that one despite it only being 2nd place, but of course this is all for fun, this is for all their own enjoyment, and they would especially enjoyed themselves out on those bikes. It's been an incredible day of racing so far, and we've still got so many more races left to go, but yeah, of course, so good to see these guys really enjoying themselves out there, and hopefully you'll be sticking with us and also enjoying this as much as we are.
Yes.
But they make their way now back into the paddock. A little wave there from Jamie King, and they make their way now back into the paddock.
Yeah, they certainly do. It was Team Acme Racing who took the race win overall and in the open class, finishing 3.3 seconds ahead of Team Pinky and the Brain, who finished 2nd overall and 1st in the standard class, so they'll still pick up 25 championship points. Chris Wells finishes in 3rd position, with Team Ernie the Badger finishing in 4th. Team Bert rounds out the top 5, with Madison Martlou having an incredible run that time around in race 2, ending their race in 6th place. Team Keats finishes the race in 7th, with Team FSC, after that original issue on the first lap, they've managed to regain some ground and get a finish on the board, so they should still score some points in the open class. Of course, still only 5 open riders out there on the circuit, so still pick up some championship points, but an incredible race there from the Moto Team guys, and certainly one to watch for later on in race 3, where hopefully we're going to have very similar conditions. But yeah, incredible run there. Team Bert, 5th position there from them. The personal best lap actually on the last lap of the race. A 1 minute flat was their best lap, and they finished 1 lap down, the last of the lap riders. But an incredible run there, and conditions now, if we compare it to our first race of the day, it is completely different. The sun is out, and hopefully it stays that way later on, because right now we are on our lunch break, so we're going to have some period away where we're going to show you some race action from yesterday, some of the rookie action from yesterday, where it was a great battle, and the last lap battle shootout as well. So hopefully you'll stick with us and join us after lunch for the rest of this afternoon's running. Riders are really going to keep their eye open and have to look out for those spots dotted around the circuit. It's probably the first time this year that they've had to ride in these sorts of conditions. Of course, they've had some practice in the wet already, but this is really 50-50 conditions. It's slightly edging towards the drier side at the moment. You certainly wouldn't want to be on full wets or anything like that at the moment, because they would just get cooked and overheat. But these riders, a massive field, a lot of dramas about to unfold, and in very, very windy conditions, it's really going to affect them in this race.
Oh, absolutely. And then you've got to take into consideration the how big the grid is. 20 riders for this race, double what we had just previous in the AC40 Pros. But yeah, some really good young riders out here that have the opportunity, that have the possibility of going up to the pro category for next season. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how these guys progress over the course of the season, and see how they continue into next season. Do they continue with their confidence, or and how do they take their careers, or where do they decide to go? If they might want to go to the pit bikes, that's absolutely great, or they might want to go up to the pros, and then maybe even the mini GP50. But a really amazing grid to have the AC40 rookies. But now we move on to the formation lap, and they'll make their way off the grid and on towards the grid. Jason Ansel will be on pole position, his 3rd pole position of the season, and he'll be alongside Mason Frederick, who lines up on 2nd place on that number 5. Max Johnson will be 3rd alongside Caelan Ratcliffe, with Jason Jensen Seadras on his number 2. He'll be lining up on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Kai Hawken. Henry Brody will be in 7th, with Arthur Rich in P8. Daisy Polden will be in 9th, with James Rich rounding out the top, the 5th row of the grid. Nellie Newth will be starting in 11th on her 44, with Tommy Williams will be starting in 12th. Austin Dilks will be 13th, the brother to Wilson. And Freddie Taylor will be in 14th, completing that 7th row of the grid. Ethan Bayliss will be on the 8th row of the grid in P15, with James Dermont starting in 16th, with Finley Stills in 17th. Emerson Oakley will be starting in 18th place, completing that 9th row of the grid, with Tyler Shinawli in 19th, with Danny Longhurst only just making it here for race 1. And unfortunately, they've had a bit of a breakdown with their car, but luckily managed to get here ready for race 1. So that must have been a heroic effort to just get here onto the grid. But they're now lining up onto the grid, and the tension will now start to rise. Our riders get their final chats and checks into place. Their parents just having those little words of encouragement, just telling them what they could do. Maybe have a look down the inside here, maybe use this line, use more power here, be later on the brakes here. All these chats are now going to have to be put into the minds of our riders. And there we go. The parents now move, and we get race ready. The points to the lights, and we get set here. The lights are on, And we go racing here at Llandow. Good start there from Jason Ansell, but now in towards the first corner, and it's going to be Mason Frederick. The inside line proving to be the best line here, and who's going to get the best exit out here is Jason Ansell, now falling down a position from pole position. They make their way now out of the hook and down the bomber straight in towards the double curbs left-hander of 30, but that's Mason Frederick who leads the way. But look how much they're pulling an advantage out from Jensen Cedras, and I think that's Caelan Ratcliffe there in P3. They head now down towards Lancaster Curve and into Shandons they go, just following the field, and they make their way now onto the first lap, but in towards the chicane of the Dell. You can already see there Ansell not happy with giving up pole position that easily, and he'll already be going to try and get that position back. He's currently in the slipstream of Mason Frederick. Frederick onto the brakes they go, and I think it's going to be just going to be a build of confidence here. Ansell still about 0.4 of a second behind Frederick. They make their way now around the first lap.
Yeah, Mason Frederick leads the way on the number 5 machine, and then just from the championship leader, Jensen Ansell, slightly wider line there, but Caelan Ratcliffe in that 3rd position ahead of Jensen Cedras and Max Johnson, round out the top 5 at the moment, but 7 laps remaining already in this AC40 Rookies race, and you can just see how much of the track Jensen Ansell is trying to use and trying to gain up the time, but there is Max Johnson trying to catch and latch onto the back of Jensen Cedras. And what is going to happen in this race? It's such a tight field, but Daisy Polton having the good ride, making her way up to 8th position, but Max Johnson, he's trying to catch up the time into the Dell as they power out through towards the Hangar Straight. Max Johnson will have a better drive, he will have the slipstream, and now powering it through. You can just see in front of these 2 riders is Caelan Ratcliffe, that is 3rd position, but Max Johnson, he's about to make his way into 4th position, or is he, as the door gets shut on him by Jensen Cedras, as now we come towards the line to make it 6 laps to go in this first race of the AC40 Rookies. Max Johnson, he's going this way, that way, he's trying every line he can. He feels like he's faster, but it's one thing getting onto the back of someone, it's a complete different thing of being able to catch them. But as we can see now, they're coming towards the back section circuit. It's so tight, it's so twisty, you really need to use your head and just keep calm in these types of conditions. But you can just see how dry the track is now. There's barely any wet spots out there, as Jensen Cedras, 4th position at the moment, 2nd number 2 plate on him, but battles all the way throughout the field, as we expect to see in the AC40 Rookies.
Absolutely, a load of battles all the way down our 20 bike field, and it's such an interesting perspective to see how many battles are going on out on track. But there you can see just going out, your picture is Frederick ahead of Ansell, and now is Max Johnson, who's I think trying to get past here Jensen Cedras, and there you go, Max Johnson down the inside, but can Cedras get that inside line and cut back? He can't, he just hasn't got the power to be put down to try and get the exit he needs, and they make their way up in towards the hook they go, and I think Max Johnson is now going to try and power on the pressure of Caelan Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe has been holding 3rd down for quite a while here, as we just follow Max Johnson. His lap time last time out with a 1 minute 1.9. Jensen Ansell currently with the fastest lap with a 1 minute 1.3, and Mason Frederick is still out on top here, but similar lap times there for Mason Frederick. But then look at Jensen Cedras. Cedras isn't giving this up easily whatsoever, and then I have their way now down the Hangar Straight.
Down the Hangar Straight they come, and Max Johnson is trying to catch onto the back of Caelan Ratcliffe at the moment, but there further down the field is Kai Hawken on the back of Henry Brodie. So now through the final corner, it looks like just slightly wide was Henry Brodie. Coming to the first corner, can Kai Hawken do anything about it? Kai Hawken, he's started in 6th position from qualifying, and he stays in 6th position in the race. And there is the 80 lorry in the background. It looks like that might have been what run Danny Longhurst to the start of this race, but a battle raging on right now for these guys, and Henry Brodie just ahead of just ahead of Kai Hawken. A slight moment on the front there, the front wanting to tuck, but he managed to keep it up and keep it upright, and kept going on the number 20. 4 laps remaining in this race. The gap between these guys last time around was absolutely nothing. It was just 1/10 of a second, and there's Henry Brody smiling away. 6th position for him. He's doing a great job at defending from Kai Hawken. Kai Hawken, we see him slightly further up the field this year, but he's having a tough round so far, down in 6th position. Still not a bad result though, as now will the slipstream make any difference? As now we start to approach some of the back markers, this is where the race can change, and this is where the race is going to change for Kai Hawken, as Kai Hawken gets held up ever so slightly there, but it shouldn't affect him too much. He should be able to make that ground up, as now we head on to 3 laps to go.
Absolutely, the battle is starting to really ramp up here. The pressure is starting to really rise on these riders. They just need to try and stay confident. There goes Hawken looking around the outside, but in towards 30. Just can't do anything about it. They make their way now onto Mac Weiler's, and now through they go onto Lancaster Curve. A long sweeping right-hander, and can Kai Hawken nip down the inside? He can't. He's got to switch to that outside line, and onto the brakes they go. Maybe try and get a little switchback. They make their way now into Chandler's, down the Spitfire straight, and in towards the Dell they go. Kai Hawken still all over the back here of Henry Brody, and Brody has just got to try and keep himself in good company. But now at the moment they make their way now with 2 laps to go. Still Frederick ahead of Ansel. They make their way now onto P1, and I think that's we're just following onto this battle. We are indeed. Frederick still hanging on, a 1:09 there from Frederick last time out. Ansel 0.2 of a second faster than that time last time around, but of course the traffic now coming into play here, and they make their way now in towards Chandler's they go, and I think that's it. Ansel getting held up there, and that's not going to be what he wants. There goes Frederick. He's gone straight past one of our back markers, and Ansel trying to follow him behind, but he's just slightly losing touch ever so slightly to Frederick. He just wants to swing his lasso round and try and latch onto Frederick, but of course Frederick is just throwing that off and saying, nope, you won't latch onto me. I'll use the back markers. Just try and create a little gap between me and you, and go on to grab a win. At the moment, that fastest lap going, not entirely sure the fastest lap at the moment with Jensen
Ansel, fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute. 0.248, second place overall for him at the moment, and there he is. He was held up ever so slightly. There is our race leader, Mason Frederick, and just behind him is Jensen Ansel in the 22 machine. But we are on the final lap of this race, and Mason Frederick on that number 5 machine. He's had a very consistent ride. Some unluckiness from Jensen Ansel though, by getting held up by some of the back markers around this final part of the race, but it happens to the best of them. No blue flags here at FAB. It's just the luck of the draw, and the luck of the draw and the talent means that Mason Frederick, with just 1 corner remaining, should take this race win if everything goes well. Jensen Ansel still getting through some of the back markers there, but Mason Frederick will go on to take the race win in race 1 of the AC40 rookies. What an incredible ride for Mason Frederick, ahead of our championship leader Jensen Ansel. His second race win of the season for Frederick, but Caelan Ratcliffe coming home in third in the fastest lap of the race, going to Mason Frederick with 59.9, the first rider to break into the 59s that race. But there is your race leader, smile on his face will also be under the helmet at the moment, as Mason Frederick finished ahead of Jensen Ansel, and third place went to Caelan Ratcliffe. But wow, what an incredible ride we had there. 2.3 seconds at the line, so you would say it was quite a significant gap, but that was not the story of the race. Jensen Ansel just got slightly unlucky, and up to that point, wow, what a battle we were in for.
Absolutely, but of course you've got to take in that his championship chances. Still leading the championship over Kai Hawken, and that gap would have extended due to Kai Hawken only finishing in 6th. He never meant he got past Henry Brody, but couldn't catch Jensen Seadras for extra points. So it's going to be Jensen Ansel extending that championship lead, and Mason Frederick actually going fastest of all on the last lap. 59.9. We've had this on the. We've had a lot of similarity between the AC40 rookie and the AC40 Pride. But there you go, Mason Frederick is your winner of the AC40 rookies, ahead of the championship leader Jensen Ansell in P2 with Caelan Ratcliffe in P3. He completes the podium with Max Johnson in P4 ahead of Jensen Seagrass. Kai Hawken P6 on his number 20 with Henry Brody in P7. Daisy Poland in 8th with Arthur Rich and Freddie Taylor rounding off the top 10. A great race here in the AC40 rookies, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more action just like that tomorrow come race 2. And race 2 is going to be a whole action-packed day tomorrow. Don't forget about all these races tomorrow. Please join us tomorrow live from Llandow Circuit for all our classes.
Hello and welcome to race 1 of the senior mini moto class. It's going to be big riders, little bikes. It's incredible to see every single time we see this circuit. We have some new riders joining the class this weekend. Look at Alan there at the back of the shot with the green levers on. Will be making his senior mini moto debut, I believe. So Noah Gilray actually looks like they're also out in the field, but some impressive riders will make the start to this race. But a lot of these riders now, only 10 riders making the start to the first race of the day for the senior mini moto class. So not the biggest field we've seen all year, but I am sure we're still going to see some great elbow outs racing from these guys. It's always incredible stuff, and with Josh Birkin starting in pole position, what is not to love? So Josh Birkin will be on pole position with Nick Bennett alongside him as the riders now head out on their warm-up lap for the start of this senior mini moto race 1, where Josh Birkin, after setting a lap time of a 56.552, will be starting in pole position alongside Nick Bennett in second. And the second row of our grids, we're going to have Keaton Payne and Callum White. After a great qualifying session, he'll be starting ahead of Holly Harris and Mark Payne in 5th and 6th on the third row of our grid. And Gary Eldrick will be starting in 7th ahead of Luca Allen in 8th, who have heard complain about his straight line speed on that mini moto so far this weekend. But Jerome Richards and Rob Gentry will be rounding out our 10 bike field for the first race of the weekend for the senior mini moto class. But we're going to have to wait and see, because we're going to see some incredible racing. Only one Gentry is making the start to the senior mini moto race grid. It's not what we are used to seeing, and actually only one Birkin as well. No Matt Birkin will be making the start this weekend at all, as he recovers from a broken wrist, I believe. But hello and welcome. If you're just joining us, you've not missed too much just yet. You're just about to see the start of the first race of the weekend for the senior mini moto class. It's a short but sweet grid. It's going to be some incredible racing. The riders are waiting for the lights to come on. The revs will rise on the grid in just a moment's time. The tension is already building, and now the riders look to the lights. The revs will rise, the lights go on, and the lights go out, and we go racing for the first race of the weekend for the senior mini moto guys. And it's going to be Nick Bennett who leads the way into turn 1. What an incredible start that was from him. Our pole position man, Josh Birkin, dropping down to 3rd position at the start of this race. So not what he'd be wanting at all, but up into 2nd place already is going to be Keaton Payne. But Nick Bennett leading the field on the 711 machine. What a great start that is. Already almost half the way around the lap. He's starting to try and build out a field, but Holly Harris making her way into 4th position. And there's Luca Allen looking down as mini moto. I did hear him complain about some of the engine, some parts of the engine there, and having some issues. And you can already see hand is waving, hand is up in the air, and that looks to be a retirement early on in the race for Luca Allen. Disappointment there from him, but hopefully he can get sorted for race 2 later on, or hopefully he can get sorted for later on in this race and treat the rest of the session as a testing session, because we all know he's a quick rider, but very, very disappointing there from him. But of course, Nick Bennett at the front, 56.9, fastest lap of the race, as we see Luca Allen Allen tries best to get that bike restarted. Can he get it done? It looks like it, so hopefully Lisa can bring it back to the paddock. There's Holly Harris, though, having her own battle, a four-way battle further down the order, and that's going to be the battle for the final podium position with Josh Birkin at the front of it. So Josh Birkin, he's not able to keep tabs with the race leaders.
Absolutely unfortunate heartbreak there for Luke Allen. He was, I thought he was going to look forward to the Senior Mini Motors. That's of course why he's actually joined the Senior Mini Motors. But looking back up the top of the field, Nick Bennett now with the lead of the race, and once again 3 for 3. The inside line, P2 has had the momentum to now go in towards the first corner, has ended up in the lead. Keaton Payne at the moment in at P2. They now come across the start-finish line. It's Nick Bennett ahead of Josh Birkin, and now looking down the inside there is Holly Harris coming back from injury, I believe. But Josh Birkin now in second place ahead of Keaton Payne. Holly Harris now attempting to try and have a look and see if she can get up into P3 here, just ahead of Keaton Payne. Payne managed to get up into second place, but of course got overtaken by Josh Birkin. So early pace in the race looking good, but of course Payne now with Harris all over, looking down the inside. There goes Holly Harris, not being able to quite complete the move there. Mark Payne is also in the background there, waiting to try and see if he can pick up any scraps of this battle. But of course now they make their way now back down the hangar straight, and there you can see Nick Bennett just leaning more towards his left. But there goes Harris down the inside, but the door looks shut now. Looks like Keaton Payne has got the better exit and heading on towards the first corner. And now can Harris go down the inside? But of course these mini motors, they're so wide because they're adults on small bikes, and it's just so difficult to get through. You don't want to be bumping into their knee. And down the inside goes Harris, but we now switch to the lead of the race here with Nick Bennett and Josh Birkin. Josh Birkin with the lead, with the fastest lap of the race with a 54.6, and Rob Gentry, I think, has been given a 3-second jump start penalty. So Rob Gentry currently now in seventh place at the moment. He's just dropped down there, but really unfortunate there for Rob Gentry in the 147.
Yes, you can see at the moment these riders still racing on for the race lead, and now into the race lead is going to be Josh Birkin on the number 2 machine. Josh Birkin to the race lead. He currently has the fastest lap of the race as well, so all things are going well for the Birkin. The fastest lap of the race, a 54.680. That time around. Nick Bennett as well, already losing some time there, a slight moment as well coming out of the first chicane, but Josh Birkin leading the way, 5 laps remaining, with Keaton Payne still in third ahead of Holly Harris. As it looks like Josh Birkin, he's already starting to bridge the gap and starting to run away with it. But currently this year, Josh Birkin, he's had a very impressive start of the season. Actually, there's Holly Harris already on the back of Keaton Payne. Holly Harris, of course, an ex-British Talent Cup rider. Now she moves to the British Junior Super Sport class, riding for the FHO squad, where she had her best result last time out, with a very impressive ride there from her. But now she comes down to the hairpin, and now she makes the move on the final corner of the circle. Will she run wide? Yes, she will. Keaton Payne trying to get the better drive out of it, trying to keep the racing line in. Yes, he does. And now Holly Harris fighting back into the first corner. Can she make it work? No, she cannot. 4 laps remaining, and it's already a battle for first and second, and a battle for third and fourth. But right now this class is all about elbows out race, and they're great friends off the track, but on track it's all about treating everyone pretty much as your enemy, as we're seeing right now. It's all for fun, and Holly Harris, she is showing how much fun she is having in this incredible battle with herself and Keaton Payne. But 4 laps remaining, who's going to get the better of each other?
Absolutely, Holly Harris trying this way, that way, and whatever. Her best opportunity, I think, is down the hangar straight, because she's tucked in. If you notice, she just tucks in a little bit. We now head in. You see that she's a little bit smaller, more aerodynamic, and she's just tucking in. Down the inside she goes. Can she get the move completed this time around? She's got to stay tight now and hope that Payne can't get the exit, and she's got the move done. And then toward the first chicane she goes. She's up into the podium place. But I do want to quickly go back to Nick Bennett. He and Josh Birkin Looks like Bennett went wide there, so just out braking himself just a little bit, and it was enough for Josh Birkin to squeeze himself down the inside, and he is now into the race lead. But great moves all the way down the field, with Josh Birkin making a move for the race and Holly Harris making that move for the podium places. 3 laps to go still left on this senior mini-moto race. We now continue to follow with Nick Bennett. I think he's just fallen a bit back. Last time out it was about 0.6 of a second to the leader Josh Birkin, but of course Josh Birkin is no slouch in the senior mini-moto. Currently the championship leader with 2 pole positions and 2 pole positions and 6 wins, 11 podiums to his name. Those are some numbers, but Nick Bennett had a massive challenge. I think he's got of course he's going to be on the front row for tomorrow, and hopefully he'll be able to just learn from this experience and hopefully maybe try and take his first win of the season. But they're just following now into the all 30s they go, and into Mac Wires, and the gaps are now starting to form, and I think Harris is going to go and see if she can go after Nick Bennett, but I think it's a bit too far behind. 2.9 seconds last time round, and a few back markers in the way. Just have to negotiate that one.
Yeah, just trying to negotiate some of the back markers there. I believe that might be Mark Payne, because his last lap was a 1:20, so very, very off the pace, and that would look like someone who is off the pace. So struggling with some kind of issue is Mark Payne. But now final lap time for Josh Birkin. He makes his way past the 88 machine of Jerome Richards, who's in 7th place. But Josh Birkin leads the way with the fastest lap of the race, still that 54.680 that he set earlier on. But Josh Birkin, it's been an incredible ride for him so far. No Matt Birkin on show this weekend, so the sole Birkin, Matt Birkin, recovering from an injury. But wow, what a consistent ride it's been. In the initial stages of this race, it didn't look like he had the pace to keep with the likes of Nick Bennett. But as the race progressed, he waited and settled in and took his lines and got into a rhythm. And this is how you do it in senior mini-motor racing. Is all guns blazing. And Josh Birkin, he's going to crack open the throttle down the back straight, down the hanger straight for one final time. Nick Bennett, if he makes one mistake, will be on his tail. But coming around the final corner, Josh Birkin making it yet another win to add to the books and the trophy cabinet. Josh Birkin takes the race win in race 1 of the senior mini-motos, and second position is Nick Bennett and Holly Harris claiming that final podium position, holding on to it at that final lap. Makita Payne as well coming across the line, if we await for Gary Eldrick and Callum White as well. So great race there, and great shootout between first and second and third and fourth place. So really, no matter where you looked within all those 10 riders, all those 9 riders actually, once Luke Allen retired, there was battle all the way throughout the race, and wow, that is what we love to see, almost what we have come to expect from senior mini-motor racing.
Oh, absolutely, it's one of the eye catchers when you come to a FAB-Racing event. Of course, these adults on tiny little bikes to proving some great racing and really putting on a show for of course the ones that are at home. I do hope you're enjoying the live stream. If you are, comment down below, tell us who you are supporting, if it's whichever rider, or maybe it might be a team that you are supporting. But let us know down in the comments. But there it is, Josh Birkin adding wing number 7 to his collection this season, ahead of Nick Bennett, who took a second place there, equaling his best finish of the season. Speaking of best finishes, Holly Harris grabbing her first podium of the season and of her best finish. So that is an incredible result for her, ahead of Keaton Payne and Gary Eldridge, with Callum White there in P6. Jerome Richards finishing in 7th, with Rob Gentry unfortunate with that 3-second jump start penalty, but he is only going to grab 8th place and 8 points for his effort, with Mark Payne in P9. An unfortunate DNF there for Luca Allen, who really had of course it was all over before it even got going. So unfortunate debut there for Luca Allen, but hopefully he'll be back, and hopefully he'll be joining us for the race 2 and race 3 of the senior mini motors tomorrow.
Coming up next is the elite class of mini-motor racing in the UK. It's the LC40 Elites. They made their way to the grid for what is going to be an action-packed race. It's going to be an interesting one. It's sunny conditions here at Llandow. The rain is definitely disappeared, and it's going to be conditions that the likes of Byron Johnson, who's on pole position, is going to want to have. He's had a great run so far this year, and even last season as well in the LC40 Elite. So Byron Johnson, he's going for the championship this year, but he has tough competition in him. 13 riders are going to make the start for the LC40 race. They were in the 56-second, low 56s in qualifying, and that is how this man here, Byron Johnson, is going to start on pole. Alongside him, though, is going to be Oliver Hall in the number 3 machine, with Lewis Hull and Ollie Sims on the second row of our grid in 3rd and 4th. Bradley Curtis, racing the Scottish Championship last year, now here at FAB, starts in 5th place. Of Logan Cousins starts in 6th. He loves this circuit. He's been having some great pace all weekend. Hopefully he can try and convert it into something better than 6th. Liam Lindquist will be starting the race from 7th position, with Sebastian Gazowski in 8th place, and Taylor Tomlinson, his arch rival from last year, in 9th, just behind. Matthew Thomas as well, down from where we would normally see him, down in 10th, ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody and Rex Austin in 11th and 12th. Josh Perkin starts in 13th place as well, and rounds off our grid for the LC40 Elite. So some riders not where you would normally expect to see them in the grid, in the running this time around. So hopefully we can see something special in this race. It was very wet conditions so far in practice and in some of the qualifying sessions as well. So hopefully with this dry run, hopefully we can find something special. We can see some of these riders, like some Matthew Thomas, certainly making his way through the pack. I think the ones to watch in this race are going to be your Taylor Thomasons, your Matthew Thomases, and even potentially your Rex Austins, who's going to have to make their way from 10th position or lower. So we await to see. The final checks are being done on the grid. The tension is certainly built here in the commentary box. On the grid, it's going to be something else. The riders are waiting to get going. Lee Klaus at the front. She points to the lights. The lights will switch on before going off. Lights are on. And the lights are off, and we go racing for race 1 of the LC40 Elites. It's going to be Oliver Hall who tries his luck into turn 1, but Byron Johnson leading the way. Bradley Curtis, though, getting his way into 3rd place. So Bradley Curtis from 5th to 3rd. Wow, what a start that is, just by Dimmott's Lewis Hull. And Taylor Tomlinson from 9th position has made his way into 5th. So incredible starts from everyone. It's been a great start, and now Oliver Hall trying his best to keep on to the back of Byron Johnson. As soon as you let Byron Johnson get into a rhythm, that is when he starts to run away. Rex Austin there at the back of the field. He missed the warm-up lap there, so he had to start at the back. But Byron Johnson on the 37 machine leads the way through the Dell for the first time. Then they flick it down to the right towards the hangar straight, towards the back straight, where slipstream and power is absolutely everything. And someone like Lewis Hull will be losing quite a bit of time, but Taylor Thompson still trying to make his way through the order. He's just ahead of Ollie Sims at the moment, and Sebastian Gazowski just behind in that trio of riders. But Oliver Hall there already, he's going to start feeling some pressure from Lewis Hull. Lewis Hull, he's on an air-cooled bike as well, and he's got quite a lot of disadvantages down the straights. He has to make quite a lot up on the brakes. But Ollie Sims as well, leading just behind these riders anyway, and he's having a great run. But 8 laps remaining in this LC40 Elite race, and already tension and drama starting to build for the 2nd place position, and Taylor Tomlinson as he gets passed by Ollie Sims for that 5th place. So the top 5 battle is going on at the moment. Bradley Curtis leading it in 4th. So impressive run, and these riders certainly are the one to watch. There's 6 riders in this battle for 4th.
Oh, absolutely. You can go any way, any direction, and they make their way now down the hangar straight, and leading that battle is the 71 of Bradley Curtis. Looking down the inside, there was Ollie Sims, just wants to have a look and see if he could pop his tyre in, but no can do for the moment. There goes Taylor Tomlinson having a look down the inside, but once again the door just gets shut on our number 77, and he hopefully needs to now try and get the best exit. Looks like Ollie Sims has got a good exit, but into 30s he gets covered off there by Bradley Curtis. The Scotsman doing what he can to try and just fend off the 4th place, as Ollie Sims to continue to try and just hound Bradley Curtis. And they make their way now in towards Chandler's, and they make their way now down the Spitfire straight and in towards the down they go through the chicane. Who's got any confidence? Can you find an extra bit of grip, extra bit of confidence, extra bit of speed through this section? And then down the hangar straight they'll go. You just see out of your picture there, that is Oliver Hull and Lewis Hull making their way, but going down the inside. There goes Taylor Tomlinson actually going around the outside of Ollie Sims, so he's managed to get that 5th place back, and now this is just helping Bradley Curtis just a little bit here. The battle between Tomlinson and Sims has opened that gap slightly, but of course Taylor Tomlinson has got lots of pace on that 77, and he is not afraid to go down the inside. We saw it earlier, he was involved in that massive battle in the AC40 Pro class, and he knows exactly what he has to do. This is kind of his training ground, his learning ground for the championships that he's leading. But now look at Nicholas Dunwoody there, looking down the inside of Ollie Sims. So moves being made all over the place here, and you've just got to try and fend them off, as well as attacking the rider in front. Again, Dunwoody having a look there at Ollie Sims. We now look back at the battle for second, just going out of your picture, still Oliver Hall on that number 3, ahead of Lewis Hall on that 41. And then again, look at Taylor Tomlinson just defending from Simsy, just in behind, but still Byron Johnson with the fast lap of the race, out in the lead by 3.5 seconds, 53.6 for Johnson. But just continuing with this battle, it's getting heated up here at Llandow.
Certainly is. Track conditions are heating up as well around the circuit, and Bradley Curtis still winning this battle, still defending from Taylor Thompson as he tries around the outside. Can he make it work? Can he get the drive? No, he cannot, and this is going to allow Ollie Sims to get ahead and get into 5th place because of that mistake. Nicholas Dunwoody as well, just by ready to pounce on Tomlinson, as Tomlinson potentially going to get a little bit flustered here as now Matthew Thomas tries to go around the outside of Nicholas Dunwoody as well. So battle certainly heating up. Sebastian Gosowski at the back of this field as well, but Bradley Curtis under pressure from Ollie Sims, as who is under pressure from Taylor Thompson, who is under pressure as Matthew Thomas makes his move onto Nicholas Dunwoody. So Nicholas Dunwoody being passed by Matthew Thomas making his way through the field and making his way into what is 7th position now as well. So 4 laps remaining in this race, and 4 to 9th. There's absolutely nothing separating them. This is going to be one for the history books, as Ollie Sims dives down the inside and Taylor Tomlinson follows through. So Bradley Curtis dropping all the way back to 6th place there that time around. So from 4th to 6th in one corner goes Bradley Curtis, and it just shows what can happen in the LC40 Elite class. This is the premier class of mini motor racing in the UK. This is the stars of the future, and this is the road to MotoGP. What can these riders do? 4 laps remaining. They're about to come into the final sector just to make it 3 laps. There's still windy conditions around this circuit, so it's going to be a tricky one for these guys, as Byron Johnson sets yet another fastest lap of the race, so 53.4.
Oh, absolutely. Byron Johnson absolutely blitzing the field at the moment. Oliver Hall still in 3rd with Ollie Sims now. I think Bradley Curtis is now down, and that is Bradley. Is that Bradley Curtis?
Lewis Hall there, down.
Hall. Sorry, my apologies there. But yeah, now elevates Ollie Sims now up into the podium places. Look at Taylor Tomlinson all over the back there of Simsy. And so Simsy's just got to keep defending this position with 3 laps to go. And looking in behind here, Bradley Curtis. Yeah, as I said, he was falling down a couple of places, and he's now at the expense of Matthew Thomas. So really unfortunate there for Lewis Hull. He was doing so well on that 41, but just unfortunately crashing out and on the deck, and that has ended his race. But this is Tomlinson now going down the inside here of Ollie Sims. He's got that inside line, but sweeping around the outside. Simsy just defending his position across the start-finish line. They go with 2 laps to go. This is the battle we're all laser focused on, because this is the battle for the final podium spot. And Tomlinson, who's just trying to make sure he knows absolutely everything he needs to go into his main class at the championship leader. He's currently sitting in P4 in the championship in this one, after being overtaken by Harrison Day with his triple win last time out. And there goes Tomlinson having a look around the outside, but I think that pressure is going to go all the way down to the final lap of this race. Still Byron Johnson leading the way as he crosses the line now with a 53.2. So he's also just completely out in front on his own, and he's just getting confidence where he can. Again, there goes Taylor Tomlinson looking down the inside. Can he go later on the brakes? No, he's not going to risk it there with Ollie Sim, and they're just going to stay in their position. Onto the final lap they go.
Onto the final lap we go now, and Ollie Sims still defending from Taylor Tomlinson. As I said, Harrison Day, he got a triple win last round. No signs of him here at Llandow this weekend. But Byron Johnson, our race leader, leading by over 10 seconds. And at the moment, as Matthew Thomas tries his luck on Bradley Curtis at the moment with 1 lap remaining. And it's going to be a tricky one to call at the moment. But there is our race leader already into the final corner. So Byron Johnson, he comes to the line to dominate race 1 of the LC40 Elite class. What a dominant ride that was for him. What an impressive and mature ride that was from him. But Oliver Hall should be coming home in second place, as well as Ollie Sims defending from Taylor Tomlinson. There's 1 corner left on this circuit. Tomlinson down the inside. Tomlinson making the move. Stick, will he run wide? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Taylor Tomlinson claims that 3rd place in a last lap shootout between himself and Ollie Sims. But Byron Johnson, your race leader, your race winner by almost 14 seconds. Oliver Hall, an impressive ride in second place, just not able to latch on to Byron Johnson on the first couple of laps. Taylor Thompson wins an epic last lap shootout for that 3rd place with Ollie Sims in 4th. Bradley Curtis as well rounded out our top 5. But wow, what an incredible race that was. Byron Johnson, he dominated at the front, but really all eyes were on that battle for 3rd.
Oh, absolutely. Byron Johnson blitzing the field there with the fastest lap, of course, with the 53.2. I think the only rider actually in the 52. But there you go, Johnson up in P1 with Hull in P2, and Tomlinson just rounding off the podium there, just finishing a tenth of a second ahead of Ollie Sims. Bradley Curtis there in P5. The Scotsman, I believe, with his best finish of the season, with Matthew Thomas in 6th and Dunwoody 7th, with Gaslowski there in 8th. And there's going to be Rex Austin and Josh Perkin rounding out the top 10, with 3 DNFs being Lewis Hull, Logan Cousins and Liam Lindquist.
Coming up next is race 1 for the Moto Team class, and it's going to be an impressive race for these guys. It's a slightly smaller grid compared to usual, but there's still going to be as much racing. There is the 133 machine getting a quick jump start to the line, so that is going to be your pole position man, Team SFC Racing, and there's going to be 7 starters to this race. It's going to be an impressive ride because conditions are almost perfect for a race. Although it's very, very windy around this circuit, the track is nice and dry. The tyres will be able to get up to temperature. So hello and welcome. If you join us on the formation lap for race 1 of the Moto Team class. Team SFC Racing will start on pole position after a 56.912 in qualifying. Team Acne Racing will start the race from 2nd position with the number 1 plate on, with Team Pinky and the Brain in 3rd, next to Team Ernie the Badger on the 2nd row of our grid in 4th. Team Keats Racing will start in 5th with Team Bear in 6th, and Maz and Martlew rounding out our 7-bike grid for the Moto Team class. So what are we going to see in this race? It's going to be pure drama, to say the least. That's what we normally see from these guys. 2 classes in 1 race. There's a lot to look out for in the Moto Team class.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be a lot to look out for. Even though there are 7 runners in this race, of course, there's still going to be some tight battles in, and of course, there's an open championship to look into and a standard class. So 2 different classes going on at the same time, and this is going to be one to look out for. We'll keep you updated on how each class is going, but they'll make their way now round to the grid. And there you can see that on the left hand side, on the right hand side of your picture, is Team SFC Racing. They are currently in the standard class, I believe, and they have another pole position. They have their 2nd pole position of the year, alongside Team Acme Racing in P2. They are also in the standard class. But they make their way now onto the grid. Watch for the light. The lights are on. We get ready. We go racing here at Llandow. Who's got the best start here? Looks like Acme Racing with that inside line, but it's going to be the 133 there of Team SFC Racing. They managed to just keep themselves ahead. They make their way now out of the hook and on towards the bomber straight. And who's going to get the best move? Here they go. Round 30 they go, and already Acme Racing under pressure here from the 20.01 of Team Pinky in the Brain there. So two different classes already going into a battle, and then the Keats have managed to get up into P4 ahead of Team Ernie and the Badger, and that is Madison Martley, who is having issues at the back there. I'm not entirely sure what may be the problem there, but our top three just continuing through the Dell they go, and on towards Diggers they go, and round onto the Hangar Straight. It's still Team SFC Racing ahead of Acme Racing, and there you go, they're starting to split away from Team Pinky in the Brain, and the pace really showing here, but of course it's all for fun and all for their own enjoyment. But now Team SFC just now starting to feel the pressure from Team Acme Racing. They'll start to apply the pressure, and this battle could go on for the entirety of the race.
Yeah, Chris Wells as well. He wasn't meant to, he's not on our starting grid for this race, but he has made the start. So we have 8 bikes out on circuit at the moment. Chris Wells from the back of the field is in 6th place on the 3-3-1 machine, but Team SFC Racing, a 57.9, the fastest lap of the race, goes to them in 1st place, just 4 tenths of a second ahead of Team Acme, who are then a further 1.7 seconds ahead of these man here, Team Pinky in the Brain. So these three riders separated by not too much, and I think as this race progresses it's going to be an impressive battle, because these two riders at the front, these two riders are in the exact same class, the open class, both of these guys, while Team Pinky in the Brain in 3rd place is leading the standard class, with Keats just behind, 2nd place in standard class for them. So a great race so far, 9 laps remaining in this race, and the hardest part about this moto team class is the fact that they're so big. The wheels on these bikes are so big, and they're so hard to manoeuvre around this Llandow tight and twisty circuit. But hello and welcome. If you're joining us, you join us in the middle of the motor team race 1 here at Llandow for round 5 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Team SFC Racing set another fastest lap of the race, a 55.533. Just following behind is Team Acme Racing, a 55.675, their personal best lap of the race, but not too many laps remaining, 9 laps remaining in this race, and so far nobody can break free of this lead. It seems like it's kind of a chain reaction. No one can stay, no one can be able to actually bridge a gap. Team SFC Racing, 8 tenths of a second is the gap between 1st and 2nd, but they can't extend it any more than that at the moment, it seems.
Absolutely, of course, Team SFC and Team Acme both locked in a battle here, and I've just seen a bit of traffic just out to our commentary window, and I think there could be just approaching now near the end of the race. That's something to take into contention. At the moment, we're just following the Keats here at the moment. They're currently sitting down in 6th position, so they got a really good start, found themselves up into, I believe it was 4th place, the lofty heights of 4th, but being overtaken there by Ernie and the Badger and Chris Wells. They have now just fallen a couple of places. Moto team, of course, you'll also see the Keats car will also be on the sidecars, so look out for them later on. Of course, they've had issues in the qualifying session, having to park it up in the qualifying. And looking at our time screens here, Team SFC Racing now with the best time with the 54.5, half a second quicker than Team Acme. But just looking now down the Hangar Straight here, the 339 of Team Burton, looking down the inside of Keith, and look at that, having a bit of a barge there, and there goes Burt up in towards taking P6 away, and I wonder how the Team Keats bike will react to that one.
Yeah, the Keats, one thing we know is that they fight back, so we're wait to see what they can do about that one. Down in 7th place at the moment after that move was pulled off by Team Bert. 7 laps remaining in this race. 7th place for Keats on the 666 machine. Can they fight battles? Wait and find out. Or does the Bert machine simply have the pace? So now we'll wait to see. One person who does have the pace is Team SFC. Another fastest lap there from him, of 54.115. It's a very, very important race actually for Team SFC, a very important round, because 45 points was the gap between Will Howarth and SFC Racing heading into the Llandow weekend. But Will Howarth are no shore this weekend, so after race 2, if SFC Racing can pick up a double race win, they could potentially see a new championship leader. But there is Team Bert coming out of the final corner, powering it out through to make it 6 laps to go for them. They're down in sixth place at the moment, just behind Chris Wells, who we weren't expecting to start this race, but he has. And of course, a very, very experienced rider in the motor team class himself. So these riders, some of these guys actually do not have Hello and welcome to Sunday's coverage of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. We are here at round 5 at the Llandow race circuit, and as you can see, riders are getting prepared because the lunch break is almost over, and we are getting ready for this afternoon's action, where we still have some race 2s left and then all of the race 3s. So hello and welcome if you're just joining us. My name is Lewis Ray. Alongside me for the whole weekend is Adam Reid, and Adam, we've seen some great racing in the morning, and hopefully we're going to see much of the same this afternoon.
Absolutely, it's been brilliant to have all these races with so much action, just like the Saturday coverage, but hopefully Sunday will be even better, as we have our last day here at Rowra. But you see the flag is flying there, the world flag just over this circuit. Here in South Wales, a couple of miles away from Cardiff, the capital of Wales. But we now pan out and show off the whole paddock here of FAB-Racing, and it is a wonderful paddock. And you can just see there a couple of bikes heading out, and that is for our Mini GP50 that are just heading out onto their dummy grid and on towards their race. So hopefully race 2 will be equally exciting as the first one.
So now coming up on the track is race 2 of the Mini GP50s. My name is Lewis Ray. Alongside me for this weekend is Adam Reid, and we have a special guest in the commentary box for this one, and that is Henry McCartney. So Henry, you're not on track at all today, so you've joined us up here in the commentary box. What are you expecting to see in race 2 for the Mini GP50s?
Well, it's the Mini GP50s. It's always going to be a good race, very close, and there's a lot of good riders in the 50s, so it's going to be a really good race in my opinion.
Well, yeah, we've seen the class grow a lot this year. 23 riders are going to start this race. So Marco Holt on pole position. Byron Johnson also joins him on the front row of the grid. And we're expecting a great race. We're expecting a shootout. Marco Holt, he set a great lap in qualifying. Mixed conditions. Better now, though. And the riders as well getting ready to go out on their warm-up lap, where Marco Holt will start on pole position next to Byron Johnson. On the second row of our grids, we're going to have Frankie Watson and Austin Johnson, Byron's older brother. Archie O'Brien and Luke Fitchett will start in the third row of our grid in 5th and 6th, with Wilson Dilks and Finlay Paulhill beginning the race from 7th and 8th position. Matthew Thomas and Jensen Bishop will start from 9th and 10th, with Taylor Thompson starting from the 6th row of our grid. Alongside him, though, will be Seth Hayward, who moves up to the Mini GP50 class this year. George Ackerman and Chloe Gleeson will start in 13th and 14th, and behind them will be Travis Shaw and Riley Paisley on the 8th row of our grid. Tyler Hartley and Bethany Ashby will begin the race from 17th and 18th, with Lucy Curtis and Ollie O'Gorman on the 10th row of our grid, with Harley Baker and Annabelle McCarthy on the 11th row, with Cal Maxwell rounding out our 23 bike grid for the Mini GP50s. We're going to expect a great race for this one. Marco Holt on pole position. You can see the paramedic telling everyone to slow down and go to the certain side of the track on the formation lap, where the riders are getting ready for a cracker. So Henry, who, looking at this, do you think is going to be the favourite?
Yesterday's race, I think, was it the top 3 or top 2? Byron and Marco were going at it all race really, but I think it might be one of them two, because they're really strong around this track.
Yeah, they're really strong, and now Mark Holt is going to hope to have a strong start. Mark Holt's dad actually running across the front there to his post as a Roman Marshall, but Lee Clowes having a look on and getting ready to point to the light so then she can begin this race. So final checks being done. A little bit of confusion actually, it seems, at the moment on the grid. So riders getting ready at the moment, and hopefully we can get underway soon without not too much of a delay. But a couple more conversations as well now being done on the grid with this Addy's hold on it, and now Lee Klaus is still waiting with the flag at the front before we get all clear. But right now, nobody anyway at the moment is ready to get underway. The race is not ready to get underway, whether that be a bit of debris on the track or potentially something just not right, or Mark Holt's dad just wanting to get in a certain position. So now we await. You can see him now running back with a piece of paper. Actually, it's a pretty good sprint. You have to give him that. It's not the type of race we're expecting to see right now during the Mini GP 50s, but he's got something inside his hand.
Might be a transponder. I
That's
think.
what I was.
Yeah.
Knee slider it seems to be. He's gave it to Roger. So hello and welcome. If you're just joining us, you've joined us during the start where Mark Holt's knee slider has fell off on the warm-up lap. But here we go, everyone. Now get off of the grid. We will point to the lights. The lights will come on. The lights go off and we go racing for race 2 of the Mini GP 50s, and Byron Johnson leads the way into turn 1. So Byron Johnson leading the way, Marco Holt in second position, and there's been a crash on the start grid as well. So not what we like to see at all, but at the front they'll continue to race for the time being, but Byron Johnson leading the way at the front, and it's a very impressive start as we await to see what is going to happen with race 2 of the Mini GP 50s, as now I can see on the timing screens that a red flag has came out.
Yeah.
So Henry, a crash on the starting grid, not what you want to see, but everyone really close at the start. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, I think Frankie Watson got a really good start off the line. He was staying behind, I think it was Marco Holt or Byron Johnson, and it was quite a good start. It was very tight, I would say.
Yeah, just by Marco Holt at the start, and with Byron Johnson getting the whole shot on Adam, we've seen Byron Johnson get an incredible launch there off the line and actually leading the way in the Mini GP 50s.
Yeah, the inside line really proving to be the place where you want to be, that inside line, just to get the just to nick the place off our leader. But Frankie Watson also getting a good start there, Austin Johnson as well, but they'll make their way now back and just slowing down. You see the whole field there just having to slow down the hanger straight and on towards the final corner. I think they're going to be put back into the holding area. I'm just having a look now just behind us. Yeah, they're all going back onto the dummy grid, so I think we'll just get this restarted and have our cameras away from that starting incident. So they're just going to roll now back onto, once again, the dummy grid, so they'll just sort out the order. So I think we're now just going to get of course the order on our paper. So it's going to be the original grid with Marco Holt back on pole position, because that red flag was pretty much called out before the first lap ended. So that is what I'm thinking at the moment. So there's definitely going to be a pretty lengthy wait in this one, just to try and make sure that everyone is okay at the moment. Because I didn't quite catch the pictures, but it did seem like a hefty crash, and with a 23 bike field, that could never be good. Especially having such a crowded area, there's a lot of possible things that can go wrong, but hopefully that everyone is okay. You just see a couple of pictures here of everyone enjoying their time here in South Wales, enjoying the action that has just happened. So hopefully we'll be able to get this back underway. But if you're just joining us, you just joined us in the middle of a red flag. Welcome to round number 5 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship. We're live from Llandow here in South Wales, and you've just joined us in the middle of a red flag for the Mini GP 50 class. So a little incident on the opening lap, and you can see a couple of people just enjoying their time just outside the circuit, waving to the camera, and a lovely little gesture. Isn't that nice, Lewis?
Yeah, it was a dramatic start anyway, and hopefully we have some good news soon. There's Lucy Curtis walking away from that, and it was a pretty scary incident. But Henry, of course, we've seen for example, what can happen in the start grid. And we've seen, for example, Byron Johnson able to get the launch from the inside. And we've seen you as well last year. You had a great battle with Ethan Sparks in the Mini GP 70s. So tell us, at this track, whenever you're on the starting grid, going to start a race, what kind of approach do you take? Would you rather be in that pole position, or is it somewhat of an advantage to have that second place in that inside line?
It's hard because I think front places are quite a lot in front of second, but front place is on the outside. But if second place gets quite a good start, you could maybe dive bomb them into turn 1, maybe get a really good start, but it's hard.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. It's a tight and technical circuit, is Llandow, and you did some running this weekend, and you did some running in the wet as well before, sadly, your weekend came to a premature end. But in this circuit in the wet, and even in the greasy conditions, because we've seen this weekend it's been 50-50 with the weather. It's been raining or it's been dry. So what is the circuit like to ride in the wet and in the somewhat greasy conditions?
I think in the wet it is really grippy, because I think the tarmac has got quite a lot of holes and some potholes, kind of. But it is very grippy in the wet. In the damp conditions, it's sort of, there's like a dry line that appears. But I think it's quite grippy in the wet and damp, so it's a good track to ride on in all conditions.
Yeah, and there is Bethany Ashby up on her feet as well, so great to see as well from the number 8 rider. But hopefully she's okay from that, and just was a bit winded because we crashing is nothing that we want to see, especially red flags, and obviously red flag situations can be very serious. But good to see her up on her feet and hopefully just a bit windy. But Henry, your weekend came to a premature end, sadly, after a crash in qualifying, I believe it was. So why don't you just tell us a little bit what happened?
I think I was going down the back straight. I think it was 2 laps before I was about to pull in, and I was about to start a flying lap, and just about a second before I was about to brake, the bike sort of locked up, and it locked up all the way. But I nearly held it into the pits, but I think it come out a bit more and spat me off. So, but I think I got knocked out for a good few seconds. So it was quite a good crash. So.
Yeah, well, at least it was spectacular anyway, to say the least. Hopefully Dale got a picture of it anyway for your Instagram. But hopefully we'll see you back at the next round racing on a grid just like we're seeing right now, with the Mini GP 50s out on the track for hopefully what is going to be the second restart. Some talk still being done on the grid, a lot of tension I am sure will be on the grid. But obviously this year you're a part of the Danny Webb GP camp, so how has that been, being able to be a part of it?
Yeah, Danny Webb GP camp's really good. They take not just us but other kids to different countries to learn racecraft, in Spain as well, and the team is really good.
Yeah, the team certainly seems to be working, obviously, and you seem to also be on form this year. We've seen, for example, at Ella Park, you were fighting for race wins across the weekend, looking very, very strong. It's great to see, and hopefully we'll see you back on the top step of the podium very quickly at the next round. But the Mini GP 50s are back on track, where they're going to have 2 warm-up laps and a 10-lap race. So Adam, this is going to be absolute fireworks with around 21 bikes taking the start.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to get these tyres up to temperature, so it's a good thing they've actually got those 2 laps. So they need to just generate the heat, generate their confidence as well, because that's not nice to have a massive crash right in front of them. So they'll have to regain the confidence, and just by doing that with the 2 laps. And hopefully, there you go, a paramedic making them go the long way around on the left-hand side, and then they'll have that second lap they head on towards now. But really looking forward to this race, and of course it's now being reduced down to 10 laps, so hopefully that'll mean our riders will be going more at it. They'll have less time to be able to make those moves, and hopefully we'll be able to have a really, really good battle. But if you want a reminder of our grid, Marco Holt will start on pole position ahead of Byron Johnson. He's already made that inside move, but he will try and make that again. Frankie Watson will be starting third ahead of Austin Johnson, with Archie O'Brien starting on the third row of the grid. He's ahead of Luke Fitchett in 6th. Wilson Dilks will be in 7th ahead of Finley Polehill, with Matthew Thomas and Jensen Bishop rounding out the top 10, with Taylor Tomlinson just starting in behind of Seth Hayward. And then comes George Ackerman in 13, with Chloe Gleason starting in 14 with Travis Shaw, and Riley Paisley with
Tyler Hartley in 17th and Bethany Ashby, who won't be taking the start. Neither will Lucy Curtis. They were both 18th and 19th, with Ollie O'Gorman in 20th, Harley Baker in 21st, Annabelle McCarthy and Callum Maxwell will now round off the grid. So they make their way now back onto the grid. A couple of words being exchanged between Marco Holt and his dad, and I'm sure that will also be happening between a couple of more parents who are out there marshalling and volunteering to just keep our riders nice and safe. But 23 bikes are about to take the field of race 2. And Marco Holt just trying to remain nice and cool as a cucumber under the helmet there of his 58. But now we wait for the parents to disperse, and it's just the riders and their bikes. We now wait for the lights. The point to the lights are on. The lights are coming up, and the red bull ride. We go racing here at Llandow. Good start there, and Byron Johnson. Can he get the inside line? No. Marco Holt knows exactly what he's going to do, and he will now defend that from Byron Johnson. They'll head through the hook, and now it looks like Luke Fitcher has managed to get up into 4th place. So he's now just travelling right behind Frankie Watson, looking to try and make that move in towards 30s, and then they'll make their way in towards the hairpin. But a really good start there from Marco Holt. He knew exactly what he needed to avoid getting jumped there by Byron Johnson, but a little bit of a gap there back towards the second part of the rider. So there's two little groups now starting to form out, but we make our way now in towards the Dell, and there you can see Frankie Watson now trying to apply the pressure from Byron Johnson. A little bit of a difficult start. He tried to get the biting point and make that good start, but he just couldn't quite get it. And it's going to be Marco Holt slamming on the anchors in P1 here, just ahead of Byron Johnson. Luke Fitcher is starting to build a bit of confidence. There's Archie O'Brien now trying to make a move there as he's trying to make up another position on Wilson Dilks, it seems like, on that 85. And they'll head through the hook, and now can they get a really good exit, trying to just have a look at trying to overtake each other, but it doesn't seem like anything can be done here in 30s. And Marco Holt still now just starting to bridge that gap. Last time out it was 0.6 of a second, and looks like Luke Fitcher is starting to gain some confidence on that number 7.
Yeah, Luke Fitcher gaining confidence just behind Frankie Watson at the moment. And Frankie Watson, what a great season it's been so far, as Frankie Watson was down the inside of Byron Johnson. But Frankie Watson, been fighting for podiums this season, led the race at some point during Ella Park. And Henry, what do you think it is that's allowed Frankie Watson to have this pace?
I think last year he had, it wasn't quite up there, but he was getting a lot of racecraft at the different tracks. And he spent a lot of time on the Metrokit GP50, and I think he's just building his racecraft up, and now he's ready, fighting for wins and podiums.
Well, right now Luke Fitcher still can find no way past Frankie Watson, so clearly that racecraft is clearly working. Also, Frankie Watson a part of the Danny Webb GP camp as well, so you guys are practically teammates, just in a different class at the moment. But Austin Johnson having a battle with Archie O'Brien, and Archie O'Brien, both in the 50s and 70s over the past year, has really just been struggling with his starts for the time being. And these bikes sometimes, with the main two-strokes and getting them into the power band, it can be quite tricky to actually get them off the line, as we see Frankie Watson looking down the inside, but no move made just of yet. But Archie O'Brien, still some work needing done in his starts.
Yeah, I think Archie, well, me as a team member, I can quite see Archie struggling at the top end down the straight. I think he really needs to try and find different lines, maybe try and find different sweeping lines, get on the power earlier, but he needs to try and get past Austin Johnson, I think.
Well, Austin Johnson, of course, older brother of Byron Johnson, who sits in second position at the moment, and there he goes ahead of Finlay Paulhill, who we haven't seen too much of this weekend, but he has 8th position at the moment, as Frankie Watson looking down the inside at the Dell once again. 7 laps to go. Marco Holt has the fastest lap of the race. A 50.222 is his fastest lap, as Frankie Watson looking down the inside once again. He really wants to make that move. It seems like the strongest place on the circuit for himself, but there's confirmation of an even faster lap, a 50.217. So Mark Holt absolutely on it, as Austin Johnson there hitting the deck.
Yeah, I think Marco's about to, I think he's clearing off. Oh, and there's Austin.
Yeah, Austin Johnson clearly frustrated there, hitting his handlebar back into place at the moment. But Marco, incredible pace at the front, and currently, Adam, he leads by 2.7 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. He's in a class of his own at the moment, leading by a really, really good margin over Byron Johnson. And I think we're going to be maybe seeing a couple of back markers. Of course, 23 bikes in this field, and we latch onto the battle here for looks like second, third, and fourth. Once again, Frankie Watson hoping to get later on the brakes here. He's still going to try to get confidence on that 14, but he's got Luke Fitchett behind him, and that's never a good sight in your mirrors. But through the hook they go, and they'll wind their way and round the tightening corner, and then they'll head now down onto Bomber Straight. Really important to get a good exit there. Look at Luke Fitchett just trying to have a look there, trying that inside line into 30s, but looks like he's not quite got through on that one. He might have to try and muscle his way on this one, because if he's currently just staying in behind, maybe seeing if Watson wants to get involved in a battle with Byron Johnson, and then maybe he can nick the pieces and increase I believe his catch up to Margot Holt, who currently leads the championship. But now back down the hanger straight they go into the stretch, bursting a hole through the air. And can Frankie Watson be late on the brakes? He's just not there. He's just that little couple of inches still behind Byron Johnson with 4 laps to go. This is starting to really come down now to the wire.
It certainly is a freeway battle for second place at the moment. Frankie Watson still unable to get past, but Luke Fitchett, some parts of the circuit, almost looks like he's been held up ever so slightly, especially through the back section at the moment. They have a little look up the inside, but still no way through. And certainly at this hairpit scenes where Frankie Watson is the strongest, as we see the likes of Harley Baker have his own battle further down the field. But how tricky is it to actually make a move down that final corner?
Yeah, you have to really get alongside them down the straight, and it's really hard to make a move because you have to line it up corners before, and when it's really hard to get it done, I think.
Well, Harley Baker currently having the battle and getting through for the battle for 12th position at the moment. So he's passed Travis Shaw for 12th, and what a great move that was. 33 laps remaining in this race. Marco Holt still has that fastest lap that he set a couple of laps ago, but there is Travis Shaw currently was in 12th, now he's dropped down 13th. A great battle that we're experiencing, but just ahead of these guys is Seth Hayward in 11th position with the birdie helmet on, and now Harley Baker looking down the inside. Can he make a move? No, he cannot. He's nowhere near enough close enough to make a move down that final corner, but 3 laps remaining. It's really anyone's game, Adam.
Yeah, really anyone's game at the moment, but I think at the moment Marco Holt has got a really good advantage up at the top, but it's looking now behind near the mid-pack is where the points are going to be made up. Of course, at the top 50 will be getting points, and wow, this is Byron Johnson trying to lap a bag marker, but he's got Frankie Watson all over him, and Watson just wants to try and take advantage there, but he just wasn't able to. They make their way now in towards the hook they go, and can once again Watson get an exit out of here down Bomber Straight, but it's such a short, sharp straight that you can't really pick up a slip jim or whatever. You really just got to try and get nice and early on the power compared to your opponent, and then maybe try and force them into a mistake. But also through Lancaster Curve is also another opportunity, but it looks like Watson's backing out of that one. They make their way now out toward the Dell, and can Watson just try and set up a move here using different lines here? Looks to have gone tighter through the Dell and on towards the Hanger Straight. They'll make their way now, blasting a hole down the straight, and now I think more back markers getting in the way. There goes Luke Fitchett just trying to make a move on one of our back markers, and of course easily getting out of the way. But we're on to the last lap of this race, and Marco Holt has been absolutely dominating the field. He hasn't, last time out he did a 51.1 with Byron Johnson doing a 51.2, and they're so close. I think even Frankie Watson may have gone slightly faster. Yes, he did a 51.1, so he's looking pretty quick on that 14. But more back markers coming into play here, and with Marco Holt now out in front, he must be in a class of his own. The championship leader is really making amends here and making inroads on this mini GP 50 class. Down the hanger straight he goes, and he's going to now round that final corner. The 5th win of the season for Marco Holt. The 58 crosses the line, and yet another win. A lovely little dance there, and crossing the line now. But it looks like Byron Johnson had just slipped ahead there of I think, Luke Fitchett, who has stolen 3rd place at the line ahead of Frankie Watson by just over a 1/10 of a second. Wow, incredible racing here at the Mini GP 50 class. It does not fail every time.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. We've seen Marco Holt do the Macarena over the line, as you called out there, and we've seen Taylor Tomlinson do it as well. And is there any kind of story behind that you can let us in, or do you just enjoy dancing coming over the line?
I did last race. Tell Marco if he wins, you can do the Macarena over the line. But yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, it was a good race as well. Mark Holt, 3 seconds ahead. How would you say he did it? Has he just got the legs above everyone at the moment at the circuit?
I think he was a bit favoured off the start. He got quite a good start and got into a rhythm of his own. And while Frankie, Luke and Byron were battling, I think he was just pulling a little bit more gap every lap. And he was just unstoppable in that rhythm, I think.
Well, Frankie Watson, 4th place as well, just off the podium, so close yet so far. So I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that result. He could have got a podium, but he clearly still has the pace. So Marco Holt makes his way back into the pit lane, and he makes his way back into the pit lane as a race winner once again. 3 seconds was the margin at the line between himself and Byron Johnson. Luke Fitchett came home in 3rd, and Frankie Watson just off the podium in 4th. Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien finished in 5th and 6th, with Finlay Paulhill making his way up to 7th. Jensen Bishop finished in 8th, with Matthew Thomas and Austin Johnson rounding out our top 10. So a great Mini GP 50 race, and more to come. And Henry, I don't know about you, but it's going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, I think the Mini GP 70 race is going to be even more tight, with Archie O'Brien, Luke Fitchett as well, Marco Holt. Yeah, it's going to be a really good race, I think.
Well, stay tuned for that one as well. And Henry, it was great having you up here, and thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of your season.
Thank you.
Coming up next is the Pit Bike 140 and the Extreme 200 class race 2. It's going to be a cracker. It was an incredible race 1. We had 2 battles in one. We had 2 separate races in one, really, and the Extreme 200 guys were at the front. The Pit Bike guys were further back, but both races equally as entertaining.
Yeah, they really were, and really excited to see what these guys bring out. Of course, Jamie King was also one of the top guys in this class, as well as Liam Wood was also another contender. So really excited to see what they could do. But also you've got to talk about this front row of Sullivan Mounsey and Blake Wilson. This is going to be such a tight battle. Sullivan Mounsey on pole position ahead of Blake Wilson. They're going to be going into battle into turn number 1, and I'm really looking forward to it. Noah Guillory will be starting in P3 along on the 3rd row ahead of Gareth Roberts, who starts in P4. Liam Wood will be starting in 5th on the Pit Bike 140 class ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell, who had issues in the warm-up, but hopefully he won't be suffering the exact same thing come the race. Then it's going to be Filip Sorowiak, the half Polish rider. He'll also be starting in 7th ahead of the Sonic the Hedgehog, Jamie King in P8. Chris Wells, the championship leader for the Pit Bike 140. He'll be starting in P5 ahead of James Ratcliffe, with Keaton Payne now in 11th, and then Shannon King will be in P12. Bailey Lawrence 13th on the grid ahead of Ollie Sims. They'll be on the 7th row of the grid, and then it's going to be Sean Whitaker starting in last in 15th. So 15 bike field will be taking the grid, and it looks like we're still just waiting for a couple more riders to make their way now onto the grid. But this is going to be an absolute blast watching both of these classes go at it head to head on the same piece of tarmac. There you can see Sullivan Mounsey with his helmet up, and there with his visor up, and there is Sean Whitaker making his way round to the grid. The 15th bike on this field and the last bike on this field. But the revs will continue to rev and rev. The lights are on and they're coming on. The revs continue to rise, and we are racing here at Llandow. Good start there from Blake Wilson, and once again taking the lead from Sullivan Mounsey. quickly, and exactly what he needed to do. That inside line proving to be there. Oh, that's Shannon King. I think that is Shannon King down. So really unfortunate for her, but Sullivan Mounsey will continue to try and take it, and he's already taken it into 30s. So it looks like Sullivan Mounsey has already he's been taken back in second place, and now he has regained the lead once again. It just seemed like Blake Wilson cracked under pressure from his mentor, and unfortunately he will have to now try and go again. But he's such a good rider in Sullivan Mountain to follow, because of course he mentors Blake Wilson as well as many other young riders to try and make him go quicker, but also being made further back. And I'm not entirely sure who that is, but it's a battle for third going on, and it's Bailey Stewart Campbell making his way up into third place from 6th on the grid, so that he is making absolute moves through the field. So Bailey Stewart Campbell now currently sitting in a podium overall in the Extreme 200 class. But what about that battle up at the top, Lewis?
It's going to be a close one. Philip Staroviak there on the back of Gareth Roberts as Shannon King pulls into the pit lane. But Jamie King further down the field and near the front of the Pit by 140 class, currently second in that class, just behind Liam Wood. But Bailey Stewart Campbell, would you look at that? Third place overall. The top 6 bikes are Extreme 200 riders, but Blake Wilson, he's not letting Sullivan Mounsey get away with this one easy, to say the least, as Philip Staroviak diving down the inside now of Gareth Roberts. Will he make it work? Will he make it stick on that 75 machine? It looks like it would be a drag race to the line, but now Sullivan Mounsey on the 4 leads the way from the 8 of Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson, he's been racing in 2 classes this weekend, so he's been getting double the track time possible. This has really helped him out. And now that the sun is shining, we have finally some consistent conditions here in South Wales. We're located just about 50 miles away from Cardiff, and it's been an up and down weekend, but certainly Blake Wilson, it's been a great weekend for him in the Extreme 200 class. The fastest lap of the race, a 48.669, and there's confirmation of that fastest lap, 3/10 away at the line last time around from Sullivan Mounsey. So clearly the race is not done yet, and coming across the line in just a moment's time to make it 9 laps to go. It's going to be a thrilling race, as now Sullivan Mounsey then decides he's going to have the fastest lap of the race. So it's going to be a game of cat and mouse, it seems.
Absolutely, like you said, cat and mouse. And I think, of course, as the fuel will burn down, these riders are starting to get more and more confident with the tyre temperature coming into hand. They just have to try and not override the bike here, because that will cost them a little bit of time. And I think we may be able to see that, especially with Blake Wilson at the moment. He's starting to fall back a little bit, but that doesn't help with Sullivan Mounsey with that fastest lap and all the confidence in the world. His confidence size must be as massive as an elephant right now, but down the hanger straight they go, and Sullivan Mounsey just tucking in and trying to get that extra bit of speed before, that was a very unsettled bike there, but he was very hard on the brake pedal, and hopefully he won't be doing that too many times and maybe fall off. But you can see now we're down to 8 laps to go. Mounsey really trying to bridge that lead to Wilson, and I think Bailey Stewart Campbell is still currently sitting in third, and Philip Staroviak is in fourth. So he managed to get ahead of Gareth Roberts fully in that battle last time out. Noah Guillory's actually dropped down to 6th in there on his 41. So he's having a few struggles out in the Extreme 200 class. But at the moment with the pit by 140s, Liam Wood overall 7th, currently still up at the top of the pit by 140 ahead of Jamie King, so Sonic the Hedgehog, that famous Sonic the Hedgehog, and you can see just a couple of viewers in the background there just seeing these pit by 140 and Extreme 200 classes heading around the circuit. There is Gareth Roberts on his 212, and then headed Noah Guillory. And there you can see the pit bike 140 class going at it with the 94 of Liam Wood still ahead of Jamie King. Jamie King was out earlier, in fact, on the team being in the brain bike for the moto team, so he's been out before lunch for a lot of these guys, so he's going to have a lot of experience with all the lines. But of course Liam Wood is a very tough cookie to crack, and this is going to be a very entertaining battle. There you can see Jamie King looking horrified as ever, but also he's got Chris Wells in behind him, so Chris Wells is also going to try and just keep on the back here. There goes Jamie King having a look down the inside before the track starts to crack up and down at that corner, and they head on toward the Dell, but so close between these guys.
It certainly is, and right now Jamie King in 8th position ahead, just behind Liam Wood and ahead of Chris Wells. He's trying to find any way through, but he's not able to bridge just the gap. If you can half that gap he currently has, I definitely think into the final corner he could be making a move on Liam Wood. But now we await to see what is going to happen. And actually in this class, Liam Wood, he set his personal best lap of the race, a 50.8 from him. A very, very impressive lap time there. And just ahead of them is Noah Gilray on the Extreme 200 machine. So these Pit Bike 140 guys, the front runners, are able to keep up with some of the Extreme 200 riders. Of course, Ollie Sims as well, down in 10th position. He's on an Extreme 200, his first weekend in the class, and he is down in 10th and the final Extreme 200 rider. But this is a great battle that we're watching. It's currently almost just waiting for one rider to make a move, and there's going to be a chain reaction. But if anything, I think they might be just ever so slightly catching onto the back of Noah Gilray as the race continues. They'll come to the line now to make it 5 laps to go for the Pit Bike 140 guys. There is Noah Gilray, there is Liam Wood, still under pressure from Jamie King. Last time around, Jamie King was around 1/10 quicker than Liam Wood, so this gap is definitely closing, and Jamie King, he's definitely going to be thinking about making the move at any moment.
Absolutely, they've all just set personal best. So Wood, King and Wells all setting personal best. They're really getting the confidence in them and just following each other's lines and breaking points and catching up to Noah Gilray. So Noah could even play a part in this as well. So maybe Liam Wood and Jamie King will have to keep a watch out, but we'll have to see. But of course, this is for overall position. Of course, we can talk about classes as much as we want, but of course out there it's all an overall battle as Jamie King once again just wants to eye up that inside line, but he's just going to stick him behind there to make their way now back in towards the hook. So really close there, but can King make his way down the bomber straight, get the good exit? But there you can see Noah Gilray starting to come into play here. Liam Wood actually getting involved there, and there goes Jamie King trying to get a move there on Liam Wood, whilst Wood was distracted. So now having a look at the outside, now can he swing on that inside line? No, he's just going to back off there, and once again Gilray will be starting to play a part here. Chris Wells also staying on the back of this battle to make their way now on towards the hangar straight they go, and they'll try and get their best exit now, blasting down the hangar straight. A massive hole being opened up by Noah Gilray. But if you need reminding, this is the Pit Bike 140 race that you are watching. This is the class lead. In fact, overall battle for 7th. There is Chris Wells sitting in 3rd at the moment. He's got the points that he needs. His rival Lucas Brown, who got 3 wins in the Pit Bike 140 class out at Ello Park. He got 3 wins and did Lucas Brown. So now he's closed up to Chris Wells in the championship, but no show from our number 7 in the Pit Bike 140s. So Chris Wells has the biggest opportunity to just continue extending that lead, and now there you can see Jamie King just continue to make inroads, and Noah Gilray must be like I have no idea what's going on, to maintaining my own race.
He definitely will be hearing the pit bikes behind him, the roar of the pit bikes. First, Noah Gilray on the 85cc 2-stroke KTM, I believe. So different engines, and he'll definitely be hearing the roar of the 4-stroke of Jamie King, Liam Wood and Chris Wells behind. But there is a faller there further down in the order, but we continue the battle. It was James Ratcliffe who had a small off there, but Noah Gilray, you have to wonder, is he getting held up, or is he actually helping Liam Wood? Because Jamie King, he's right on Liam Wood's tail, and he's trying absolutely everything. But now at the front, Sullivan Mincy, he's had a moment, he almost high-sided out of the seat, but he's still on it at the moment. 6/10 is the lead. This might give Blake Wilson some hope as we head on to the last lap of the race. Just one more time to circulate around this Llandow circuit, and Blake Wilson, he is absolutely on it. It was 6/10 last time around at the line. It's definitely reduced now, potentially even half that gap. But Sullivan Mincy's going to have to be careful on this final lap. He doesn't want to make any more mistakes that can cost his race at all, as now we head into the Dell and through the Dell towards the hangar straight, and Blake Wilson, he's going to be winding up. He's going to try to get inside of the slipstream. Ollie Sims just ahead. I don't think he's going to play a part, or is he? As now we tip into the final corner, Sullivan Mincy's going to drag race to the line, and Sullivan Mincy and Blake Wilson go side by side, and Sullivan Mincy takes the race win. 1.5 of a second separates the two, and Philip Sorowiak also on the podium, as now we see Sean Whitaker, but there's Billy Stewart Campbell 4th place overall there, as we see Billy Lawrence well coming through our picture, taking the checker flag. But one epic battle it has been for Sullivan Mincy. And there's the pit by 140 battle. Liam Wood still ahead. Will Chris Wells get Jamie King now as Noah Gilroy is in the middle of all of this. Jamie King trying to get through, waving the arm in frustration there. Jamie King a shake of the head. But Liam Wood is your pit bike 140 race winner, 6th place overall. A great race once again for both of our classes, both the pit bike 140s and the Extreme 200 classes. And wow, I don't know about you, Adam, but I am enjoying these joint races.
Oh, absolutely, me too. Why don't we do this more often? Why don't we do this more often? But yeah, the pit bike 140s and the Extreme 200s proving to be such an incredible duo together. And hopefully, maybe we should have like an extra fun round where no points on offer, but just have these two just going at it, like a whole grid of 20 bikes from the pit bike 140 to 10 from the Extreme 200s, and then just go at it for all the fun. It would just make for such incredible action. But yeah, brilliant overall battle all the way to the end. And of course, Sullivan Mounsey and Liam Wood will be very happy with their wins in their classes. But yeah, Sullivan Mounsey is your winner. We just see and we now just see Jamie King making his way back into the pit lane. But for the Extreme 200 class, it was Sullivan Mounsey who wins in P1 ahead of Blake Wilson. And Philippe Soroviak will round out the podium ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell, who just finished 4th in that one, with Gareth Roberts finishing 5th in the Extreme 200 class, with Noah Guillory and Ollie Sims in the Extreme 200 class. Then it's going to be the pit bike 140 won by Liam Wood, who finished 6th overall, just ahead of Jamie King and Chris Wells, who almost got Jamie King right at the end, but it wasn't to be, unfortunately. Sean Whitaker and Bailey Lawrence round off 4th and 5th, with Keaton Payne and James Ratcliffe, with Shannon King being the only DNF of the whole entire field. Catch them later for race 3.
Coming up next is race 2 of the Mini F1 sidecars. It's going to be an interesting race. We have 8 sidecars on the grid for round 5 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It's sunny conditions for these guys. We've had a change of passenger this round, with Isaac Greenstreet going with Jamie Alexandra on the number 11 outfit. Keep a lookout for them. But now we head off and we head out for what is going to be a great Mini F1 sidecar race, where we're going to have the likes of Jason Leo Greenstreet beginning the race from pole position. Mick Williams will be alongside them on the front row of the grid. It's something which we've been so used to see, as Mick Williams and Jason Leo Greenstreet this season going head to head. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook will be on the second row of our grid. They'll be next to Chris and Robert Impey. They're very easy to spot, bright colourful levers for everyone watching at home. John Hosker in the 127 outfit. Actually, there is the Impeys with their bright levers, and they have some sort of an issue on the formation lap, so not what they'll be wanting at all. They should have been starting in 4th place, but they're trying to get that thing restarted, but we could have a delay, and you can see there they've actually got restarted. The smoke's coming back out the exhaust again. They can get the sidecar going, but behind Chris and Robert Impey, who actually continue to have issues, so it's cut out again. So yeah, they're pulling into the inside of the circuit. I think that's going to be a retirement. Behind them is going to be John Hosker. They'll be next to Mark Parker and Ems in 6th place, with Jamie Alexandra and Isaac Greenstreet in 7th. And finally, rounding out our exciting Mini F1 sidecar grid is going to be John Keats. In qualifying, it was Jason Leo Greenstreet who just pit them at the last minute, and Mick Williams and Michael Elms, they pitted after just a couple of laps and called it quits to their qualifying. It was tricky conditions for them, but now in the race it's completely different. Is it going to be a different outcome? We're going to have to wait and see. Final checks are being made on the grid, and I think there's been some talks on whether they remove Chris and Robert's Impey's sidecar into a safer position. They're still fiddling about with it in the middle of the circuit, so potentially they want it to get into a safer spot for them. But Lee Klaus at the front of your grid on the radio having a chat about what's going to happen. Red flag at the front. She'll have to wait until she gets confirmation from the paramedic at the back to say it's all good at the back of the grid, and then we should be able to get underway. But yep, that's them pushing it off the track at the moment. Thumbs up from them too, and now we point to the lights and we get ready to go racing. The lights are on. and the lights are off and we go racing. And now it's going to be Mick Williams and Michael Elms who cannot make up that move into turn 1. It's Jason Leo Greenstreet who leads the way on the number 90. So great start there from them on the 4-stroke motor machine. But Mick Williams behind, nothing they can do. Amy Tilbrook as well, just behind with Vince Bailey as the rider for that one on the 369 machine. Chris and Robert Impey, they can only watch on, but at the front, Jason Leo Greenstreet, they've got the whole shot. They've got the lead on the number 90 over the championship leader. This is going to be an interesting one. This is mini F1 sidecar racing at its best. We're going to have a battle for the ages. Hopefully it's near perfect conditions. There's a slight breeze around this circuit, but Mick Williams and Michael Elms, they're absolutely on it. They're trying their best. They're looking in the slipstream, and it was Jason Leo Greenstreet, they were saying it's just a couple points of this circuit where the bike struggles in, and he almost, whenever they're braking, need to keep the throttle on to keep fuel pumping into the fuel pump and keep the bike going and not from dying. But right now, Mick Williams and Michael Elms still in second place. They've been having some running issues as well. So the front two guys, both experiencing issues with their sidecar outfits. 3/10 of a second was the gap last time around. Just 6 laps remaining, and we really have to wonder, is Mick Williams going to sit there and try and learn as much as possible from Jason Leo Greenstreet, or is it going to be a full-out attack from the word go?
I absolutely think that Mick Williams is just going to keep an eye on these guys, see what they do, and see if he can capitalise. He's the type of guy, I think, that just tries to stay in behind for a bit, and then just keep analysing what his opponent does. But yeah, this must be a very strange feeling for him, just being able to chase these Greenstreet riders. They make their way now back down the hangar straight. Mick Williams still within 0.3 of a second, maybe that 0.2 of a second. He's having a look on the inside line. He's got that position, but now has he gone too wide? And on the exit, the Greenstreet sidecar is just going to seal it back. That number 90 with a really good amount of traction, but it's Mick Williams with the fastest lap of the race, a 57.7 for Mick Williams, and Michael Elms on that number 26 Red Bull livery sidecar with the dark blue and the yellow stripes heading up the sidecar. But hopefully there for their sake, they're going to try and have a look and see if they can get the lead back, making their way now down Lancaster Curve and into the heavy braking zone for the next corner. They'll head now back down the back straight, and this is going to be such a tense battle with even 5 laps to go. This could go all race long. I thought there was a little bit of a mistake there from the Greenstreet sidecar, but they'll now head back down the hangar straight, and let's see if Mick Williams once again tries that inside line. He's having a look, gaining down the inside, heavy on the brakes, but once again the Greenstreets know exactly where he's going to place it. Smart sidecar racing here at Llandow.
Yeah, it certainly is at the moment, and it's the Greenstreets who's at the front and leads the way. A 57.9 is their fastest lap of the race. They've had a pretty good race, but yet just 2 tenths off the fastest lap overall. So these guys still pushing on, still a bit to go though. But Jason Leo Greenstreet, they're having a great battle. They know what they need to do. It's all on that exit out the final corner. They're allowing Mick Williams and Michael Elms just to run wide ever so slightly and not allow them to get the power to the ground, and not allow them, more importantly, to get the race lead. Once they get in their rhythm, that is whenever they get in their element. But right now, this is a race potentially for the history books as we continue on with 4 laps remaining. The Greenstreets have a little look behind them. They have a look down the inside as well. Make sure to defend that from Mick Williams, who's further back this time. So right now, running slightly wide again. Potentially that's just the line that they prefer taking on their sidecar outfit. But Jason Leo Greenstreet, 1.1 seconds is the gap, and Mick Williams looking down at the sidecar. Mick Williams, has he got some sort of an issue? He's looking at his passenger, he's looking down, and yeah, he did. Mick Williams unable to get that power to the ground, unable to get that sidecar into the power band, so struggling with some sort of a mechanical issue is Mick Williams and Michael Elms. Will we even see them finish the race at this point? The Greenstreets are clearing off into the distance. A shake of the head, and is this going to be a retirement? The sidecar is going very, very slow. Mick Williams and Michael Elms, they've been having a great season for the past couple of years. they very, very rarely do you see a mechanical issue with their sidecar. Heading into this round, it was 60 points was the gap. And there's John Hosker as well at the side of the circuit, retiring on the 127 machine. And there's the Keats. The Keats there crashing and falling off. The Keats are running, chasing the sidecar up the road. There was sparks just before the passenger fell off. But now the Keats racing machine getting pushed back onto the circuit. And hopefully the 666 machine can get back into the race. Currently, 5th place overall. Well, they'll be dropping down to 6th now after losing in that battle. The Impies almost came over to help them there, but wow, what a dramatic sidecar race we've had. We've had Jason and Leo Greenstreet leading, Mick Williams having a mechanical issue. Jason and Leo Greenstreet, they're not mechanically sound out either. The Keats machine passenger falling off, and John Hosker also retiring, as well as Isaac Greenstreet filling in for Jamie and Jamie Alexandra's sidecar.
Action every single way, every single place you look. It's absolutely carnage, and this is something we love about the sidecars. You'll never see a race and not have action. There'll be something, whether that be a lead for the battle, something happening right at the back. And I think I saw a sidecar was also pulled over there. That I'm not entirely sure, but onto the last lap we go for Jason and Leo Greenstreet. They have been in a class of their own, and there is Mick Williams and Michael Evans. They're just trying to limp that 26 over to the line. So it looks like the issue is not quite resolved. Just having a look at the lap time, and it's a 1:50. So that is looking very, very, very slow for Mick Williams and Michael Elms. It seemed like I think 4.8 seconds slower than the Greenstreets, but you can hear that 90 zipping away and on toward the last couple of corners. They've been they've been fantastic through these last couple of rounds. Ello Park, that's where the momentum really, really started. And I just wonder, you just got to ask yourself, Lewis, is there a championship battle about to come up on our hand? Because they're now heading down the Hanger Straight and in towards Raymond's they go. Jason and Leo Greenstreet have done it once again here at Llandow, and they're coming across the line to seal yet another win here, the 4th win of the season, and maybe the reign of Mick Williams is about to be done and dusted. But this is the battle here between Mark Parker and Jamie Alexander. So the 230 and the 11. We now switch back to Mick Williams, who limps home across the line and trundles home, and over the line they go with a 1:07.4. So they're definitely losing some power in that cycle. So hopefully they can get it sorted. But it looks like the 11 of Jamie Alexander managed to get in through, but down the inside goes the Mark Parker, the 230, and it's going to be Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet on the podium for the number 11, and it's an incredible finish. Wow. Jamie Alexander, their first podium of the season, and there's a lovely gesture there. The Impies being pushed by the Greenstreet. You absolutely love to see that sportsmanship at its finest.
It certainly is, and now the Greenstreets, as you said, another win to their tally, and it's so great to see that we could potentially have a fight in the championship in the Mini F1 sidecars this year. Could it be the year where McWilliams' championship dominance ends? Well, the MPs didn't even manage to make the start of this race. Hopefully they can get it fixed later on, and there is John Hosker getting rescued from the Keats racing machine. Mark Parker and Ems as well on the other red machine just behind, coming through now, heading to the back straight. But McWilliams, I think they'll be somewhat disappointed with that, but they limped it home. It looked like there was nothing more they could have done, but to be fair to Jason and Leo Greenstreet, they also have their own mechanical issues this weekend. They're having to keep the throttle on even in the braking zones. They're having to keep the throttle on while braking. It's a really, really tricky technique, but there you go. That's what happens. A wave to the camera. They'll be absolutely buzzing with that one.
Oh, absolutely. I'd be buzzing too if I've got 4 wins under my belt and attempting to stop dominance. But Jason and Leo Greenstreet, 4th win of the season, absolutely blitzing the field. Unfortunately, Mick Williams Williams coming home in second, with Michael Elms with that issue on that sidecar. Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet, their first podium of the season on that number 11. It's been an absolute journey for Jamie Alexander, with Mark Parker and Michael Elms with an M's, with John Keats in fifth, and 2 DNFs and now hopefully you'll catch them for race 3.
Coming up now is race 2 of the Premier Class here at FAB. It's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It's such an exciting class this season with so many young talents. 11 bikes should have made the start to this race. Henry McCartney will be a non-starter in today's running, so just 10 riders in total coming to the grid. But on the grid, it's going to be Marco Holt who will be starting in second position when he makes his way onto the grid. There's Luke Fitchett on the number 7, and there is Marco Holt on the 58, lining up as the sole rider on the front row. It's going to be an exciting one. Marco Holt looks ready. We seen yesterday an epic battle between Marco Holt and Blake Wilson until Blake Wilson crashed out. So what is going to happen in this one? Henry McCartney should have been starting in pole position after setting a 50.3 in qualifying. He will not start this race. Marco Holt will be the sole rider in the front row of the grid, starting in second position, with Archie O'Brien, this man here, on the 91 machines, beginning the race in third. Behind, next to him on the grid, will be Blake Wilson on the number 8 machine, with Luke Fitchett and Austin Johnson on the third row of our grid. Ollie Sims and Bill Harris will start the race from 7th and 8th position, with Wilson Dilks and Harry Payne on the 5th row of the grid. Finlay Paulhill will round out the 11 bike grid for race 2, and it's going to be an absolute cracker. Who's it going to be, folks? Let us know down below if you think Marco Holt is going to be able to hold on to this win streak, or if you think Blake Wilson is going to come back fighting. Marco, he's feeling confident for that one. It's clear to see from the way he was sitting on the grid, but it's got to be said, Blake Wilson, it looks like there was something that he had left reserved in the tank for the final couple of laps of yesterday. If he didn't crash, who would have known what would have happened? We're going to have to wait and find out. I think we're going to find out in this one, as Marco Holt actually having a look down at his bike, potentially checking the transponders on it. Actually, his bike stopped, so they're trying to get the bike bump started now, and that's the bike started. He gets pushed back into position by his dad, and hopefully it doesn't cut out again on the grid while everyone else has to sit there and watch this unfold. Harry Payne as well in the back of your picture on the 11. He'll be hoping for a better result in this one, but the point to the light has been made. The lights will turn on and the lights go off, and we go racing for race 2 of the Mini GP70s. And Blake Wilson is your rider who leads it into turn 1, with Archie O'Brien in second position. Marco Holt, yesterday's race winner, is dropped down all the way to third place, with Luke Fitchett just behind him, fourth. Austin Johnson as well having a good start in 5th place, but Blake Wilson at the front already trying to extend his gap. He's already got somewhat of a comfortable gap where he can take his own lines over Archie O'Brien, but Marco Holt, he has so much work to do at the moment. Third position, which doesn't sound too bad, but these riders, they're so quick, and he has to get moves done quick because it's a 12-lap race, and now this is his chance. Luke Fitchett just behind. If you get overtaken by Luke Fitchett, it's so difficult to be able to get any way past. He's so good at defending, is Luke Fitchett. Further down the field, Wilson Dilks looking up the inside of Sims, and can he make it work? Yes, he can. Pushes Sims ever so slightly wide, but there is Archie O'Brien. A far better start as Marco Holt has some sort of an issue, and his bike has cut out, and that is his race over. We've seen his bike cut out on the grid. Total disappointment from Marco. He's got a tube inside of his hand, and he is not happy with that one at all. He's trying to run and get that bike restarted, get some sort of compression in it so he can keep in this race, score some championship points. He's finally got a Roman Marshall to come and help him, but to try and find out what the issue is with that one. I'll look down at the bike, and that is a retirement for Marco. That is a retirement. He's absolutely distraught, and our man who is chasing Luke Fitchett in the championship is now to at least going to be another 20 points down. You can tell how much that means to him.
Oh, that's absolute heartbreak for Marco Holt. He was really hoping to mount a challenge on the championship, on a championship leader of Luke Fitchett. He was 38 points behind going into the weekend, and that win really helped him. But this DNF will be absolutely painful, his second DNF of the season. But we now look back at the race here. This is a couple of battles going on, and Bill Harrison, I think Marco Holt is trying to get that going. I think he has, so he's just trying to cruise home and try and nab some points. So minus that second DNF of the season, he's going to try and just trundle around and see what he can get out of this race. The maximum he's going to get is only 6 points, but that'll still be enough to nab something. But Luke Fitcher now running in third place, so that's something he won't want me to hear later on. So he's going to get 16 points out of this. He's being challenged here by Wilson Dills, and there just behind is Bill Harris, so he's managed to get his original bike back, I believe, and he's being followed now by Austin Johnson. They make their way now in towards 30s they go. Harris still feeling the pressure from behind, and they make their way now, and there you can see Ollie Sims is trying to join onto this battle. Bill Harris still with that best lap of a personal best of a 49.5. So the number 14 just still just trying to longitudinal try and long out the race, and hopefully just stick into fifth and grab some great points in here. But Bill Harris really doing a good job. But they can just see going out. Your picture was Archie O'Brien currently sitting in second place, but this is Ollie Sims trying to have a look down the inside. He's really muscled his way through there by Austin Johnson, and they're just skipping back. That's Marco Holt. Holt has stopped once again, and it's heartbreak. It's absolute heartbreak for Holt, and it's not doing him justice whatsoever. He's just got to maintain his head and just keep himself cool and come back in the third race. He's got the Mini GP 50 to regain that confidence, and of course he's so dominant in that championship, but hopefully he will gain confidence in that one. But up at the top is Blake Wilson, who just set to the fastest lap of the race of a 48.5 last time round. He's being followed by this battle of Archie O'Brien, Luke Fitcher and Wilson Dilks. But there you can see confirmation of Blake Wilson with that fastest lap of a 48.5. He did a 48.7 last time out, so 2/10 off his best time, but he's still got a massive gap of almost 4 seconds to this battle. So Blake Wilson really feeling confident.
Yeah, he is at the moment, and now here's Luke Fitchett. Now, Luke Fitchett, last time around, I was having a look at the lap times, and Luke Fitchett is around 7/10 quicker last time around than Archie O'Brien. So he's closed in this gap significantly, and he's brought Wilson Dilks with him. So now we are seeing a freeway battle for second position at the moment, a further 4 seconds down the road from our race leader. But right now, they'll all be wanting second position, especially Luke Fitchett. He'll see that Mark Holt's out, and he knows this is a key opportunity. One of these moments you do not get often to stretch your championship lead by double digits in one race, and who knows, something, a mechanical or an issue may happen later on in the season, like we've seen at Ella Park. So these are the races where you really need to make the most of it. You really need to capitalise and get as many points as possible. So number 7, Luke Fitchett, he's going to be hoping for a good one. As Archie O'Brien, he's clearly got a wake-up call. He sets his personal best lap of the race, just slightly faster, around 30 thousandths of a second faster than Luke Fitchett last time around. Wilson Dilks, though, he's there to pick up any of the pieces. I'm being told that Marco Holt has stopped yet again at the side of the circuit. He's looking down at the bike. Something's not right there. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes into the pits, but he is in 10th, so he still would score some points. But there is Wilson Dilks looking down the inside ever so slightly. Backed out of that one pretty quickly, though. This is the battle for second position. What's it going to be this time around? Who's going to be the fastest? And Archie O'Brien, once again, slightly faster than Luke Fitchett, but Luke Fitchett, he's still there. He's able to make any move he wants if Archie O'Brien makes a single mistake on that 91 machine. It's definitely one of the best starts, though, we've seen this season from Archie O'Brien, which is very impressive.
But yeah, you can definitely see that he's gaining confidence on that 91. But also somebody else is gaining confidence is Wilson Dilks, just having a look behind Luke Fitchett there, trying to see if he can go for a move down into Chandler's, but just couldn't be able to nick that move. But there they go, down the hanger straight on this in this Mini GP 50 class. One of the best of young riders in this field, and you can see some of these incredible young riders battling it out here in South Wales, and it's still Archie O'Brien leading that battle for second place. Luke Fitcher is still in behind on those cyan blue rims, but down the inside on towards 30s, and he was just having a look there at Archie O'Brien with that famous Spider-Man helmet, making their way now down Lancaster Curve and in towards Llandow as they go. There could be a possible opportunity to overtake, but also just to mention, Blake Wilson last time out, fastest lap of the race with a 48.3. So really interesting to see Blake Wilson continuing to extend that gap now to over 6 seconds to this battle. But there it goes, Luke Fitcher having a look to the inside line, and there you can see Blake Wilson just continuing to gain confidence and extend his time. 6.7 seconds is the gap to Archie O'Brien, so extending that by another 7/10 is absolutely extraordinary from our young rider that is Blake Wilson, and he is going to be absolutely on the charge. He can just now just cruise home here, because now this is the main battle on your screen. Archie O'Brien and then Luke Fitcher and Wilson Dilks in behind. There's some big points up for grabs here, and this is seriously the one to be watching.
It really is, and now we await to see what's going to happen. They come towards the hangar straight now, and you have to say, it's definitely one of those battles which is just going to wait and sizzle until the final lap, where all cards are going to come out. They're going to show absolutely everything they've got right now. It's a case of getting yourself in the right position, the right track position, and the right distance to the rider behind. So as soon as you get on the last lap, you can make your attack when you feel like it. If you feel like you're quick in the first part of the lap and you need to make that move early, or whether you wait and risk it for that slipstream and try to make that lunge into the final corner, because most riders will try to defend that and will try block off that move. But Wilson Dilks just behind these guys, he's ready to pick up any pieces that may come off during this last lap of the race. Now they power it through the Dell and towards the hangar straight. What is going to happen as we await for them to head down to the final corner? Is Luke Fitcher going to make a move? No, he does not. Now we power it out through the last lap flag, waves in the air, and who is going to be fastest? Who is going to be on the podium, and who is going to be at the front of this battle for second position? With Archie O'Brien currently leading, Luke Fitcher in third position behind, and there is your race leader. There is Blake Wilson, incredibly strong, 7.4 seconds at the line last time around. He has been a man on a mission every single lap. He has been multiple tenths quicker than everyone else in the field at the moment. What could have been if Mark Holt didn't have his issues, but now coming down the back straight at the moment is the number 8 rider. Well, he will be absolutely ecstatic. He had his issues yesterday, he's loving it today, and now he takes the race win. And what a dominant fashion there from the number 8 rider. Very impressive from Blake Wilson. Ollie Sims stopping as well, but Archie O'Brien holding on to that second place of Luke Fitcher in third. So Blake Wilson getting that race win, 7.491 seconds at the line. How impressive is that? Archie O'Brien holding off Luke Fitcher on that final lap, and Marco Holt stopping multiple times throughout the race and only completing 6 laps of it. But Harry Payne now coming across the line as well on the number 11 machine. What a LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 race 2 that was there. That was a great race, but we've seen it in race 1. We spoke about it. What happens if Blake Wilson didn't crash? Now we're speaking about what happens if Mark Holt didn't have issues. Well, I think later on in race 3, it's going to be all guns blazing.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, as you said, Wilson had issues. Now Holt had issues, and surely it's got to be all guns blazing. But there you go. Blake Wilson is your winner. His second win of the season in the Mini GP 70 class, with Archie O'Brien crossing the line in P2, just ahead of Luke Fitcher, who went on to grab his 10th podium of the campaign, ahead of Wilson Dilks and of course Will Harris. Finley Polhill is in 6th, with Austin Johnson in P7. Harry Payne having those issues right at the coming home in 8th, with Ollie Sims having the issues in 9th, and Marco Hull having a horrible race, a nightmare for Marco Hull. And I think actually on our timing screen he's just gone ahead of Ollie Sims. Ollie Sims has been classified as a DNF, so has Marco Hull
collected some points here, Lewis?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and find out. Ollie Sims, he didn't make it to the checker flag, but Mark Holt, he did manage to. But a great race there for race 2 of the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship. Still one more race to come, and it looks like it's going to be a Blake Wilson and Marco Holt shootout. Next up is race 3, the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pro class. We've had 2 great races so far. The sun is out at the moment, and Taylor Tomlinson yet again will be starting in that pole position. So Taylor Tomlinson, Sebastian Gosowski, rivals of the past, yet the rivals once again. Then we have Oliver Hall as well in this class that is able to latch on to the back of them, but Taylor Tomlinson at the moment, he's looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those riders, as you said, really looking strong. Of course, Tomlinson, the championship leader, he's got to keep that form going, but also he's got Sebastian Gaslowski, who has now won 2 races in this category in this weekend, so he will be hoping to go for the 3rd, but of course he's got a tough opponent of Taylor Tomlinson right alongside him, and this should be a battle for the ages, especially for these young riders that are trying to make their way top. And there's Taylor Tomlinson giving it away to the camera, so he's managed to spot. And also that was Oliver Hall managed giving us a little wave as well. But again, Taylor Tomlinson will be lining up on pole position. Sebastian Gaslowski, 2 wins to his name. Can he make it a 3rd? Oliver Hall will be starting in 3rd place on that number 3. He'll be alongside Logan Cousins in P4. Then it's going to be Rex Austin on the 991. Rockstar Rex Austin. He will be looking to try and gain some points, and maybe even take a podium place. Liam Lindquist, the half Swedish rider, will be starting in P6 ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody. Dunwoody will head the 4th row of the grid ahead of the 30 of Josh Perkins. Preston Baker will be starting in P9 on the 5th row of the grid, and then just running off the grid in P10, Bradley Curtis. There you go. A few young fans just watching from outside of the circuit. Love to see the people stop and just watch from the other side. But hopefully they're enjoying it as much as us. But 10 bikes will be taking to the grid for the final race for the AC40 Pro Championship. Of course, Taylor Tomlinson looking to extend that championship lead. Of course, Sebastian Gaslowski will be hoping to take a 3rd win. What can Rex Austin do from way down the grid in 5th place? But the lights are on, the reds rise, and we go racing for the final time here in Llandow. And there you go, Sebastian Gaslowski getting the inside line, and there goes Logan Cousins up into 2nd place. So it's our classic trio once again going head to head on this circuit, and then ahead now in towards it's still Gaslowski ahead of Cousins, ahead of Tomlinson. So Tomlinson really not perfecting his start. I'm not sure if it might be the biting point of the clutch or the clutch, but there's something just slightly wrong with Tomlinson just not being able to get those stars, and that is why he's falling to 3rd and not maximising his championship potential. But now in towards the Dell they go, and now Sebastian Gaslowski still just leading ahead of Logan Cousins, but that gap is still just so small. Oliver Hall now currently sitting in P4 ahead of Rex Austin and of course Nicholas Dunwoody there in behind. But Tomlinson having a look at the move there on Logan Cousins. They head over the timing line now and in toward the hook once again. Gaslowski holding the lead once again. This will be a familiar sight to him, so hopefully he knows exactly what to do. He's done it twice before. Can he do it a 3rd time? Hoping that issues don't come into play like we saw with Marco Hull a couple minutes ago. But there's going to be some really good battles all the way through here. Tomlinson will have to try and get a move on here with 8 laps still to go, and Oliver Hall there just in behind in P4. Hall just holding down 4th place at the moment here, and they make their way now into Chandler's and exiting that at that corner, and then we're just continuing here with that battle. He's just holding off there Rex Austin and Nicholas Dunwoody in the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, and this is going to probably really going to be a really good battle. So we've got about 3 different battles going on at the same time. Lewis, this is going to be absolutely incredible.
Logan Cousins as well is catching up to Sebastian Gustafsson. He's not allowing him to move away, and he does have the fastest lap of the race. So Logan Cousins in second position has an incredible pace at the moment. The fastest lap, a very, very impressive time of a 54.116 there from him on the number 7 machine. Just 1/10 behind Sebastian Gustafsson, but Taylor Tomlinson behind. He's looking behind him quite a lot. We see this quite a lot actually with Taylor Tomlinson. He likes to know what's behind him, but sometimes that can sometimes distract you just a little bit. So maybe the 77 rider losing a little bit of time, but 8/10 off the race leader last time around was Taylor Tomlinson on the 77. Now we come down the back straight now, and Logan Cousins is going to try to get as tucked in as possible on Sebastian Gustafsson. Now they head into the final corner before they power it out, and Taylor Tomlinson, that is quite a significant gap that he's got. Maybe some issues or the bike's just not feeling right, but Sebastian Gustafsson, it's like a game of chess. He now takes the fastest lap of the race on the 64 machine, who of course is our race leader. So Taylor Tomlinson behind these two, slightly dropping back at the moment, but there is confirmation of that fastest lap at 54.099, an incredible time. 4/10 was the lead at the line that he had. That is definitely not 4/10 now, actually, as Logan Cousins now has a little peak up the inside, now a little peak round the outside on the 77. So could we potentially see Logan Cousins and Sebastian Gustafsson have a battle and slow themselves down so much that we see the likes of Taylor Tomlinson coming into play?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt that Tomlinson can get into play here, but it's going to be really, really tough with Gaslowski and Cousins still having a battle here. Gaslowski there on the brakes, throwing a bit of a defensive shake, going toward the middle of the circuit, so Cousins can't go around the outside, and he'll have to make an aggressive dive bomb on the inside. And normally the aggressive dive bomb doesn't usually work here going into Raymond's, because of course we see so many overlaps that the defender manages to always just get back round. But in towards Cersei's they go, and into Mac White's, and it seems like Gaslowski just still maintaining that P1 spot ahead of Logan Cousins. But I think Taylor Tomlinson is just struggling a little bit to stay with them. So maybe he's having a few power issues, or maybe he's just backing off, taking his time, doesn't want to risk anything, because Tomlinson is no stranger to pushing too hard and making a mistake. So there's a chance, and he's learned from a really difficult time at Ello Park that there's a possibility they're going to make a mistake. But this is a little battle going on between for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, I believe, with Rex Austin, Dunwoody, and there you can see Josh Perkins, Dunwoody having a look down the inside there ahead of Rex Austin, but Rex Austin easily covered there.
He certainly is, and now Nicholas Dunwoody looking up the inside into turn 1. He can't make it work though, but Nicholas Dunwoody, he's looked incredible this weekend. He's looked so impressive. It's one of the strongest weekends that we've seen of him. Just behind Nicholas Dunwoody is Josh Perkins, and just ahead Rex Austin. Rex Austin, he's been enjoying his weekend so far. 5th place inside that all-important top 5, and last time around he was 1.4 seconds behind Oliver Hall in front. So these guys, can they potentially catch Oliver Hall, or will this playing the ball in position slow them down? It looks like it at the moment anyway, but Josh Perkins, his bike's running very, very rich to say the least. But Liam Lindquist at the back of this field, of course, half Swedish rider, 14 on the front of his machine there. Now they come down the back straight. Will any positions be made into Raymond's? The final corner on the circuit. Nicholas Dunwoody looks at the inside, so does Liam Lindquist, but nobody can make a move work and make a move stick, as now we head on to what is 3 laps remaining in the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pro class. There is Josh Perkins on the number 30 machine. He's had a great race weekend. As I said, his bike looks like it's running richer than actually everyone else's. You can see that with the added blue smoke at the back. All these bikes are of course 2-stroke, but some of them just a bit more oil inside the fuel mixture than others. As now Nicholas Dunwoody on the 35, he's looking down the inside and he cannot make anything work. It's very rare you see an overtake around that part, but there we have it. These guys not changing any positions just yet, as it seems it's all building to the final couple of laps.
Oh, we really are building up to the paramount, the big boy of the final lap, because then that's where our riders go all out, and going all out is Nicholas Dunwoody, hard on the anchors, but he's not quite been able to get past. So I think he may be trying to set up that move just before that last lap, so just having that last opportunity, going down the inside and grabbing an extra point or two for his sake. but now heading down the bomber straight they go, and Dunwoody's just still having a look, but he's got Perkins behind him, and also I thought that was I think that's Liam Lindquist going for a move there on Josh Perkins, but just deciding to back out of that one. So I think they were all just trying to get each other riding in their mirrors, and it's great that they're playing mind games at such a young age and really learning the basics of motorcycle racing and really advancing it, especially at this point in the season. But there is our leader, Sebastian Gasolski, heading onto the final lap, and he's not shuffled away from the presence of Logan Cousins, and Cousins is still going at it. Tomlinson has I think backed off. Yes, he's looking a little bit slow, so maybe he's just trying to back off a little bit, or maybe a bit of a power issue. But Logan Cousins is at a 54.0 light time, his personal best, but Sebastian Gasolski has gone one better and done the fastest lap of the race at 53.9. We latch on to our current leader with that final lap, but does Logan Cousins have anything left in the tank? They make their way now down the hangar straight. Can Sebastian Gasolski keep his cool? Hard on the anchors they go. Sebastian Gasolski, 3 wins in a row here at Llandow. A lovely victory there from Sebastian Gasolski, and he'll be happy with a triple of wins here this weekend. Incredible stuff, but this battle is not over. Dunwoody has been playing this all race long down the inside, but he's not quite got it. He'll have to settle for 6th ahead of Josh Perkins and Liam Lindquist. Rex Austin just holding on, but there is Sebastian Gasolski, another win here, his 3rd of the season, ahead of Logan Cousins and Taylor Tomlinson.
Awesome race there. Taylor Tomlinson in 3rd position. Is this potentially the start of the championship slowly opening up as we're going into this, Red? Tomlinson here, a 60-point lead. Obviously, it's not going to drop that much. But if we see, for example, Gasolski and Cousins, are they up in their game? Or is this just a one-circuit matter? We're going to have to wait and see next round. But an incredible racing all weekend from this class. So great to see. A little wave to the camera there from Logan Cousins. But Sebastian Gasolski, you have to say he was a man on the mission. 0.5 of a second, and he didn't crack from pressure from Logan Cousins in 2nd. Taylor Tomlinson rounded off our podium, and his championship lead gets reduced ever so slightly. Oliver Hall, he'll finish in 4th place ahead of Rex Austin in 5th. Nicholas Dunwoody is in 6th position ahead of Josh Birkin. Liam Lindquist finished in 8th with Bradley Curtis, and Preston Baker rounding out our top 10. But what an incredible race it's been all weekend from the AC40 pros, and we can't wait to have them back in action at Rowra. Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the AC40 rookies. It's been great racing all weekend from these guys. 20 riders, a big grid as usual, like we've seen over the past couple of years. But Jensen Ansell, it's not went all his way. Although he's going to start in pole position, Mason Frederick, Max Johnson and Caelan Ratcliffe are definitely ones to watch, because we've seen him race too. Mason Frederick, he was able to match and beat Jensen Ansell.
Absolutely, it's going to be so close between a couple of these guys. Of course, Ansell will be wanting to try and get a win or some great points to his name to try and extend that championship advantage. It'll be so important if he manages to grab a win or a podium at least. But he's in a good position at the moment. He's on pole position, but Mason Frederick has gone on to take a win as well as Ansell. So it's a win for both of our guys on the front row. So who will be taking the 3rd win of the weekend here? It's going to be so close, and a lot of action to come. So we just now wait for the formation lap to get underway. And it will be a good chance for these young riders to once again get used to the track condition, because they haven't been consistent throughout the weekend. This is probably the first time we've had an actual consistent weather. It's been completely dry, and we now go through the grid. Jason Ansell will be starting on pole position ahead of Mason Frederick, with Max Johnson starting in 3rd. Caelan Ratcliffe will be in P4 with Jensen Cedras in 3rd, and he'll be sharing that 3rd row of the grid with Kai Hawkin Henry Brody will be starting in 7th ahead of Arthur Rich, with Daisy Polden in P9, with James Rich will be starting in P10. Nellie Newth will be heading off the 6th round of the grid alongside Tommy Williams in 12th, with Austin Dilks and Freddie Taylor on the 7th row of the grid. Ethan Bayliss will be starting in 15th ahead of James Dermott in 16th, with Finley Steele in P17. Emerson Oakley will be in 18th on the 9th row of the grid, with Tyler Shirley starting in 19th on the 10th row of the grid, and that will be rounded out by Danny Longhurst starting in 20th. 20 bike field, a lot of carnage to come, and we are really looking forward to this, Lewis. But what do you think we're going to have? Because of course we've had Jensen Ansell take his one win. We've also had Mason Frederick nab the lead and take another. So who do you think is going to be this time?
Mason Frederick is looking incredibly confident, but Jensen Ansell, he's going to want to get his own back. He's going to want to go into next round and have that nice, about a month break with just pure confidence, knowing that he was the fastest rider in the final race of the weekend. So we're going to have to wait and see. Obviously, a 20-rider field. This is rookies. Sometimes surprises happen. We can see a rider that's further down the field come into play, but Lee Klaus right at the front of the field points to the lights, and the lights come on and the lights go off. It was a very quick changeover, and Mason Frederick, he gets the quickest launch, and Caelan Ratcliffe as well in second position. Jensen Ansell, he drops down to second, but then pushes Caelan Ratcliffe wide, tries to get into that second place, and he makes it work on the 22 machine. He straight away sets his sights onto the back of Mason Frederick. He doesn't want to allow him to get away with it, but there's Max Johnson further down the order. He's having some struggles, it seems, off the start. He qualified in 3rd position, and just behind him is Kai Hawken in 5th place. But Tommy Williams there having a battle with Danny Longhurst further down the field, but Mason Frederick at the front. What a start has been there from him. Is this going to be confidence all the way to the end? Is he going to be able to bridge out a gap? Or is it going to be Jensen Ansell who comes back fighting? Now they come down the back straight, they come down the higher straight. Will Jensen Ansell get any kind of a slipstream? It doesn't look like it at the moment, but Caelan Ratcliffe, he's there as well. He's able to just snap any points at any podium positions if it's up for grabs. If they make any mistakes or if they start fighting, it's going to become a freeway battle for the lead. So this rookie race is going to get interesting. This is the final race for the weekend. Just 7 laps remaining already. It's only an 8-lap race. A very, very short race for these guys. But Mason Frederick leading the way by, at the line, almost 0.4 of a second. You have to say, he's looking the strongest off the start.
He really is looking the strongest. He managed to once again nab the lead away from the championship leader, and I think this is exactly what he needs to do. Kai Hawken there running in 5th, just behind Max Johnson in that battle for 4th. That's probably brewing as we go on throughout the race, but this is the top 3 with Frederick, Ansell and Ratcliffe. And I think that was a mistake there from Jensen Ansell, and Ansell is going to be very vulnerable. He's going to be a sitting duck down the hanger straight, and there goes Caelan Ratcliffe. He's already through, and just like that, Jensen Ansell has now just popped himself back down the inside, side by side, heading towards the first corner they go, and it seemed like Ansell's had to back out on that one, and it's going to be Ratcliffe in second, but really unfortunate there for Ansell. A little mistake there out of the dell, and it's just a loss of rhythm, and that's what happens. It just gets carried all the way down the hanger straight, but he's once again onto the back of Caelan Ratcliffe, and he's still just going at it. He's still just got to get the hammer down. Almost contact out of that corner and down Lancaster curve. That was very close for comfort, maybe even too close for comfort, and that's the thing that Ansell can't be risking. Those are the moments that Ansell can't be getting involved in, because they could very easily end up horribly. On another day, that could be Ansell with 0 points to his name. They now head down the hanger straight, and once again it seems like Ansell is trying to go for that move as he is just sticking in the slipstream of Caelan Ratcliffe, but he's not just got the position just yet, still sticking in 3rd for now.
Sticking in 3rd at the moment, but Kai Hawken under immense pressure from Max Johnson at the moment, but 5 laps remaining. Max Johnson, he's slowly regaining positions and regaining his momentum that he had in qualifying, which allowed him to start in 3rd place. But Max Johnson, he'll be hoping for a better result as we see the race, race leaders really 2nd and 3rd. But Caelan Ratcliffe, he always takes some of the grass there, and that's what almost caused contact. But Max Johnson now trying to find a way past Kai Hawkin. Can he make it work? And no, he cannot. He gets the door slammed into his face. Now as we head to the Dell, and they head through the chicane to the right, to the left, and then to the right again. It's been very, very entertaining so far. Mason Frederick still leads. Jensen Ansel, we see them make that mistake, but can Max Johnson finally make a move on Kai Hawkin? He makes a move down the final corner, and he has to back out of it once again.
Oh, that was very, very close. But they're now going side by side and into the Dell, and not into the hook, and it just seems like Kai Hawkin's still staying ahead. So Hawkin has got a good amount of momentum, a good amount of pressure behind him as well, but he's got a lot of confidence. He's already been out racing twice here, and this is the move. 3 wide heading into the final corner of Raymond's, and I'm not entirely sure who this is, but it's a very good battle. They head now over the line. I think this is Daisy Paul and Freddie Taylor and Arthur Rich. They now head in towards the first corner, and there goes Daisy Paulin heading up back up to 9th place. So a lot of battles going on through the field as well. So not just up at the top for 1st and 2nd and 3rd, but also 4th and 5th. But there's moves being made all over the place here. So a lot of action all the way through. And there is Paulden just trying to make a move there, and I believe that is Freddie Taylor. If that's right, sorry, James Rich, my error. But there you go, round the outside goes Daisy Paulden and up into 8th place. So really, really good battles all the way through the field to make their way now in towards the Dell. Are we going to be seeing another move sliding up the inside? That's Freddie Taylor making a move, and I think the 2 Rich brothers. So I believe Arthur ahead of Rich, and with James Rich at the 84 and Arthur Rich at the 95. They make their way now in towards Raymond. They go, and just a lot of great battles all the way through. I think it is one of the Rich brothers a bit slow now down that start-finish straight.
He is at the moment, but Mason Frederick, number 5, still leads the way at the moment, and he's putting in a very, very impressive run. And there he is, Jensen Ansel right on his tail. As Jensen Ansel last time around set the fastest lap of the race, so a very, very impressive run there. There is Caelan Ratcliffe as well in 3rd position, as Max Johnson looks up the inside of Kai Hawkin, going into the final corner once again. So now coming over the line, Kai Hawkin and Max Johnson continue to battle for 4th position, and these riders have been duking out for the past couple of laps. Only 2 laps remaining from these guys. A slight little moment there from him. They're certainly pushing. You have to give them that one. As Max Johnson looks up the inside, can he make it work? He clips the inside curb with his knee slider and settles him ever so slightly, but now in the inside section into such a technical part of the circuit, and you really have to use your head towards Lancaster Curve, and then they power out through back markers as well are coming into play now. This is where the race dynamic completely changes, as now towards the Dell, Max Johnson, he was a little bit frustrated actually inside his helmet, so the 141 machine potentially getting held up by back markers, but this is actually helping him try and catch up to Kai Hawkin, as now Mason Fredericks lost the race lead from Jensen Ansel towards the hairpin, so potentially back markers gets it into play as we head on to the final lap. Jensen Ansel leads the way from Mason Frederick. Mason Frederick diving down the inside on the number 5, reclaiming the race lead on the Britain Racing machine. He powers out through, does the number 5 rider. Does Jensen Ansel have any comeback now? We've seen all race, and all race 2, it was all about Mason Frederick. He was so strong, but Jensen Ansel has managed to find a way to fight back. Will there be more back markers coming into play at the line? Last time around, 96 thousandths of a second, and now we're on to the final stages of the race. Half a lap remaining. We go towards the Dell now. Jensen Ansel, he's building at the moment. It's the 22 rider. He's trying absolutely everything. He's looking this way, that way, and it's all going to be about the run to the final corner and the run to Raymond's. What can they do in the heavy braking zone? It's a hairpin corner. Can he launch a move? No, he cannot. Mason Frederick, though, runs ever so slightly wide, and Jensen Ansel's going to drag race to the line. Mason Frederick keeps hold of it. 2/10 of a second at the line. Mason Frederick, fastest lap of the race as well. Caelan Ratcliffe holding on to that podium position as himself, Max Johnson and Kai Hawkin got into a battle on the final lap. An incredible run there. Mason Frederick, he managed to keep his cool, claimed the fastest lap of the race on the final lap of the race. Not many people can say that. Tommy Williams as well, celebrating with Jenson Ansell, because a second place result, it's not the end of the world. It's solid championship points.
It really, really is, and I think Jenson Ansell will be walking away from Llandow with with a smile on his face. Yes, he didn't get he only got one win, but he got crucial championship points, and they will be massive near the end of the season, and may even take the championship a little bit earlier before that final race when the flag drops at the end of the season in Three Sisters. But a really good result there. Mason Frederick is your eventual race winner, just ahead of Jenson Ansell in that drag race to the line, and Caelan Ratcliffe managing to finish in third place. Then it's going to be Max Johnson finishing in fourth, just ahead of Kai Hawkin, the number 20, collecting 11 points for his efforts, with Jensen Cedras in P6. Henry Brody will be in seventh, with Daisy Paulden managing to finish up in eighth place, with Freddie Taylor and James Ridge rounding out the top 10, and just finishing in behind Arthur Rich in P11.
Awesome race from the AC40 rookie guys. All three races have been spectacular, shown their racing talent and shown what is coming up for the future of British motorcycle racing. Those are the stars of the future. They're just starting their racing career and already starting to create battles for the history books. The sunshine was out for that final race. It's certainly delivered, and you can already still see the celebrations going on in Parc Fermé, and awesome for the parents as well. But hello and welcome if you're just joining us. You've joined us during the final races of the day. We still have plenty of action to come up though. We have around 7 or 8 races left on today's programme, and it's going to be a cracker. Conditions are perfect here at Llandow.
Oh, absolutely, fantastic, been fantastic racing all day. And now we move on to our senior mini motors. We've been saying this all the time, but big adults on little bikes, and it's an absolute spectacle. But they now move on to their formation lap, and our 10 riders will now take the grid. Josh Birkin lines up on pole position. It's his third pole position of the season. He'll be lining up alongside Nick Bennett, who will be starting in P2. Bennett has taken the lead multiple times. However, it's been a little bit it's been difficult to hold on to. Keaton Payne will be starting in P3, just ahead of Callum White, with Holly Harris starting in P5. She's got 2 podiums to her name. Can she make it the third? Mark Payne will be starting in P6. Hopefully he won't be getting a jump start penalty like he did in race 2. He'll be starting just ahead of Gary Eldridge, who starts the 4th row of the grid, and a debutant to the senior mini motors, Luca Allen, qualifying in P8, just ahead of Jerome Richards and Rob Gentry, starting on the 5th row of the grid. But Lewis, what can we expect? Are we going to be seeing absolute drama, maybe even seeing a brand new race winner, or will it be Josh Birkin once again?
I think we're going to see Nick Bennett try and take it to Josh Birkin, put absolutely everything on the line. But you can still see they're friends, they're having a laugh on the grid. That's what senior mini motor racing is all about at the end of the day. That's what FAB-Racing is all about fun. But on the track, you're about to see how vicious they are. But now they point to the lights. The light will appear on now. And the lights go out and we go racing. Nick Bennett, will he get the whole shot, or will Josh Birkin lead us? Nick Bennett into turn 1, and Josh Birkin dropping down to P2 on the number 2 machine. Keaton Payne currently in 3rd place, ahead of Holly Harris. Holly Harris currently having a good race so far, 4th place off the starting grid. But Nick Bennett making the mistake, running wide, allowing Josh Birkin through. So Josh Birkin into the race lead. This is the important part. Can Josh Birkin hold on to it, or is Nick Bennett going to lose touch? We're going to have to wait and see, as there's Luca Allen having the battle further back of Herod. His bike is pretty slow in a straight line, and that is why he's further down the order than maybe where we expect him to be. But but Nick Bennett, his bike was making all sorts of shape through the Dell, but as Holly Harris now drops down to 5th position, Mark Payne is now in front of her, so she is going to have quite a lot of work onto her hands as now through the straight. Wow, Holly Harris through as Josh Birkin lost the front there. He saved it on his leg, and now Nick Bennett is going to get the lead into turn 1. Will he run wide? No, he will not. That mistake of Josh Birkin coming out the hairpin, he almost lost it all. He's lucky to stay on as Josh Birkin. He lost the front momentarily and allowed Nick Bennett through.
Oh, absolutely. Battle galore here. And of course, Nick Bennett made that mistake earlier. Josh Birkin had now been forced into an error. So one apiece in the mistakes here. So hopefully that won't be getting too much to their head. But Bennett has now got that experience of how does Birkin approach this Llandow circuit. He's now just been following for almost an entire lap, and now he's got that experience under his belt. Now, can he go on and lead this race? That 711 now going about to lead into the final corner. Hopefully, don't go too wide, but it's about carrying the momentum. And you just see there Keaton Payne there in P3 just following in behind. But Nick Bennett now with the fastest lap of the race with a 54.5 and a 55.2 for Josh Birkin. So Birkin's not quite on it at the moment, but he's still got plenty of opportunities to try and get past that 711. Look how close they are. That's about 3 or 4 tenths of a second separating the two senior mini moto motors, but really close there. And there is Holly Harris trying to make her way past Keaton Payne for a third podium of the weekend, but it's not quite going to be made there down at Chandler. They'll have to carry on this battle towards the Dell and then flick their way in towards the chicane, and just a little stop of momentum. And who's going to get the best run now? Down the hanger straight, Holly Harris in the slipstream of Keaton Payne. She's got the slipstream, and now hard on the anchors she goes, and she'll make her way up into third place. But can Keaton Payne get the exit? I think Holly Harris is going to be a little bit lighter, so she'll be able to carry that momentum, and through into third place she goes, and off into the hook we go, and she will now head into third place. Now, can she maybe go on and think about trying to battle with the top? But her lap times are pretty similar, but just about half a second off our leaders. Josh Birkin has just gone and set the fastest lap of the race. Oh, we got an issue here for one of our senior mini motors. I think that's Callum White there. So unfortunate for him. But I was just about to say, Josh Birkin has gone and set the fastest lap of the race with a 54.339. So with Nick Bennett also doing a 54.390. So very, very similar lap times. And in towards the final corner we go. Birkin is still keeping the pressure on as they move down to 5 laps to go.
5 laps remaining in this race, and it's Josh Birkin who is the fastest lap of the race, a 54.269. But still not able to get into the race lead. A very, very impressive race so far between the 711 and the 2 machine. Matt Birkin watching from home, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely loving this one. But Josh Birkin, he's looking this way, he's looking that way, he's cranking on the power now, trying to find anything through Lancaster's curve towards Chandler's. Can he make it work towards the Dell? No, it doesn't look like it, although he's in the slipstream. Will he pull off a Birkin boot? He's certainly got the pace for it. He looks so good. It's just trying to find a way past these mini motor riders, these senior mini motor riders. They're so tall, and it's so difficult. But Josh Birkin playing games, a little wave already down the straight. Hilarious to see. It's what the Birkins do. They always put on a show, but now they come across the line to make it 4 laps to go. Who's it going to be, folks? Place your money as further down the field Keaton Payne sets his personal best lap of the race, but now powering it out through the first chicane. It's going to be Josh Birkin with something flapping off his levers, actually. It's been there all race, but now he's looking at any way possible to get past Nick Bennett. It's going to be a thrilling end.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, my goodness me. Birkin right up to the rear of Nick Bennett. They almost made tire-to-tire contact, which you do not want to be making. And like you said, the Birkins really love putting on a show for us here at FAB-Racing. But Nick Bennett really now holding the lead, so he's got that experience from Josh Birkin, who's been leading both races FAB-Racing, got both wins, but he's now got the momentum. Down the hanger straight they go. Now punch a hole in the air. Will Nick Bennett, and will he have a look down the inside? He goes, but no, he's just going to back out that one. So I think there's a bit of a move being made, being really cooked up here, and I think Birkin will serve it on a plate. But making their way now into the hook they go, and you just see there, look how close they are, and I think Birkin might have this with the acceleration. He's now going to try to the inside of Cersei, the double left-hander. He's going to muscle his way through, and can Nick Bennett immediately respond, having a look down the inside here at the hairpin, but he can't quite do it. Josh Birkin into the lead of the race. I thought that was going to be safe for the last lap, but he's gone, no, I'm going to do it right here, where you're not expecting it, and he's going to now retake the lead of the race, just ahead of the 711 of Nick Bennett. So can Bennett now do what he did and get the momentum now down the straight? He's a little bit further back, but now onto the brakes they go. Will Birkin now outbrake himself? They've just clipped the hairpin curb pretty well there, so now across the line, and just it looks like Birkin just faster there by 0.7 of a second, but now traffic is starting to play a part here with 2 laps to go, but immediately moving to the side. I believe that is Rob Gentry making their way now into the double left-hander of Surtees.
Now Josh Birkin at the front. He has clear track in front of him after getting past Rob Gentry. What can he do? It looks like he's in the rhythm at the moment. Nick Bennett, though, he's dropping back behind. Will he get frustrated, or will he simply expect that there's nothing he can do at this time, at this moment? But right now it's super sunny here at Llandow. The track conditions are definitely heating up, and racing has definitely started heating up with more consistent conditions here today. It's been awesome to see the final race of the weekend for these guys. But Josh Birkin, 0.3 of a second. But there is Luca Allen coming for a picture on the 11 machine. He actually has Fraser Rogers Gear Link Kawasaki levers on from his BSB days. But look at Alan, he's enjoying this race so far, and he's enjoying his season in the British GP2 Championship, a part of course, the British Supersport Championship. But heading on to the final lap, Josh Birkin, our race leader, and just set the fastest lap of the race. So Josh Birkin, an incredible run that has been so far. So now he'll head towards the Dell and power out through, well, the number 2 rider, a 54.051 on the second last lap. That is incredible stuff. But now he powers it out through towards the back straight and towards the final corner. One more corner left for Josh Birkin, and once again it's Birkin brilliance here at FAB-Racing. Josh Birkin takes the race win on the final race of the weekend for the senior mini motos. Second place, Nick Bennett. And who's going to get third? Well, it's Holly Harris once again on the podium. Fourth place will be Keaton Payne. He couldn't manage to get onto the podium this weekend, but in the top 5, Mark Payne should be coming through any moment as he runs to the line, and Chris Yeomans gets him on the line. Very, very impressive stuff. You can see the smile on his face there. Look at Alan, should come home in 7th, but you can just see how much they're loving that one. And how will they celebrate? Well, we see a little mini burnout from a mini moto. Well, we're going to have to wait and see, because right now it looks like they're just talking about that race. But very, very impressive stuff from the senior mini moto guys. Holly Harris, she's had 3 podiums in one weekend. Super impressive. Potentially even the first time she's ever had that. So really consistent weekend from her. Definitely one of the strongest weekends we've seen from her in the senior mini moto class. And very impressive stuff, and very impressive stuff from Josh Birkin, who just didn't crack.
Oh, absolutely. It's been fantastic battle between Josh Birkin and Nick Bennett. Both of them really deserving the win, but it was the more experienced championship leader of Josh Birkin coming out. And of course, we've got to congratulate Holly Harris, finishing with 3 podiums of course over the weekend. So there you go, there are the results. Keaton Payne coming home in 4th with Chris Yeomans, with Mark Payne in P6. Luca Allen finishing in 7th ahead of Jerome Richards, and then Gary Eldridge. Rob Gentry and Callum White was our only DNF. A really fantastic race here for the senior mini moto, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more action at the next round in Raura. So hopefully you'll be joining us then in late August. My apologies, but some fantastic racing. If you want to get joined in, I'm sure one of these riders, get in contact with them, and I'm sure they will lead you into the right place. So we now move on to the LC40 Elite class that are now making their way to the grid, and it's a really good grid with 13 riders taking to the field here. And Lewis, what are we expecting in this one for the LC40 Elites?
Well, so far this weekend we've seen Byron Johnson absolutely dominating the races, but I think there's a chance in this final race of the weekend that we can see something special. Someone might have found something since the last race, because Byron Johnson is on pole position once again after in qualifying set at 56.118. Oliver Hall joins him on the front row of the grid with Lewis Hull and Ollie Sims. Oh, that is Matthew Thomas there, a crasher on the warm-up lap, so not what he'd be wanting at all. Matthew Thomas as well, we've seen at Red Lodge as well that he has a small incident on the warm-up lap as well, but Matthew Thomas up on his feet straight away. Josh Perkins as well also involved in that, so trying to get the bike restarted. They're pull starts, these mini motos, but obviously not the strongest riders in the world, so it can take a couple of times and some Roman Marshalls to help. But Josh Perkins almost restarted, but it's going to be Byron Johnson in this race on pole position, Oliver Hall alongside him, Lewis Hull and Ollie Sims on the second row of our grid, with Bradley Curtis and Logan Cousins in 5th and 6th. Liam Lindquist and Sebastian Gieslowski should start the race from the 4th row of the grid, with Taylor Tomlinson and Matthew Thomas after crashing on the warm-up lap in 9th and 10th position. So Nicholas Dunwoody and Rex Austin in 11th and 12th, and Josh Perkin, who you've also just seen on the deck, he will be starting the race from the final position in 13th. So just a final couple of riders to make their way to the grid before we get started for the final race of the weekend for the LC40 Elites.
It's going to be a really, really good battle. Of course, Byron Johnson starting on pole position, dominating the first couple of races. But there you can see Oliver Hall getting a little chat with one of our marshals. I'm pretty sure that is his dad, but I'm still trying to recognise people from the paddock. But he's in a really good position to try and take that lead away. But also you can't forget about Lewis Hull and Ollie Sims on the second row of the grid. We now wait for the lights. Why is Oliver Hall giving us a little wave? He's meant to be concentrating the race. The lights are about to come on. The reds will rise, and we go racing for race 3 here at Llandow. Good start there from Byron Johnson, but now there goes Oliver Hall in towards Tandem White, but he's not quite got the lead through there. I think it's going to be the 71 of Bradley Curtis, who has managed to get up into 3rd place. There's Sebastian Gieslowski now challenging with rival Taylor Tomlinson, but they'll now head in towards 30 as they go, and all down the inside there. I think that was Gieslowski, but he's been overtaken here by Ollie Sims. So Simsy has managed to make up a little position. They now fire through Lancaster Curve and into Shannon as they go. Byron Johnson still leading this race, and Oliver Hall won't want to give that position up just yet because Byron Johnson is so quick, and he's just got to keep following in his tracks and see what he does different, see what he does better. But of course, that speed on that 73 bike of Byron Johnson is so incredible. They make their way now over the timing line to start the lap, set the second lap of this race. Nicholas Gieslowski's he's gone over. He's over. Gieslowski's on the deck, and that is not ideal whatsoever. He's going to get going here, but he's going to be all the way down in last place. So really unfortunate there for Sebastian Gieslowski, starting in such a promising position. He managed to get up a really good couple of places, but it's not quite working. That is Bradley Curtis, the Scotsman, trying to get past Matthew Thomas, who was on the deck earlier, and now Thomas is starting to make some moves here. So it seems like there's battle still going on, but look at that lead already from Byron Johnson. He set the fastest lap last time out, but we now continue with Oliver Hall and Oliver Hall, and they make their way over the timing line, and it seemed like Lewis Hull is just at the moment trying to make his way and keep second place.
Lewis Hull at the moment in third position. He's hoping to make it a second. He's not on the timing screens though, so does he have a transponder, or is there simply just an issue with it at the moment? So now we await to see what's going to happen. Oliver Hull at the moment still defending from Lewis Hull, who will be investigated to see if he has a transponder at the end of the race. 7 laps remaining. It's Hull and Hall who are battling once again. We see it in race 2, we're seeing it in race 3. Byron Johnson at the front, almost 2 seconds is his lead, but you can just see it. Lewis Hull, he's trying everything. He's trying to get any ounce of his body within that slipstream. It's hard to do, but there is a massive battle further back with Matthew Thomas, Liam Lindquist and Taylor Tomlinson, who looks up the inside of Liam Lindquist. He goes round to the outside, doesn't want to compromise his drive out of the corner, but Byron Johnson sets the first lap of the races. There's Matthew Thomas, he crashed the warm-up lap as there's Taylor Tomlinson coming up on the inside of Liam Lindquist on the 14 machine. So Taylor Tomlinson, he's starting to make inroads, he's starting to make ground, and this is where it starts to get interesting. With 6 laps remaining, you really have to start positioning your track position for where you want to be towards the end of the race, if you want to be defending or trying to make them moves in the final couple of laps.
Absolutely, he's made his way past Liam Lindquist, which is absolutely crucial, and just trying to pick up a lot more, a couple more championship points, but Byron Johnson's still at the top there, but just continuing to follow with this little battle. And there is Nicholas Dunwoody. He's going to try and make inroads now on the half Swedish rider of Liam Lindquist, but now head down the hanger straight, there you go, and hard on the anchors, and they'll just try and break now down towards that last corner, and through they go, just continuing in single file. And I thought I saw a yellow flag there, but we'll just see if that comes to light at any point later on. But this is still the battle between Hull and Hull, so they continue their battle. But there is Ollie Simsey followed by Matthew Thomas, so this battle is still raging on, but they're still going at it. They're still needing to try and get a little bit closer, but get those opponents riding in their mirrors. But you can see there Byron Johnson out in front, fastest lap last time round of 52.9, the only rider in the 52s. No riders even going to the 53s just yet, and he's just done that last time round with a 53.0. Oliver Hall has come across the line with a 54.1, so this really just brings to light the dominance of Byron Johnson, and this is why he is leading the championship with 11 wins to his name and 14 podiums.
Yeah, incredible statistics at the moment. Even a little wave there to the crowd, but we see him whenever his brother Austin Johnson was in this class as well. It was a Johnson at the top, and Byron, this looked to be his year. He looked to be a championship favourite. 4.4 seconds is the gap right now between himself and Oliver Hall. So incredible runs at the moment. Ollie Sims in 4th position at the moment, behind Lewis Hull, who we don't know if has a transponder just yet. But Oliver Hall, he's done a great job at defending today. We've seen Hall and Hull battle all the way throughout the weekend, and yet we've not seen Oliver Hall make a mistake and crack yet. But there's Taylor Tomlinson. Quite a significant gap that he's pulled on Liam Lindquist, who's dropped into the clutches of Nicholas Dunwoody. So Nicholas Dunwoody looking up the inside briefly there. He backed out of it pretty soon though. So the 35 of Nicholas Dunwoody, he's looking up the inside into turn 1. Can he make it work? No, he cannot. Liam Lindquist, a great little rider, managing just to close the door on him. And yeah, this battle is going to go down to the last lap.
It really is. It's the battle for 6th place at the moment between Lindquist and Dunwoody. So some big championship points on over here. We just continue to pan over and see this battle between Matthew Thomas and Liam Lindquist. So Sebastian Gaslowski, my error. So of course both of those have been on the deck already, and they're in a battle for 9th place at this current point. So hopefully they get better races later on down the next round. But they haven't had the best weekends so far. But now back with Liam Lindquist and Nicholas Dunwoody. Dunwoody having a look there, but of course the half Swedish rider of Liam Lindquist just placing his bike in the middle of the circuit. They head toward the hook they go. Dunwoody once again looking to that inside line. Then you can just see Josh Perkins ahead of Matthew Thomas, ahead of Sebastian Gaslowski, heading around the first couple of corners, and they're just not being able to latch onto the pack. There's still a bit of a struggle going on. I think it's because the tyres may be a little bit too old here to try and mount a challenge. Of course, they're pretty used up by this point, and with 2 laps to go, I'm not sure if they'll be mounting a challenge, but they'll be trying whatsoever. They'll be trying absolutely everything, trying to get the opponent riding in their mirrors, the mind games going on at such a young age in this LCE40 Elites. These guys are really still going out despite all the things that are trying to just stop them.
It is at the moment, and then they're coming round to start their final lap as Byron Johnson in the back section circuit. He's already on his final lap as he comes out the corner towards Lancaster Curve on the 37 machine. It's been an incredible run, 7.5 seconds at the line last time around. You cannot write it. Byron Johnson, you wouldn't think he'd be so dominant going into the weekend. He deserves it. He's worked incredibly hard for it. He's slowed down towards the end of the race, a 53.2, and now you can see he's pretty relaxed to try and pop a wheelie on that 30 machine. But Byron Johnson once again will be in the top step of the podium. It said Johnson on top in the LC40 Elites race 3. Oliver Hall should come home in that second position ahead of Lewis Hull, but who is going to get 4th place? Will it be Ollie Sims that manages to hold on? But Byron Johnson is our race winner ahead of Oliver Hall, and Lewis Hull should get that 3rd place if he has a transponder, but Ollie Sims battling at the moment, and Taylor Tomlinson pips them at the line. Liam Lindquist as well managing to hold off to Nicholas Dunwoody, with Matthew Thomas holding off Sebastian Gasowski and Josh Perkins, with Bradley Curtis stopped or crashed somewhere outside out on the circuit. But an incredible race there. Byron Johnson, you have to say, he deserves it.
Oh, absolutely. 3 for 3. And of course, Allo Park is the only time where he didn't get a win whatsoever. So 12 out of 15 wins for Byron Johnson. It really just shows he is the absolute class of the field. Oliver Hall will be in 2nd place there, but Lewis Hull, it's unfortunate if he does get that no-show because of that transponder. He really deserves that 3rd place. But also, we've got to talk about Taylor Tomlinson nabbing that 4th place away from Ollie Sims right at the line, and that will be some pretty big championship points to go with it.
Now, at the moment, the riders make their way into the pit lane, and what an incredible race that was. But then these guys will be back in action next round at Rowra. Next up is the final race of the weekend for the moto team, guys. It's going to be super impressive to see what they have to offer. Race 2 earlier on was really, really impressive. We've seen a battle for the race lead. We've seen Team SFC Racing, the 133 machine, have issues on the opening couple of laps, allowing Team Acne, who had issues before we even got underway with their bike stopping on the grid. So that was drama at the start as well. And then Madsen, obviously on the 888 machine, they had a very, very good result as well. But in this race, it's going to be Team SFC Racing who starts it from pole position. Team Acne will start the race from 2nd. On the 2nd row of the grid, we're going to have Team Pinky in the Rain, which looks like it's Sean Winsker on board that, not Jamie King this time around. Team Ernie the Badger should be starting in 4th place, with Keats Racing in 5th. Team Bert will be starting from 6th, with Madison Martlew beginning the race from 7th position. We'll also have Chris Wells once again making an appearance, I believe, and he'll be starting from 8th position. So there he is right there, Chris Wells on the 331 machine. He'll be making a start at this race. And moto team, they delivered in race 2. Hopefully they can deliver once again in the final race of the weekend for them.
It's going to be really, really interesting to see, because of course Team SFC Racing have had issues, as was shown in race 2. And I think Team Acme have got, of course, Team Acme managed to get that win, but there's so many things to talk about, especially with the open and standard class. Of course, we've only got 8 runners in this race, but it's still going to be as exciting as ever. There's going to be so many battles throughout the field. We saw it with the top and of course the middle, and then of course there's still battles going on at the bottom, but there's going to be some great battles, so stay with us as we now watch for the lights. Is it going to be SFC Racing? Is it going to be Team Acme? We went for the lights and they go racing here. A big wheelie from Team Pinky in the Brain, but now heading in towards the first corner we go, and it's going to be Team SFC Racing up in P1 as well. Chris Wells making up a good couple of positions. position ahead of the Keats and ahead of Team Burr, as well as Madison Martlew. So they make their way now in towards the corner of Surtees, and it seems like the 133 machine of Team SFC Racing are really going to move on here. And then you can see Team Pinky in the Brain just behind Team Acme, and they all now fly through Lancaster Curve, and there is Madison Martlew just trying to see if they can get any sort of confidence on that bike. They've been building it up and actually managed to get past the Keats Racing bike during the last race, but hopefully we'll be seeing that battle once again. But now down in towards the hangar straight and into the last corner we see Team SFC Racing, and this is going to be a big battle between the number 1 and the 01 of Team Pinky and the Brain and Team Acme. But across the line they go, and it's Team SFC Racing leading that open class, with Team Pinky and the Brain leading the standard class. So of course 2 classes to talk about throughout this race, and there goes the Team Pinky and the Brain down the inside of Surtees, but the door is going to be shut here. They're now going to be side by side as they make their way now in towards the advertising hairpin through Lancaster Curve they go. Can Pinky and the Brain now get the run now down in towards Chandler's? Not quite yet.
Not quite yet, but these guys, it's almost identical to race 2. The 1 and the 01 battling it out on the circuit. But Team SFC Racing 55.7 up front, 1.7 seconds ahead. But of course these guys and the names on your screen are not the riders, of course, that are on board. The riders can fluctuate from race to race and session to session, but there is Chris Wells on the 331 machine. That is Chris Wells on board that machine, who has stopped at the side of the track, so it just seems like it's cut out of him. So he's pushing that bike to safety and to the tyre wall, and actually his on is just over there, so they've opened up the gate for him. But 9 laps remaining. There's 2 classes in this one race. There's an open and a standard, and right now Team Bert on the 339 is defended in the standard class from Keats Racing. Madison Martlew is also in the standard class, so this battle is for position and class position as well. 9 laps remaining. We see that last race with the Keats and Madison Martlew. They had a great epic scrap. Madison Martlew on the Aprilia, battling away with the Keats racing machine. It seems like the Keats has a little bit more legs. Oh, onto that curb there, using all of the circuit as much as they can use, but it's quite high curb there, and then whenever you drop back down onto it, there's a little bit of grass and a little bit of dirt, so it's very, very risky to do. 8 laps remaining towards the Dell, the final chicane. They power it through. Keats Racing will get the power on and try to power it out on the 666 machine. 8 laps remaining, plenty of people watching across the day at the side of the circuit. It's awesome to see. It's awesome to see Madison Martlew having this battle with Keats.
Absolutely, even though it is for 6th place, but it's still absolutely incredible to have both these bikes out here, the dark red and black bike of the Keats battling against the as you said, the dark blue and yellow Aprilia Racing. So that's incredible from Madison Martlew to bring a livery just like that. But in towards station they go. Have a look at the outside, and where you may find a little bit of grip from out there. Madison Martlew trying that outside line, but into the everlonging hairpin. There you go. And now can Martlew just poke out to the right hand side and from the Keats Racing bike, and in towards Chandler's they go. They just continue at a steady pace, but still battling amongst each other. They made their way now in toward the Dell. They go. Still different lines being used, a tighter one from the Aprilia, but they make their way now down the hangar straight. And I think maybe can Martlew get a little bit of slipstream from that Keats bike and maybe go later on the brakes. No, it seems like Keats definitely more on the anchors, a little bit wide there from Martlew, but still just hanging on there. This is Team Acme Racing back to the battle for second, and of course the lead of the standard class leader of Team Pinky and the Brain. But they'll now head down the hangar straight. A slipstream in the being broken there by Team Acme. They head way now in toward the hairpin they go, and across the start finish line. I don't think there's going to be any improvements on lap time, but Team SFC Racing have disappeared down the road 7 seconds ahead of this battle, but they'll be more than happy and more than content to be battling among themselves as the Team Pinky and the Brain looking down the inside, don't make contact. They haven't made contact, and Team Acme Racing are just going to stick ahead on this one.
We're sticking ahead at the moment for the one ahead of the 01. 6 laps remaining in this race. This is a battle on the road for overall position, not a class position. The one plate of Acme Racing is in the open class, while Team Pinky and the Brain are fighting for the win in the standard class at the moment. They currently lead in that class, but third overall. And look, they almost look like one rider. They're so close and so tucked in together. What can Sean Whittaker do on board the Team Pinky and the Brain machine? Will they make it work? It doesn't look like it at the moment, but 5 laps remain now for these guys. Still plenty of time to duke it out on the circuit. Team SFC Racing ahead of these guys are 7 seconds ahead, so this is the battle to watch on the circuit. These guys are pushing as hard as they can, and now round the outside ever so slightly, it's going to be Team Pinky and the Brain trying to get the slingshot into the inside here, but it's so tight. These bikes are so big for this circuit. It's so difficult to make any passes. You really have to build it up into the braking zone and get alongside them there, or you have to back out of it, like we just seen from the Team Pinky and the Brain. 5 laps remaining into the Dell, to the right, to the left, and then they'll flick it back to the right before the power gets wound on for the back straight, for the hanger straight. Once again looking like one rider. They're so tucked in, and now down the inside, will we see Team Pinky and the Brain? Not this time around. They come around the final corner past Dale Baldwin, the photographer, to make it 4 laps remaining.
Oh, it's going to be so close with 4 laps remaining there. I think maybe Pinky and the Brain might be saving something for that last lap, but Team Acme are doing so well to stay ahead. But again, looking down the inside of South, is this going to be the move completed? Not quite. What? Yeah, it seems like Team Acme Racing have that covered for now. Maybe Team Pinky and the Brain, the rider behind the motor cycle, will need to try and maybe go a little bit later on the brakes and try and get the elbows out. But a little mistake there out of the exit of the hairpin and on towards Lancaster curve. That may have cost him a couple tenths of a second. There goes the Keats. So the Keats have actually been overtaken here by Madison Martlew. So that's incredible to see. You can just see Martlew going out of picture, and now can Acme Racing on that inside line. Oh, the 01 of Pinky and the Brain is being shut off here and being put towards the tyre barrier. So that's not good. That's not good whatsoever for Team Pinky and the Brain. They make their way now in towards the hook, and the team and the Keats Racing bike are currently still ahead of Team Pinky and the Brain. I'm sure they'll move over in just a moment. But this is how much it's costing, and there's still and he's only just got past Team Pinky and the Brain. So that's going to be very costly for the 01, and that has opened up the gap massively. That's probably over 2 seconds, and you can see disappointment there with the hand on the hip from Team Pinky and the Brain. Not what you want to see. We had such an incredible battle with those guys. They make their way now in towards the Dell, and just continuing to see if Team Pinky and the Brain once again having to make inroads.
Making inroads at the moment, but that is Team Pinky and the Brain with some sort of issue. It looks like their hand on the hip, are looking very disappointed. I seen it coming out of the final corner last time around. Some sort of an issue with their drive, and then it allowed the Keats to stay in front of them for yet 3 or 4 corners after that. But SFC Racing are race leaders at the moment on the 133 machine. Here they are coming for a picture, and then they'll come towards Lancaster curve. It's been an incredible ride so far for these guys. Of course, the leader overall and the leader of the Moto Team Standard Class, 2 classes this time around, but hopefully no issues for these guys this time around. They had issues in race 2, forcing them to pull to the side of the track and retire, but now all they have to do is continue pushing on and continue for just one more lap, one more time around this infamous Llandow circuit. It's tight, it's twisty, it's been tricky weather conditions, but we've seen some fantastic racing in the Moto Team class throughout the weekend, both in the open team and the standard classes. Now powering it out through, taking it nice and conservative. We've seen how quick they've been all year, has SFC, but now powering it through the back section of the circuit. This time around, 7.9 seconds of a gap at the line between themselves and Team Acme Racing. It's been incredible to see this type of dominance in the Moto Team class. We've not had a Will Howarth this weekend, though. Llandow to be able to try and stop them like we've seen this year. But the last lap time is now, and now is them coming through the Dell before they head towards the Hangar Straight. The 133, and just ahead of them is Team Ernie the Badger, but they will not be bothered because that's a lap rider. And now SFC Racing will be bothered to see the checker flag because they are race winners once again. They'll be buzzing with that result. The checker flag flies here at Llandow. Acne Racing, second place for them on the one machine. Nice and relaxed coming over the line, to say the least. And there's Chris Wells. He's managed to get the bike going again. That is great to see. Team Bert as well. Massive Martlew. But where is Team Pinky in the Brain? Here they come now on the 01 machine. Finally crossing the line, still holding on to that third place overall, but the standard class race win, more importantly. Keats Racing crossing the line now too, but SFC Racing, nobody could stop them.
Absolutely not. That was an absolutely fantastic performance there from Team SFC Racing with 9 seconds in front. They win ahead of Team Acme Racing on that number one, with Team Pinky in the Brain finishing in P3 with the 01, and they all ran off the podium. Team Ernie and the Badger just there coming into your picture. They are P4 in the 119, with Team Bert in 5th. Madison Martlew with the best finish of 6th, with Team Keats in 7th, and Chris Wells just finishing in 8th place. But fantastic to see the motor team, and I'm sure you'll be catching them out next time in Rowra.
Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50 class. It's going to be a cracker. The sun is out here in Llandow. You join myself, Lewis Rain, Adam Reid in the commentary box with a special guest alongside us, Harry Payne, racing in the Mini GP 70s this weekend and coming to help us commentate on the Mini GP 50s. Harry, how are you?
Good, thanks.
And Harry, of course, you have a lot of friends racing in this band, like a lot of friends racing in this class. Over 20 riders taking part in the Mini GP 50s this year. Who do you see as the favourites for this one?
I think either Marco Holt or Byron Johnson.
And as we know, this track has been very, very tricky, and we've seen quite a few offs this weekend with big tricky conditions, and obviously you've had offs here in the past as well, quite serious crashes last year. How are you feeling this round going to the circuit?
On Friday I was feeling very confident because I was like at the front in every session, but then as soon as it started to get dry I was dropping back and I couldn't really find the pace. But on Saturday I was getting back.
Well, right now the conditions are bone dry for you guys out the circuit, and for the Mini GP 50 riders on the front row, we're going to have Marco and we're going to have Byron Johnson. We've seen incredible riding so far from them. And Adam, what do you see happening in this race? We've seen Byron Johnson on the first start of race 2. He managed to get the whole shot into turn 1. Can he get the start again?
Oh, absolutely. There's there's of course all chances that he's being able to take that position. No doubt he's got that second place, which of course enabled so many riders to get that launch in towards turn 1, and there's a great chance that he can take P2. Marco Holt will also be wanting to defend that pole position spot, but also be keeping an eye there on the second row of the grid with Frankie Watson and Austin Johnson. There's also some other big names further back, but let's go through the grid. Marco Holt will be lining up on pole position ahead of Byron Johnson. He'll be starting alongside and in that second place spot. Frankie Watson will be starting in P3 ahead of Austin Johnson, who will be starting in 4th with the third row of the grid with a couple of big names. Archie O'Brien will be starting in P5 ahead of Luke Fitcher in P6. The number 7 will be starting on the third row of the grid. Wilson Dilks there in P8 there on the 4th row of the grid. So you're hoping to try and get on the podium maybe even, and just bag some great championship points. Ahead of just behind him is going to be Finley Polhill on the 199 KTM livery bike. Matthew Thomas will be starting in 9th ahead of Jensen Bishop, rounding out the top 10, with Taylor Tomlinson who's qualified in his best spot of 11th, with Seth Hayward in 12th, George Ackerman in 13th ahead of Chloe Gleason in 14th, with Travis Shaw Riley Paisley and then Tyler Hartley ahead of Bethany Ashby and Lucy Curtis. Those two had a bit of a crash in the second race, so hopefully they'll be back for the third race. Ollie O'Gorman starting in at 20 ahead of Harley Baker, Annabelle McCarthy and Callum Maxwell rounding off the grid. Lewis, this is going to be an absolutely awesome one, and do you think this is going to be all guns blazing when it goes to lights out?
It's going to be all guns blazing. Mark Holt, he'll be feeling like some kind of redemption. He'll be feeling like he wants to get a good start straight away. He managed to redeem himself in the second restart last time around. Can he do it in the first time around this time? Now everyone comes off the grid. The point to the light has been made. The lights come on, and the lights go up for the final time for the Mini GP 50s, and Byron Johnson races to turn one, but it's Marco Holt who leads the way. Frankie Watson makes his way into third place. Luke Fitchett into fourth, and now getting pushed wide is Wilson Dilks further down the field, and there's Seth Hayward having his own battle further down the field with Tyler Hartley. Great battles in this Mini GP 50 class, but there is our race leader. There is Marco Holt looking incredibly strong off the start. He's going to try and build the gap as quick as he can. Philip Paul Hill as well, having a battle with Jensen Bishop further down the field. Travis Shaw with Seth Hayward. There's Ollie O'Gorman, of course. His brother Casey this weekend racing at Catalonia for the European Talent Cup. But a great start there. Everyone very, very strong. And straight away, Harry, Marco Holt got a good start off the line and is managing to build the gap already. How do you see this race playing out?
I think Byron's going to struggle to catch up, but if he can, it'll be a good battle at the front, and Marco probably could get aggressive.
And now we've seen, obviously, Marco Holt has been incredibly strong, especially in this class as well, with Byron Johnson unable to actually have the race pace and keep with him. So what do you think it is that's allowing Marco Holt to have this gap already?
I think it's more the battling behind him, more like the fast riders are trying to think they're going to get in front and catch up, and then Marco's just getting to pull away.
And now Wilson Dilks ahead of Austin Johnson further down the field, and actually both of them at the moment are ahead of Archie O'Brien, who's all the way down in 7th position. Not where we would normally expect to see Archie O'Brien in the 50s.
No, he's had a on and off weekend. He's been good in some races, but then he's got race leading pace. But it's because of the battle he's sort of dropping back.
Well, this race circuit obviously produces some great races, some close racing, as we're seeing right now. Byron Johnson doing his best to defend from Frankie Watson. There's Wilson Dilks and Luke Fitchett. So Luke Fitchett right now, he's down in 4th position. Do you see Luke Fitchett? Do you see anyone at the moment actually being able to catch up to Marco Holt, who's just set the fastest lap of the race and has a 1.2 second lead?
Whoa,
and there we see Austin Johnson. Yeah, Austin Johnson losing it there on the 27 machine. So Austin Johnson managing to get up on his feet straight away. That's what we love to see, obviously. Straight up on his feet. A little bit windy they will be there, because that was a really, really aggressive crash.
Yeah, it seems like he just got onto the grass and he exited the corner, and then where he's on the throttle, the grass is still wet. He probably would have high-sided, and it just like the bikes just went off the track.
Well, here's his brother as well, still battling with Frankie Watson and Adam. This battle is growing, and this group of riders is growing in the battle for second place.
Oh, it's really heating up down the inside there. Goes Luke Fitchett. He is trying to earn some more championship points, and the first target to do that is Frankie Watson for 3rd place, but Byron Johnson just holding on by the skin of his teeth, and then they make their way now in toward Chandler's. It seems like they're just going at it for now. Can Frankie Watson have a look into the Dell and maybe set up a move down the hanger straight? The slipstream will be enabled here. Byron Johnson will be punching a hole through the air. They go, and Frankie Watson having a look to the inside onto the anchors. They go, but he just hasn't quite got the position. And maybe can Luke Fitchett have a go at trying to get 3rd place here? No, not yet. But Frankie Watson just holding on to 3rd place for now, making their way into the hook. They go, trying to get the best exit for the bomber straight, and maybe trying to set up a move in towards 30s like we see as Luke Fitchett has done. But again, just getting the door shut in his face, making their way now into the longitudinal corner, and they're tightening hairpin, and there you can just see that is Wilson Dilks on the back of Luke Fitchett. So those are both Fitchett being a little bit of a cork in the bottle here, because because he's at the moment just stuck behind Frankie Watson. He doesn't want to be overtaken by Wilson Dills, but Harry, what do you think Fitchin needs to do to try and get past Frankie?
I think, to be honest, he just needs to get the slipstream down the straight and hopefully needs to just outbrake him and hopefully try and get us stuck into that final corner.
There's a piece of debris there, so sorry to cut you off, but I think that was a knee slider. But as you were saying, how powerful is that slipstream down the hanger straight, down the back straight?
Yeah, if you get a good run, you're already alongside them, and if you break at their marker, you can just keep it stopped and they can't get past you.
Absolutely, and we've already seen some moves being made down at the final corner, and there's been some moves where the person that's in front, they've managed to get the undercut and get the exit back. Have you seen that quite a lot?
Yeah, I've seen a lot from a lot of the riders from further back in this 50 class. I've seen a few moves from Annabelle McCarthy. I've seen a lot of moves, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, as you were saying there, Luke Fitchett has almost made that undercut there, but more traffic getting involved, Lewis, and this is going to get very tight. Luke Fitchett makes a move there on Frankie Watson. That's exactly what you need. Back markers really now coming into play, and Lewis now, can Fitchett now go on and take second place? Has he got that pace to go on and take the second place spot away from Byron Johnson?
Well, if you look at the last lap, it looks like Luke Fitchett anyway, 1/10 quicker than the man in front and the man behind, Byron Johnson. So Byron Johnson, he's under pressure already from Luke Fitchett, and we've seen how strong Luke Fitchett's been all year. Of course, he had a small crash at Ella Park, a big crash at Ella Park, but now when back markers come into play, how do you approach this as a rider, Harry? Because as you can see, they're in a battle right now. Luke Fitchett, he's given it everything, but you have to be focused and you have to really keep an eye on, for example, Olio Gorman coming up on the 87 machine, Luke Fitchett and Byron Johnson gets past, but then, for example, if you're behind them like Wilson Dills, you're going to get held up. So how do you approach these back markers that we've planned out?
Really, you've got to just hope that you approach them in the right corner, and if they're on the, say, offline compared to your line, if they are, then if they're not, then you've got to wait, and it could let the people behind you catch up, but hopefully the back markers won't interfere with this battle at the front.
Hopefully not, because right now this is the battle for second place, and this is the final race of the weekend for the Mini GP50 class. Byron Johnson leading this group round still, but Frankie Watson there as well, ready to attack if Luke Fitchett slows him down. But Luke Fitchett looking for a move into the final corner, he backs out of it there. So Luke Fitchett, he's trying everything, he's looking this way, he's looking that way, but still unable to get past. And Byron Johnson, he's really adapted to these geared bikes and really adapted to these 50s.
Yeah, Byron Johnson's a very brave rider. He don't brake early because he's worried if he sees someone else brake further than him, he'll be like, how are they doing that? Then I can do that. And he'll brake even further later. So he's a really brave rider. And if Luke Fitchett gets past him, he'll instantly fight back.
Well, currently it seems to be paying off at the moment, Adam, and now with more back markers coming into play, you're really going to have to be brave and you're really going to have to give some rescues. Now Byron Johnson gets held up, and that is a group of back markers, Tyler Hartley, Bethany Ashby and Riley Paisley that are trying to get through at the moment. So will this help Luke Fitchett? They all pan out. It's about 4 wide, and Luke Fitchett, he's been held up there. That is the luck of the draw.
Yeah, I think Luke Fitchett's he's got to get a flying lap in now with 2 laps to go to get this move done on Byron.
Well, Adam, as you see, back markers can decide a race, and now Byron Johnson, he has a comfortable gap as Wilson Dills is still struggling to get through.
Oh, that's a shame for Wilson Dills, but as you were saying there, looks like Luke Fitchett really has to get the hammer down there, put in a qualifying lap to latch onto Byron Johnson, but then he's also got to try and make that move, as we see there, Wilson Dills just trying to side through and make his way and cut through the back markers there, because there seemed to be so much struggle. And of course there was about 6 or 7 back markers at that one corner, and you see there a couple more, and that is Marco Holt, in fact, our race leader, being held up by the 113 there of Annabelle McCarthy. So Annabelle McCarthy is not obliged at the moment to easily get out of the way. She'll happily hold up Marco Holt as long as she can, but Holt then finds a way back down the inside, and that's not to bother him too much, because he's already got a good lead out in front as Byron Johnson, of course about 6 seconds, but of course that would be taking down a couple more tenths, but of course he won't mind. He is currently laser focused on the job ahead, and he had no idea where Byron Johnson is, where Luke Fitchett is. You could kind of see just over the tyre barrier, but I don't think it'll be enough to see his opponents of Byron Fitchett, of Byron Johnson, Fitchett, Watson. But make it a big snap there from the rear. Now, have you had a moment like that, Harry? Because that was pretty scary.
Yeah. Marco Holt takes the win there from Byron Johnson and Luke Fitchett.
Absolutely brilliant there from the result. Didn't even know that was the final lap. That had been going on for so long. So much drama in this race, and Marco Holt is the eventual winner of this one, taking his 11th win of the season. I got my facts wrong last time in race 2, but correction, now he's got 11 wins to his name, and absolutely incredible there from Marco Holt, and hopefully he'll maybe be able to take that into the 70s race, of course, because he had those issues, and this should bring him confidence. But of course, Byron Johnson just holding up Luke Fitchett by a tenth of a second, and that was incredibly close. A tenth of a second, 6.5, and then a tenth of a second, 1.4 to Frankie Watson. So incredibly close there. So the top 4 really with a fantastic battle. But of course, you can't forget Marco Holt has been absolutely incredible.
He certainly has. Marco Holt incredibly dominant during that race and taking the race win by 4.7 seconds at the line. Byron Johnson comes home in second place with Luke Fitchett rounding off the podium. Frankie Watson and Wilson Dilks rounds out our top 5, with Archie O'Brien finishing a disappointing 6th place. He'll be hoping for better than that. Philip Holt finishes the race in 7th position, with Jensen Bishop in 8th. Matthew Thomas and Harley Baker round out our top 10. So Harry, I don't know about you, but that was an incredible race and a perfect way to end the Mini GP 50 weekend. And with them heading to Rowra next, with over 20 bikes at Rowra Circuit, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Well, Harry, as well, we wish you luck for the rest of the weekend, and we wish you the best for the rest of the season, and we hope to see you on the podium at some point as well in the 70s. That'll be very, very great to see. So Harry, good luck, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So that was Harry Payne, and that was the end of our Mini GP 50 covers. But stick around, because we still have 3 fantastic races coming up. Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the Pit Bike 140 and the Extreme 200 class. This has been a fan favourite across the weekend. It's a mixed grid, a mixed class race, and it's produced so much drama, it has so much talent on it, and what is not loved. As now we await to see Sullivan Miltsey, the number 4, on pole position. We await to see the 8 of Blake Wilson alongside. It's been a great battle so far at the start of the race, and what's going to be in this one? Sullivan Miltsey on pole position in the Extreme 200 class with Blake Wilson alongside him. Noah Gilray starts the race from 3rd with Gareth Roberts alongside him on the 2nd row of our grid. Liam Wood, the first Pit Bike 140 rider, is in 5th position overall, and with Bailey Stewart Campbell on the Extreme 200 machine alongside on the 3rd row. Philip Soroviak and Jamie King are on the 4th row of the grid, with Chris Wells and James Ratcliffe in 9th and 10th. Keaton Payne and Shannon King are 11th and 12th, with Bailey Lawrence and Ollie Sims on the 7th row of the grid. Sean Whittaker rounds out our grid with the whole 15 riders. It's going to be an incredible race, Adam. And what are you expecting to happen, especially on these opening couple of laps?
I think there's going to be some really good battles going on. Of course, we've got the battle between Sullivan Mounsey, and that is Ollie Sims on his debut for the Pit Bike 140 class. So he's having issues clearly, and I'm not sure if he can get that restarted. That number 73 has got a few issues, and he's currently now down at the Dell, and I wonder if he's going to be able to get that sorted. He's still trying to get the clutch down, just trying to restart it, but I don't think it's working. I'm not sure if this is going to be a start here for Ollie Sims. He's trying repeatedly to try and get something working, and we haven't quite got anyone running over just yet, so I don't think it's going to be a start here for Ollie Sims. Yeah, he's off the bike, and he's rolling that bike across to the side of the circuit, and it's not going to be it's not going to be that it for Ollie Sims, but the race will get going. The red flag is still out there, so we now point to the lights, and the lights will come on, the red will rise, and someone is already going off. That's Noah Guillory, so Noah Guillory's already got problems, but they're getting toward turn 1 of the hook, and Blake Wilson nicks the lead away from Sullivan Mountain. They make their way now across around the Dell and in towards the sweeping section. Round they go onto Bomber Straight and in towards Sessions they go, but Blake Wilson with the start of Dreams and just ahead of his mentor Sullivan Mountain. But they now come out ahead of Gareth Roberts. Liam Wood there in the pit by 140 class. He's managed to get ahead of a couple of riders, but Stuart Campbell there is also in fit with Philip Sorobiak, who managed to get a podium in race 2, but he's now up into 4th place, so he's managed to pass Gareth Roberts, so hopefully he'll be able to make a move there. And speaking of making a move, is Sullivan Mounty there trying to make a move on Blake Wilson, but a really frantic start, a couple of retirements already, and this is going to be absolute carnage, Lewis.
It is at the moment, because Sullivan Mounty is going to try to find any way past, but right now he will be learning off Blake Wilson. He did mention yesterday to me that he is learning quite a lot, especially through one of the corners, especially through Chandler's, that he's able to find a whole new line that he didn't know was possible to do, and Blake Wilson's on the edge, and now you can see Sullivan Mounty trying to dive down the inside Chandler's, but he cannot get the speed or the drive, and the door gets shut on him. And as you can see, Blake Wilson in the race lead, a 49.6, as there is Bailey Stewart Campbell and Philip Sorobiak. One ex-British Talent Cup rider, one current British Talent Cup rider. As a current British Talent Cup rider goes into the race lead, Sullivan Mounty now leads the race overall and the Extreme 200 class on the number 4 machine. 0.2 of a second at the line, and the fastest lap of the race going to Sullivan Mounty, a 48.1, half a second quicker than Blake Wilson last time around. But there's the battle for third, and there is confirmation of that fastest lap. Bailey Stewart Campbell and Philip Sorobiak battling through. Philip Sorobiak, he's not the best of luck with this Honda that he currently is racing on. He no longer has his KTM that he was racing with last season, but now further down the order as well, Liam Wood, he leads in the pit by 140 class by 0.7 of a second, so this being the closest battle for a class lead. But Sullivan Mounty, he's defending right now. He still has to defend, but he's trying to take his own line wherever he can to try and bridge a gap, because Blake Wilson, he's been incredibly impressive all weekend on this mini GP70 machine, as Philip Sorobiak goes slightly wide while trying to make a move through Bailey Stewart Campbell. Bailey Stewart Campbell, though, cannot fight back, so Philip Sorobiak into the podium positions.
Absolutely fantastic there from the Polish rider. He managed to make that move bold and brave, and up to 3rd place. Blake Wilson, a personal best last time out, but it's still 2/10 down on sort of a Moundsy last time out, so he's still getting confidence on that number 8. But following now with Philip Sorobiak and Bailey Stewart Campbell, we're going to have a brilliant battle with that 75 of Philip Sorobiak and the number 9 of Bailey Stewart Campbell. And in terms of the pit bikes, is currently Liam Wood leading the way on that number 6 ahead of Chris Wells and Jamie King. So Chris Wells has managed to make inroads on Jamie King here. He's now up into 7th, and we now just see there Philip Sorobiak, Bailey Stewart Campbell managing to go past our picture. There's Gareth Roberts currently in 5th place, and here we go. Here is the battle of the pit bikes. They were so good yesterday in race 1. Will we be seeing the same picture? Absolutely, because Liam Wood there being under attack here from Chris Wells. They make their way now in toward the hook, and there you can see Sonic the Hedgehog of Jamie King with the helmet and the light blue gear and leathers of Jamie King. It's a great thing to add, and I love that addition of adding characters onto helmets, and just something special to the helmet. But Chris Wood there going a little bit wide out of the hairpin there and trying to get a run down Lancaster Curve, but he's got plenty of opportunities with 7 laps to go of this race, and he's now heading down the Hangar Straight and on towards heading down towards the final corner, trying to make inroads here on Liam Wood. As they cross the line now, we'll just have a look at the lap times here, and it just seems like Chris Wells is a 100th of a second faster here, and of course And also, Jamie King has gone even better than the both of them. But they're absolutely separated in terms of both their laps, and they're separated by 300ths of a second. That's absolutely nothing. That just shows the competitiveness of the pit bike 140 there. You see there Chris Wells just trying a different line, but he just can't get past Liam Wood, but he's still got plenty of other opportunities.
He does at the moment, and now Chris Wells, 7th position. When will he try and make an overtake, or is it going to be a game of defending from Jamie King? So Jamie King right now 8th position overall, and so Jay is currently having a good ride, but he's slightly losing touch with this front two pit bike 140 riders. But Liam Wood, so impressive all weekends. He sets a personal best lap of the race, a 50.870. Incredibly impressive all weekends. Been fighting for race wins in the pit bike 140 all weekend, and we don't have the likes of Lucas Brown or Reese Peacock here this weekend, but still as impressive for these guys. As you can see, Chris Wells powering out through and onto the curb, using almost all of the track and then some for Chris Wells. So the 62 rider also racing other classes this weekend. So much track time around this Llandow circuit. Perfect conditions to go racing, and right now the wind is pretty much stable out there. It's the most stable it's been all weekend, which we love to see, so these guys can battle in their element. What can Jamie King do, or is Chris Wells and Liam Wood going to be the two to start battling?
Oh, it's going to be brilliant here, because Chris Wells is still making inroads. Last time out, I think it was Liam Wood who had the advantage that time around. Looking back at the Dell here, I think Chris Wells went a little bit too aggressive there in towards that first right-hander, and that kind of cost him going down the straight. So that's the last couple of tenths costing him. You see there, Jamie King just starting to fall a little bit back. Whoa, that was a moment there for Chris Wells. I think he was just trying to sort out something on the bike, but they make their way out into Chandler's and down towards the well of the Dell. Is he going to make that more aggressive approach? He does as well, and now is Shannon King getting in the way here of the pit by 140 lead of the race. And now can Chris Wells take advantage of this? He's now on the right hand side. Is he going to make his move down the inside onto the anchors? He goes, and it looks like he's got the lead now momentarily, but then he'll go 3 wide over the start finish line. It's going to be Chris Wells who's going to take that position. There were 3 wide heading across the start finish line, and incredibly close, about 1/10 of a second separating them. There goes Liam Wood having a look down the inside, but not quite possible, but absolutely scenes here down here in South Wales.
3 wide last time around. Incredibly brave from all the riders. Jimmy King backing out with that at the last minute as well. Liam Wood having to give the position to Chris Wells, who's the bravest of them all, and now pays the price for that, and that is by claiming the race lead. Overall, he is in 6th position now, but he leads the pit by 140 class. He'll be absolutely buzzing as Jamie King looks down the inside. He backs out, but he's nowhere near close enough to be able to make a move. But now coming over the line this time around, 3 laps remaining. Is now overall Philip Soroviak sits the fastest lap of the race, the only rider to dip into the 47s, a 47.9. Incredibly impressive as he closes in on Blake Wilson now. But this pit by 140 battle, Chris Wells still having to defend from Liam Wood. Jamie King still keeping tabs on the two of them at the moment. Incredibly impressive from these guys. Is actually we're being shown as this time around it's Phil Soroviak who manages to get better of Blake Wilson, as Chris Wells still is making sure that Liam Wood cannot get the better of him. What can Jamie King do though with 2 laps remaining next time around? Chris Wells, he's defending this way, that way, and there is Philip Soroviak, the rider with the fastest lap of the race. Incredibly impressive, being able to get past Blake Wilson, who's dropped off with this late race pace at the moment. So not what he'll be wanting, but 75 rider of Philip Soroviak now starts to come into some of the back markers, but incredibly impressive run as there is our race leader. There is Sullivan Mounsey, who is just about to start the last lap of the race, and he turns around and sees that Philip Soroviak is there. So Philip Soroviak, he's closed that gap by almost a second, over a second last time around. Do we have a race in our hands, or is Sullivan Mounsey relaxing and going a bit too slow? A 49.1 from Sullivan Mounsey last time around, a 48.1 from Filip Soroviak. Is Filip Soroviak a man on a mission at the moment? The fastest lap of the race a couple laps ago, and now some back markers coming into play. When will Sylvain Melzi hit him? Is he going to get held up by Noah Guillory? As we see Chris Wells still defending from Liam Wood as he has a little moment on the exit. Will this allow Liam Wood to get through? As we see Filip Soroviak still trying his hardest. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get Sylvain Melzi. Sylvain Melzi has a small chip behind. He knows he's clear into this final corner, and now he powers it out through. Sylvain Melzi, Smooth Sully is back, and he takes the race win in the final race of the weekend here in the Extreme 200 class. And now we await to see who is going to be our race winner in the pit bike field. They will come towards the final sector, race towards the line for what is going to be an epic shootout in any moment time. But wow, what a great race that was from Sylvain Melzi. There they are on the back straight. Chris Wells still leading it while Jamie King make a move on this final lap. Liam Wood going round the outside, trying to get the undercut to the line. It's going to be a drag race to the line, folks. And now Chris Wells managing to hold on to the Pit Bike 140 race when Liam Wood just second place and Jamie King third. But in the Extreme 200, Sylvain Melzi wins the race from Filip Soroviak, and Blake Wilson dropping off the pace towards the end. But wow, what an incredible race that was in both classes, Adam.
Oh, I'm starting to lose my breath here because Sylvain Melzi wins the race ahead of Filip Soroviak. That gap came down to 0.8 of a second. And what if Soroviak had that little bit more pace to try and challenge Melzi? Would he be able to get past? Well, hopefully he'll bring that same pace when we go up north to Cumbria, when we go to Rowra. But Blake Wilson, I think what happened there with the tyres may have gone off. Maybe he was overriding in the early stages, trying to keep up with Melzi, and maybe the tyre just started overheating or just started going a little bit off. But Melzi, Soroviak and Wilson are your top three there in the Extreme 200 class. Bailey Stewart Campbell coming home in P4 ahead of Gareth Roberts and Noah Guillory, 9th overall, but he came 6th in the Extreme 200 class. And it was Chris Wells who won overall in the Pit Bike 140s. He finished 6th overall ahead of Liam Wood and Jamie King, without that winning margin between Wells and Wood was a 10th of a second. So very, very close there. Keeson Payne ahead of Sean Whisker and completing the top 10. So there is Ollie Simsey, who never got going, unfortunately, but he'll be home for a bit more luck when it comes to the next round. But he climbs over the fence and heads back to the awning because I believe he has another time out on track to go. So now we move on to the F1 sidecars. So a fantastic a fantastic class in the FAB-Racing paddock. These are very eye-catching sidecars and a different class, and they have been showing off some fantastic racing. And during this weekend, we've seen some incredible races all throughout the field. And of course, it was actually Jason and Leo Greenstreet taking 2 wins so far. They failed to do it last time out in Ello Park. Can they take the third win, the third of the weekend as well, away from the very experience of Mick Williams? Because that is going to be a very, very close battle up at the top.
It certainly is, and now we'll wait to see what's going to happen, if Mick Williams' problems are all sorted or if their problems are about to get a lot worse, because Jason and Leo Greenstreet once again on pole position alongside Mick Williams and Michael Elms on the front row of our grid. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, incredibly impressive so far this weekend. They'll be starting from third, but as I say that, they have some issues with their cycle outfit, so hopefully they can get that started. Hopefully I've not just gave them the commentator's curse by bigging them up, so hopefully they can get that started. Hopefully they can make their way to the grid, but they should be starting in third, and alongside them will be Chris and Robert Impey, who actually we seen the last time out broke down on the warm-up lap. John Hosker and Mark Parker with Ems will be started on the third row of our grid, with Jamie Alexandra and Isaac Greenstreet in 7th position. John Keats will be starting from 8th place on the Keats Racing machine, as it looks like now Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook can finally get going again, but no sign of the Keats at the moment at all. So no Keats outfit at the moment, which is very disappointing because they always produce some exciting action on the track, as we've seen with last race, where actually the passenger fell off the back of it. But at the moment, they line up on the front row of the grid as the Green Street duo. Can they create another race win? Will it be another showdown? Or will McWilliams try and dominate once again? Or will they run into mechanical issues? We do not know. You have to stick in and find out as we wait for Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook to line up on the 3rd place slot on the grid. There is one missing slot and 2 missing spots as well, with no John Hosker, but the lights will go on. And the lights go off and we go racing for the final time in the Mini F1 sidecars. It's going to be McWilliams and Michael Elms who leaked away to turn 1 with some better rubbing there between themselves and Jason and Leo Greenstreet on the number 90 machine. They power it out through the first sector. Chris and Robert Impey making the start this time around. Hopefully they can make their way onto the podium. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook dropping back in the initial stages, but McWilliams and Michael Elms on the 26 Red Bull inspired livery leads the way, and there is Isaac Greenstreet and Jamie Alexandra having their own battle further down the field with Mark Parker and Ems. But as we come round the Dell at the moment, we go round towards the hangar straight, and it's been very, very impressive. There is the number 11 outfit of Jamie Alexandra and Isaac Greenstreet, as it looks like there's no fighting back so far from Jason Leo Greenstreet. They're going around the outside, trying to get the undercut, trying to get the drive out into turn 1. Can they do it? They'll be side by side at the moment. Will they be brave? Yes, they will. The number 90 of Jason Leo Greenstreet pips through to take the race lead in the Mini F1 sidecars, and once again with the aim to try and diminish the championship lead that McWilliams and Michael Elms have. It's a whole new approach for Jason Leo Greenstreet. It's so impressive to see their attitude towards their racing, and this is what they get for it. They are leading the Mini F1 sidecar race by just a couple tenths of a second. This one, once again, is going to be a showdown for the ages.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. You see the Greenstreets at the moment sitting in P1. They made that really bold move down in towards the hook now, but they head down the hang straight, and I wonder if Mick Williams can get the run into the slipstream. They go and on towards the final corner of Raymond's, who's going to be later on the brace here. It seems like the Greenstreets are a bit confident through there, but a little bit of a slide there from Mick Williams, and I think he's just lost a little bit of momentum through there. They'll head on towards yet another lap. The MPs still at the moment in the P3, but the fastest lap going to Jason and Leo Greenstreet with a 57.2. They roar their way out towards the bomber straight. Oh, sideways! Wow! Oh, massive accident, and that's our leaders. Both gone. Both of them tipped over, and I wonder if who's going to go up first. Looks like the Greenstreets are already up on their feet. Mick Williams has had nowhere to go, an absolute passenger, and that was absolutely unfortunate, and that must be so heartbreaking for Mick Williams. He'll be absolutely fuming with that, but he's got the pace to try and nick back a second place, but the Greenstreet very lucky not to lose a position there, but they can already see the MP machine of the 457. Can they maybe now make inroads, and maybe even a bit of damage could be on that number 90? We'll have to wait and see how the race pans out.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what the damage is like, because it was Mick Williams and Michael Elms who actually hit into the side of their machine as well, so both of them might have damage. So we're going to wait and see, because right now Jason Leo Greenstreet still hold on to the race lead after all of that commotion by 1.4 seconds from Chris and Robert Impey. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook are round off our podium, with Mick Williams and Michael Elms right here on your screen down in 5th place. It took a little bit longer for them to get back on the sidecar outfit and get going again, but there is the Impeys. There's Chris and Robert Impey making their way through. They will not believe their luck. They are in 2nd position, and who knows if Jason Leo Greenstreet have some damage. They can potentially even fight for the race lead, but here comes Mick Williams coming through on Jamie Alexandra and Isaac Greenstreet, as now we have the 457 of Chris and Robert Impey under pressure from Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. They would love a second position as well. And that small marginal mistake has just completely opened up this race. And actually, now if you think about it, it's going to completely open up the championship if Jason Leo Greenstreet can hold on to a win.
Oh, absolutely. That's really made indents on Mick Williams' championship chances, because they're not going to get as many points as they usually do. And with the Green Streets at the moment maximising their points, they're going to be getting 75 at the moment. The maximum we can get. Oh, and that's the MP machine on the grass. Whoa. They're going to roll over. They're rolled over. Oh, so unfortunate there for the MP. They had a bit of luck, but it's all gone to snowballing downhill. They're trying to get that restarted, but so unfortunate for them, and that is an absolute disaster. But it's now going to be Vince and Amy Tilbrook Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook taking that place away from them. But now they've got Mick Williams back on their tail, so he's now going to try and get that second place. And there you go, he managed to now get into the slipstream, but maybe not. So it looks like the damage has been limited here, and up the inside there goes Mick Williams. They're already actually on the grass there of Vince Amy Tilbrook. So the 369 there having to concede the position there. Absolute madness here in South Wales.
Mick Williams and Michael Elms up into second position now. For them, an incredible run there. But this sidecar race has been full of drama at the moment, and this is the 369 machine of Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. They've dropped down to third after getting overtaken by Mick Williams and Michael Elms. I don't think they'll be too surprised about that one, but I think they would have been surprised to see the likes of Chris and Robert Impey push their outfit off to the side of the circuit. But the 26 of Mick Williams and Michael Elms continue to fight it out, as there is the 90 of Jason Leo Greenstreet coming into the final corner now, and they're going to power it out through on their 4-stroke motor machine. The last lap flag is out. Just one more lap of the Llandow circuit to get through. People, riders, fans, family, everyone watching on and supporting these guys, because it's a real entertaining race as this mini F1 sidecars. They have not disappointed once this weekend. 3 cracking races from them, and that's exactly what we love to see. But right now at the moment, it's going to be Jason Leo Greenstreet, who leaked away by 7.1 seconds. Just one more lap to navigate around this Llandow circuit. Can they do it? We're going to have to wait and find out, because Mick Williams and Michael Elms, it looks like they're too far back unless something happens, some miracle happens for the Red Bull outfit. But now powering it down towards the hangar straight, towards the back straight, with one more corner left. Jason and Leo Greenstreet. It's been an incredible race. It's been a shootout. It's been a great finale, and now for the final time of the weekend, they take a race win, and they take the checkered flag to take the race win. What an incredible result for the 90 outfit. A family-run team winning the race, and there is Mick Williams and Michael Elms. They will be a bit windy, I would think, from that one, but second place, good championship points. And there is Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook on the 369 machine, rounding off our podium. Jamie Alexandra and Isaac Greenstreet about across the line in fourth. What an awesome sidecar race.
Oh, it's been absolutely incredible. There is the Impies, and again, lovely gesture once again. The Greenstreets helping out the Impies, but it's so nice to see these little gestures going into a tight community. But once again, going through, of course, Jason and Leo Greenstreet are your winners, with Mick Williams and Michael Elms there finishing in P2. But they've managed to damage limitation was their main aim this time round with that crash earlier. But then we've got Vince and Amy Tilbrook taking their third podium of the season, ahead of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet. So again, like you said, awesome result for them. A little wave there from the Greenstreet. So really, that's absolutely incredible from them. Mark Parker and Ems in P5, and a DNF there from across, and Robert Impey.
Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It's going to be a finale here at the Llandow race circuit. My name is Lewis Ray, and joining me is two special guests for this race. And we're going to have Philip Sorowiak and Sullivan Mensey joining me in the commentary box. So first of all, Philip, how are you today?
I'm alright, yeah. Really good final race, so yeah, feeling positive.
And Sullivan as well, you were out of the same race, and of course you came up and commentated yesterday as well. What do you expect in this LST Helmets Mini GP70 race 3?
I think it's going to go really good, actually. My race went good, but I think feel like Luke might have a little bit more in the bag for this one. Same with Wilson Dilks. He's been looking a bit more impressive as the weekend evolved, and so is Finley Polehill. He didn't have the best qualifying, because he wasn't actually going to go out in qualifying, and ended up going out and made a big difference in the race.
Yeah.
So it'll be really interesting to see how he evolves through this race, and I think Marco, without bike trouble, he'll be giving a good fight to Blake, but I feel like Blake's made massive steps over the weekend just being in a big battle with me.
And obviously Marco had that bike trouble. I don't know if any of you know anything exactly what the problem was with his bike. Have you heard anything in the paddock?
Yeah, I think it was he had a faulty carb, which was a bit of a shame. It wasn't any fault of his own, just more of a mechanical thing, which was just unlucky really. But I feel like it should be good for this race. They've been testing it, just double checking, because it's not very good for his championship chase. So fingers crossed it'll be good now.
Fingers crossed you can see the checkered flag, but Henry McCartney not racing today, would have been starting in pole position with Mark Holt, the sole bike, on the front row of the grid. He'll be starting in second. Archie O'Brien and Blake Wilson on the second row of the grid in third and fourth, with Luke Fitchett and Austin Johnson just behind on the third row. Ollie Sims will be starting in 7th. Alongside him, though, will be Bill Harris, who hopes for another great result, with Wilson Dilks and Harry Payne 9th and 10th, and Finley Polehill rounding out our 11-bike grid. So, Philip, who do you think right now, heading into this race, is going to be our favourites and really the ones to look out for?
I think Blake Wilson's got a good chance. Obviously, he's running with our session, so he has more sessions than everyone else, and also Sully was giving him a good tow around our race, so
yeah, those guys battling out in the Extreme 200 class as well earlier on. Double the track time for Blake Wilson. The lights will go on now though, and the lights go off and we go racing for the final time this weekend. Margaret Holt gets the whole shot into turn 1 ahead of Blake Wilson, with Luke Fitchett getting a great start in 3rd position. Archie O'Brien, not a bad start for his standards, in 4th place. Ollie Sims managing to get ahead of Wilson Dilks as well, but Margaret Holt leading the way, hopefully. No issues this time around. He's ahead of Blake Wilson, and right now you really have to wonder if Blake Wilson is going to go all attack straight away, as Finley Polehill as well further down the field battling with the likes of Harry Payne and Bill Harris. But right now it looks like it's going to be Blake Wilson who's going to be the man on the mission. He clearly looks like he already wants to make a move on Marco Holt.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to definitely try and give it a launch, because he pulled away in the first race from everyone else, so he doesn't want to bring anyone else with him. And I feel like if I was him, I'd feel stronger than Marco. Marco's not had the best of results, and Archie O'Brien's actually staying with them at this moment in time, which is very, very strong, as he went for a move on Luke Fitchett. So, and it looks like they're actually already bridging a gap, is Marco, Blake and Archie, but I feel like Luke's just trying to stay on the back of them, which is looking quite strong. And Archie, I think Marco's actually looks like he's just got a little less pace than these guys at this moment in time, but then again he's got one less race than everyone else.
Certainly, and right now Marco still leading the way. It's such a tight and twisted circuit. It's the Llandow circuit, Philip. And for example, last year you raced on the KTM 85cc around this circuit. It's a 2-stroke motor, just like these guys. And how tricky is this circuit to race on, for example, a bike which really relies on getting it in the power band and having high revs?
It wasn't too bad actually, because the KTM's good round tight corners, but it was really bumpy. There was a lot of chatter on the front end, that's all I remember. On the Moto 4, I feel like it's better around the quick corners than it is around the tight chicanes,
Well, right now the circuit does have something for everyone, as we're seeing at the moment, because right now the fastest rider on the circuit is Bill Harris down in 8th position. So Bill Harris on the number 14 machine, coming for a picture now with the green red levers. It is so impressive to see a 48.8. Could we potentially see Bill Harris managing to make his way through the order?
Yeah, well, I'm really actually looking at excited for this race, because Bill is just dropped off the back of everyone else because he was behind. He got a really bad start behind Harry Payne, so he's definitely trying to claw in Finley Polehill, and if they're not careful, he might start chipping away through the order.
And obviously so far this year we've seen some great championship battles, as Archie O'Brien is now the fastest rider in the circuit, a 48.865 there from him. But Philip, you've seen, for example, these guys have been racing all year. In the last Extreme 200 race, also raced with Blake Wilson himself. So what do you think it is which really allows these top mini GP 70 riders to have the upper hand?
It's mostly about heavy braking and just carrying the corner speed. Especially around like the back section, the really bumpy section. Blake has a different line to everyone, so he can get a really nice exit. That's, I think, his strong point.
Well, yeah, if you joined us during yesterday's coverage, you would have found out about that for Sully's expected racing against him. But Blake Wilson still not managing to find the way through, and he looks like he's trying his best. A 48.7 now from Blake Wilson, fastest lap of the race as well there from him on the number 8 machine. So very impressive stuff from Blake Wilson. Do you think right now, Sullivan, that he's just trying to find an attack, or is he trying his best and seriously can't find any way through Marco Holt's defence?
Well, Marco's looking very strong. The lines he's taking are racing lines, but just not enough to give Blake that opportunity. Blake's very good for a couple of the corners where he goes wider. For instance, Llandow, he goes much wider than everyone else and just has that more confidence in the bike through that corner, which we don't. But he keeps cutting to the outside, and Marco goes on the inside, leading up to the corner. So he is going defensive on a couple of occasions, but I must say I'm looking really impressed with Archie O'Brien and Wilson Dilks' performance so far in this race, just staying on the back of these guys.
And right now we have a massive lead group at the moment. Anyone can win as Blake Wilson takes the race lead at the moment into the back section of the circuit. Very impressive stuff there from him. But what can happen at the moment, we're going to have to wait and find out, because right now Marco Holt has a very tough time. He's going to have to make a move very soon if he wants to keep with him, because Blake Wilson, once he's in his element, he's very strong. But Ollie Sims as well had a small incident out in the circuit as well, and he's dropping down the order and dropped down to last position after a crash at the first chicane. But Marco Holt, second position at the moment, and this lead group, Philip, has 4 riders at the moment. It's slightly opened up in this last lap, but what position would you want to be in at the moment? Would you want to try and get in the rhythm, build a gap, or follow someone at the moment?
I think being at the front's the best position, especially with a big Moto3 group like this. It's like a Moto3 race, so they're all one after each other, really close, and you never know what can happen.
And right now, a rider who maybe you'd be expecting to be in this order would be Luke Fitchett. He's down in 5th position at the moment. Lost out to Wilson Douch just a couple of laps ago. Now, Sullivan, you work quite closely with Luke Fitchett. What do you think's happening with him this weekend as we see Blake Wilson setting the fastest lap of the race, a 48.262 last time around?
I just don't think he feels very comfortable around this track compared to the other guys. As Wilson Dilks goes for a lovely clean overtake on Archie O'Brien, but Archie might actually have the inside line for this one, or yapped back out of that. That was a very brave move by Wilson up the inside, and he's been able to keep it to pay off. It looks like he might be able to try and claw back in Marco as Blake is motoring away, but I think Luke's just been struggling a little bit more this weekend than he has done in previous rounds. But I feel like he'll definitely be back for the next one. It's a bit of a shame. The weather's not been perfect. We've not had all dry sessions or all wet sessions. We've had a mixture of both, or raining just before the session, or the track drying in the middle of the session. So it's just been a very peculiar weekend, and I just don't think it's paid off. But I must say, I'm just loving this performance by Blake, by just being able to edge out the gap as he then goes and sets a 48.2. And there's Finley Polehill on Luke Fitchett, but Luke's got lovely and smooth cutback.
Right now, at the moment, Luke Fitchett dropping down the order, and Philip Paulhill is trying to get in front of him now, but it's been a very, very impressive race from Bill Harris as well. He had the fastest lap at one point as well, and he's been constantly improving on this mini GP70 machine. But there is Luke Fitchett defending from Philip Paulhill still. Luke Fitchett, he's always been one of the best defenders in this class. But right now, Phil, it's turned out to be an interesting race. Mark Holt now has the fastest lap of the race, a 48 dead. Very impressive times from these guys, and even these guys further down the field still very impressive. 4 laps to go. Is this it's kind of the moment where you have to, for example, Archie O'Brien in 4th place, you have to make the moves now, or at least plan an attack, or do you wait maybe until the final lap?
I think, especially around kart tracks, there's not many places to overtake. Especially here with the final corner, it's kind of difficult, so he might as well start trying to overtake now. But as you can see, Marco's kind of woken up a little bit. He's gotten a toe off of Blake, and maybe he can try something in the final couple of laps.
And also Wilson Doubt's having a very impressive ride in the podium positions at the moment, ahead of Archie O'Brien, ahead of this group at the moment, which is led by Luke Fitchett. And Luke Fitchett, he's doing his best, he's collecting points, and certainly one thing he'll be happy about is the fact that Marco Holt, he had some technical issues last round. It'll help his championship points as Marco Holt looks down the inside at the hairpin, and can he make it work? No, he cannot, but Blake Wilson shuts the door. He tries to get a better drive on the exit, but Marco Holt still no way through. A 47.9 from Marco, incredibly fast, Alvin.
I must say they've got a very, if I'd love to say so myself, a tight friendship. Can get a bit aggressive at times, but no, they've got a very good friendship and they're best friends. And at the end of the day, it's definitely going to come down to a nice fight, I think, at the end. And Marco, he's looking strong on the brakes. He showed Blake a front wheel, which really I wouldn't have done. I'd have just launched it on the last lap. But he definitely feels like he's got the pace now. But no, he's looking very smooth, smooth Sully as I'd say myself. But here goes Marco again. He knows he's done it, but Blake's chopping across the front again, but he's going to lose the drive out the exit. So is Marco going to be able to get on the inside? He's going to do it. No, he isn't, not this time round, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Last lap time. And Philip, looking at these 2 riders on the last lap, who do you think is the upper hand?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, Marco surely has to send it somewhere. He looks really strong into the final corner and just on the brakes, to be honest. Blake's getting good drive out of corners, but Marco has to try. I mean, yeah.
Marco will not go home without trying to move for the race win and for the race lead on the final race of the weekend in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Is he lining up a move into the final corner? He's tried it for 2 laps. Now will he send it down the inside? Yes, he does. The back end squirming about. He runs wide. Blake Wilson gets through. It's going to be a drag race on the line. It's Blake Wilson who takes the race win by 1/10 of a second over Mark Holt. Wilson dealt, managing to get third, and it looks like Finlay Powell just ahead of Luke Fitchett, who's also lost out to the likes of Bill Harris. So Blake Wilson taking the race win from Marco Holt, and Wilson Delks in third. Incredible final lap there, Sullivan, and Blake Wilson, textbook effort there. Just let Marco send up the inside, let him go wide, and got the undercut.
That was a really, really lovely move by Marco, but you could see Blake was on the limit. He's been learning from the braking, Marco, of where I was braking, that I was all over the shop, so he knows that is the limit, and Marco can't brake later than that other than parking it, and he's tried to do it, but he's just lost out a tiny bit, and it was a bit of a shame for Marco, but at the end of the day, it was a lovely race by Marco, and perfect race by Blake.
Yeah, the 2 riders very, very clean. And Phil, what do you make of that final lap for the race win, and also for Wilson Douch, who's managed to defend from Archie O'Brien?
Yeah, it was a really good race. I mean, it was so close at the end there. And Marco tried it, obviously. He wouldn't really be a racer if he hadn't. So, yeah, he tried it, he went wide. But, yeah, it was a really close race.
Yeah, and also Luke Fitchett losing out on the final lap of the race, 7th position in the end there, Sullivan, for the number 7 rider. That's not what he'd be wanting at all. Bill Harris and Philip Paulhill getting them at the line.
I feel like he's going to be very upset with that one, but so will every racer that's leading the championship. But at the end of the day, that's just how some rounds will go. And He's going to stay strong, I'd say, and he'll go again for the next one, and we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. And there is a certain Sullivan Menzies bike, but Blake Wilson, who was racing against that bike earlier and took the race win in this one, he won by 1/10 of a second over Marco Holt. Wilson Dilks came home in third and rounding out the podium positions with Archie O'Brien and Finlay Paulhill in fourth and fifth. Bill Harris, a great race there from him, finishing in front of the championship leader Luke Fitchett in seventh, and Harry Payne finishing in eighth, with Ollie Sims retiring from the race after he had that crash at turn one. But an excellent race from the Llandow Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. And Philip, going to Rowra next, it's going to be yet again another complete technical track, a twisted tight track for them.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Harris kind of looks on form. He's on the pace here, so maybe he can carry that to Rowra.
And now, Sullivan, as we look at your bike, it's been a great round for you as well, and it's been a great weekend here at FAB. As you mentioned, it was tricky conditions for you out there, but heading into Rowra, what do you think, for example, the likes of Luke Fitchett, who's leading the championship and who's had that issue, is going to be thinking?
I've actually never been to Rowra. Well, Luke's been on a Metro kit, so it'll be really interesting. I don't know too much about the track for Luke and the other riders, but it'll definitely provide a good show and a lot more lunge moments and good overtaking places, for instance the back straight and multiple hairpins. So I think it'll be a really, really good race, and we'll just have to see what happens.
And obviously, before we get to Rowra, both of you guys will be competing in the RNG British Talent Cup at Brands Hatch. So first of all, Philip, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, yeah. I mean, Snetterton was a good round, got a good qualifying for once, and race one went pretty well, and Brands is quite a technical track, a lot of ups and downs and blind corners, so yeah, it'll definitely be fun.
And Sullivan, obviously, I don't want to remind you too much, but you didn't have the best of weekends for your standards anyway. You still got some championship points on the board, though, at Snetterton. But Brands Hatch, a whole new weekend, refresh your... well, just take the last weekend out of your head. How are you feeling towards it? Is it a track that you enjoy?
I've never done particularly well. I got my best ever result there in 2020 with a P8, so that was the last time I done. I've got a very good result, but we'll try and turn that around for this or next week coming. But I feel very prepared, and I'm just really grateful to even be here racing, because it's a really big struggle for a lot of people, and you just see people keep dropping out of racing just due to the funds and everything. And I must say, I'm just really grateful to be here with everything, and all my sponsors, for instance, massive parties, J&S Accessories, who provide my levers, boots and gloves. So it's really, really good, and I just love everyone that's involved.
Well, yeah, it's been a great weekend of racing, and we wish you both the best of luck for next weekend. And Philip, good luck as well for yourself. For Brands Hatch, though, as I was saying, Sully, is it necessarily a track you like? You mentioned, obviously, the differences between Snetterton and Brands Hatch, and practically they're the polar opposites of venues, but is it a track that you enjoy? Is it a track that you're expecting yourself to go well at?
I don't know. I mean, last year we had a lot of bike problems on many of the tracks, so I didn't do particularly well there. I think I came 19th or something, so a big step up this year. I don't know if I kind of liked it. It was kind of a forgettable round for me.
Well, we wish you both the best of luck. We hope that the conditions are certainly better than what they were this weekend. A lot more stable, and even better than Snetterton as well. Of course, tricky conditions for both of you guys. But wishes both of luck for next weekend in the RNG British Talent Cup. And that will be the end of our coverage for today and the Llandow Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Thanks to all the marshals, medics and officials who's made this weekend possible. And of course, all the racers for putting on a show for us. And of course, thanks to Llandow for being the venue for this round. We didn't know it was going to happen, but luckily it did in the end, and we've had a great weekend here. But thanks to everyone involved, and until Llandow, from myself and the whole Motorsport Media team, it is good night.